All right, everybody, welcome in. We are starting now. It says starting soon, but we are starting now. I am Austin from Enhance, and we have an awesome tournament tonight. And hold on, before I really get started here, I hear myself somewhere. Okay, that should be better. Yes. So, yes, we have an awesome tournament tonight. Connected 3v3 teams action. So, over the last 2 weeks, we just players qualified to make it to advance to this top 4 grand finale, and we have some totally stacked teams, which we'll get into momentarily. Welcome in Got Yo Sauce, Selena, Blue Scooty's grandpa, Potato, everyone I missed. Welcome in. Okay, so yes, I am Austin. This is me from Enhance. Welcome in. And yeah, so we are finishing up the final weekend here, Connected Versus tonight, and tomorrow it's the Trifecta Grand Finale, where the top 4 players of Score Attack, Zone Battle, and Classic Score Attack go head-to-head to determine who is the best all-around Tetris Effect Connected champion or player, and who will be our champion, the Trifecta champion. So looking forward to that. And yeah, so tonight is the teams tournament, which is going to be a mix of the connected versus 3v1 mode and 1v1 between teams of 3. So we have 12 players tonight, and our first matchup tonight will be the Gravity Maxers versus Team OSW. Gravity Maxers, here, let's just pull that up while I bring it up here. Consisting of Jaden, Zen, and Ferox, and Team OSW consisting of Super Shocky, Yoshi, and would you believe it, OSW is actually part of Team OSW. So that is going to be an awesome match. And just a shout out real quick to our sponsors that made this happen. The Tetris Company, thank you for providing the prize purse for our for this year's TECWC 2024. And also a big thank you to Digital Clips, the team behind Tetris Forever, which we will be playing momentarily. We're actually going to be playing some Hatress. It's a fan favorite. It's coming back, baby. We had a Hatress showcase a few weeks ago, and I think I how do I put this? Amazed the world with my gameplay. So we're going to have a repeat of that. And also a big shout out to Hyperkin, which, by the way, we have a new Hyperkin deal as of today. So let me use that command here in the Twitch chat. If you are looking to grab some Tetris products from Hyperkin, today's the day, because there is a discount code, TECWC 2024, no space, to save 20% on Hyperkin Tetris products. This does not count for the bundles, but there are bundles as well, which come with a Tetris Effect connected Steam game code. So no better time to pick up some Hyperkin merch if you've been waiting on that. Be sure to nab a bundle or get 20% off of whatever product you were looking into previously. And here's a look at the pixel art controllers, which are awesome, by the way. I actually use these for Classic on Tetris Effect Connected, and I just generally use it for any other game. I use it on Humanity, shout out to Humanity, or any game where I prefer controllers. So yes, Hyperkin, let's game. And also a shout out to AppMex, investments you hold. We will be flipping this coin tonight to determine some level selections and also to make some fun predictions. These come in, I believe, silver, gold, palladium, or something like that. Maybe commentators will correct me later. And yeah, be sure to check out the Tetris products from AppMex. And the last but not least, we have Red Bull and the Power Bears Tetris Gummies. As Chris Tang would say, boom, Tetris in your mouth. But with that, I'm going to introduce our commentators. Wiley and Lyra, how are you two doing tonight?
I'm so excited.
I'm keen. It's gonna be awesome. Hi. I've been on that chair for like 5 minutes. My legs are really sore, but it was worth it. This first matchup is gonna be crazy. Like, this is awesome. Lyra and I both know all 6 of them, and this is the matchup you've been waiting for. It's gonna be the best.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with this tournament format, you are in for a treat here. There's going to be multiple connected versus matches. We're going to see score attack. We're going to see classic score attack. We're going to see zone battle. If you guys are hyped for Trifecta tomorrow, you're going to get a sneak peek of all of the game modes and several players tonight. So look forward to that.
Well, I can't hide my excitement. This is so cool. Wow. Yeah, so as Austin mentioned, we have, oh gosh, I'm really bad with the names. We have Xin, Jaden, and Ferox on one side, Super Shocky, Yoshi, and OSW on the other. All 6 of these people are very active, and they are the gods of the scene. If we view the scene as like tiers, they are the cream of the crop, S tier all the way. I've waited for this day for many moons. It's great.
Yeah, and we were discussing beforehand, part of what's going to go on with these 1v1 matches is each player is going to have to choose a game mode. One player can't play all 3 of the 1v1s, so these teams are going to have to choose, one person for zone battle, one person for score attack, one person for classic score attack. We were able to figure out what we think they're going to choose for most of those modes, but there are a couple of wild cards in there, so we're really excited to, be able to find out what's going to go on here.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have a strong team, and this is strong.
Yeah. I remember when OSW made this team for last year, OSW, Shocky, and them, they specifically thought about the finals format when they were making the team. They looked at the idea of the 1v1s, and they're like, all right, let's find one strong zone battle or one strong score attack one. And so it's really interesting to see, they planned it with this in mind. So we're gonna get to see how this goes here. I mean, we talk about zone battle is probably going to be OSW versus Jaden, which is has so much history to that matchup right there.
Oh yeah.
And then we're kind of guessing score attack might be Shocky versus Xin.
I have a feeling, yeah, that's their strong suits. Meanwhile, we have Yoshi and Ferox on zone. Oh, interesting. Where does Jaden fit in all this?
Well, Jaden's zone battle.
Do you think Ferox on classic?
I don't know. That's what we were trying to figure out.
Yeah,
because Ferox could go score attack. That's just, I don't know. We're just throwing things out here. So we'll see what the teams choose. And yes, the exclamation points are a very important part of Team OSW. All 3 of them for each of the 3 very excited members.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Just as a reminder for the viewers and for you two. So the teams will each ban a 1v1 mode, and they're going to play the remaining mode for the first 1v1 game. Which mode do you think that will come down to?
Well, here's the thing. I think that the strongest game modes that they have are score attack and zone battle. They're the most reliable. Classic will be the wild card.
Right.
I think it's going to fall down to that.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait.
It's gonna be so good. These players get in the lobby already.
Yeah, and then not to mention the connected versus. We're kind of skipping over that too. There are the 1v3 matches. If you're not familiar with that format, that is so exciting. So that's kind of the core of what we're doing. The 1v1s kind of are it's kind of half and half, I would say.
Who's going to play the bosses? Because, everyone here, again, is really strong. But I'm curious about the Gravity Max's decision here. Ferox is probably the least active out of all of them in CVS. Xin is technically the highest rated, but they haven't played that much recently.
Yeah.
Does it fall on Jaden and they rely on speed? Maybe they play a Sagittarius? I don't know. There's so many options, and they all excite me. I'm so keen. This is going to be the greatest matchup in the world ever. All esports before, ever. If this is it, we're peaking as a species.
Yeah. And the teams are going to have to rotate who plays boss, and I believe the area from which the boss is. So that's a lot. There's a lot of variety here, and I think that's what I love to see out of TECWC is it's about the well-roundedness of the players. We don't see a lot of tournaments in the community that focus on multiple different game modes. Trifecta being how one individual handles all 3 game modes, and the connected versus bracket being about how they handle all 3 of them handle 4 game modes.
Exactly right. It's a case of who is the most well-rounded, solid player. You're tested in all categories. If it was just one, like classic, it'd be some Scooty Blue guy who gets it. If it was zone battle, it'd be a Jaden. If it was a score attack,
OSW.
it'd be Shocky or OSW. I shouldn't write him off. But if it's everything, it tends to be the man himself sitting in player 2 slot right here.
Oh, it looks like we now have 8 exclamation points. Or is that 7? That's 7. We have 7 exclamation points now. And that represents the 7 different games we can play in this matchup. The match format is going to be game 1 is a 1v1, game 2 is connected versus, game 3 is connected versus, game 4 is a 1v1, game 5 is a connected versus, game 6 is a connected versus, and if we go to it, game 7 is a 1v1. So that's what the 7 exclamation points on OSW are for here.
That is exactly right. I actually thought it was the 6 players in Austin, but yours makes way more sense. So this is going to be pretty good. Hopefully we do get to a game 7 there, because we want to see as much as we can from these guys. They're all just so good. Oh, I don't think you understand. I have dreamed of this moment.
Wait a minute. Wait. Wiley, look at who's playing. That's okay. That's incorrect. Okay, I was gonna say. Okay.
So
So
we got
this
it
is
right.
what we expected. All right, this is what I called Zen versus Shocky. So I have talked to Shocky about Trifecta before. We are both New York City homies, hang out at the New York City tournaments and everything. I'm kind of cool. And so Shocky has said that Zin is a player that he is scared of in terms of score attack. So although we think of Shocky as the ST stacking champion, which he is, Zin is one of the few players that Shocky is like genuinely afraid of in this game mode.
That makes sense, because Zin actually has taken rounds of Shocky in the past, and Zin, while not being the perfect ST stacker, they are damn close. They're the fire on their butt, right behind them. And Zin has the speed element. Zin is one of the only players on the planet who can play Master Mode Speed 30 like more than a few lines. They are fast, and if they even get close to Super Shocky, they just need to survive another couple of levels on top of him, and then it's a game.
Right, and I could be wrong, but I think I remember Shocky telling me about a match. I believe it was against Zin, but it was part of Trifecta, where he did win a score attack match by a singular T-spin 0. Like, that's how close the score was.
So it's not exactly... It's not as straightforward as going, oh, it's Super Shocky, he good ST stack, he win, okay, game. This is going to be really close, and... I keep saying it. I can't wait. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh.
Yeah, and... Okay, cool.
A coin!
Oh, fun. So what levels are we choosing between right now?
15 and 20, right?
15 and 20?
Well, I think the coin flip is for who gets to pick the speed.
Oh,
right?
Who gets to... Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then what is this first to? 2?
I think it's first to 3. It might be first to 2. 3 for 3v3?
First to 2.
2.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, so I am here with the coin. We are going to do heads. Super Shocky is on left side, gets to pick the first level. Tails, Zin SS gets to pick the first level here. So let's see what we get. This is a hard coin to flip. I mess it up every time. Actually, that was a good one. So
that was good.
Heads. Super Shocky gets level selection here. That will mean if they're for the next score attack mode, the opposing team will get the level selection first. So
yes,
we are going to hop into this momentarily.
Oh.
What do you think they're going to choose, Wiley?
I'm going to suspect 15 because 15 actually gives more lines than starting at 20, if I recall correctly. There's 50 extra lines in the game, basically. And what that means is that there's more room for Shocky to play perfectly and for Zin to fall behind. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that Shocky should be confident in their playstyle. They've done this for literally thousands of hours, and they can rely on that. What they can't rely on is a limited amount of lines for Zin to get ahead of them in front of. So we'll see how this goes. But it looks like we're starting! Ooh. Ooh. Get keen. I keep saying it. I'm keen. I'm excited. Happy to be here. This is going to be history. 20.
You guessed
I was wrong.
After
I'm a
all
failure.
that, you were wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to be seeing this 20G starting speed, which honestly I think is a little bit easier on the eyes. But we have both players starting off this ST stack here. Very similar choices that these players are making here. You'll probably see that a lot throughout this matchup, but Xin being a little bit faster so far. But there is infinite chase down time in this, so it's not as big of an issue as if this was a ranked match.
No, like so far we're seeing really good stacking from both players. Shocky, of course, has it down. Paddy's probably a little bit faster, but Xin is quite high middle stack though. Nothing to panic about yet. They've actually had to burn a line there, and that's going to mess them up.
Yeah, because back-to-back is so important when you get to the point where these players can essentially play perfectly with every single clear being that Tetris or T-spin double.
Yeah, right now Xin seems to have cleaned it up fairly well, but I'd say that they are at a slight deficit now. Like you just mentioned, back-to-back is really important, and it scales. It scales with the line clears.
Ooh, so speaking of back-to-back, Shocky did just have to break his right there, taking a T-spin single. Maybe
Yeah, that's rare.
Yeah, maybe that was because of Xin also breaking back-to-back, but I can't say for sure.
Well, as from my understanding, ST is something that should theoretically be possible all the time with perfect decision making, but no human is perfect, except sometimes Shocky. So you never know. Maybe it was a bad sequence of pieces that neither player was able to work with. But right now, Xin is zooming. This is
I see
wow.
Davo in chat saying, hurry up timer, is that on or not? It's on.
It's on.
Oh, that makes a difference. Okay, my bad. That makes a difference.
So speed could be a thing. Like we mentioned, Xin is incredibly fast. Shocky takes his time with things, but he is quite fast in his stacking method. Maybe Xin's strategy could be to try and race ahead and put Shocky at a deficit. I mean, look at the deficit right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's working. It's working. We do see that Shocky, he's very comfortable with this and does make fast decisions, but maybe Xin is making slightly less optimal decisions at the cost of going faster.
You never know, and only the players will be able to show us what their strategies are.
Yep.
Right now, 2 minutes in.
Ooh, that's scary from Xin's side over there. Yeah, I love the idea of how these top players play this game mode because it's so different than you would expect to see as a player if you're not comfortable or familiar with this type of stacking. In classic score attack and zone battle, we expect players to try to stay relatively low on their board because of the many different factors that might make it easy to accidentally top out. But in here, these players have so much control over their pieces and over their boards that accidental top outs aren't really a thing.
No, you'd be surprised. Like they're comfortable playing on row 19, but if they make one slip up, one bad input, that's it. They've got to be perfect. They have to be perfect.
Yeah, but these are two of the best score attack players in the world for a reason.
Yeah, thankfully I'm not active right now in the scene because I'll only be, second and third, but other really good gameplay. And we are on speed 22 for Xin now, officially out of the 100 lines of speed 20.
Yeah, and if you're Shocky right here, you have to be nervous. He's still sliding those pieces. Okay, I was going to say he's probably going to want to start stacking faster here, but I looked and he was just still sliding the pieces.
Yeah, he's taking his time.
I mean, I think that he's fast enough that he will not need to, the chase down timer doesn't seem like it'll be an issue right now, but I'm also just speculating, and I would definitely trust Shocky's word more than mine.
If he kept the flow that he currently has all the way into speed 25, 26, 2 minutes would not be a big ask. He should be fine here, but again, that assumes he plays perfectly. He's under the pressure here. Xin is currently about to cross the 2 million point threshold with one more T-spin. That should do it.
Yeah, and 2 million is insane, by the way. Even for these players, that is an insanely good score. And so anything above 2 million it feels almost like classic max out is the 2 million in score attack.
It's mythical. There are only a few players who can even do it regularly. So to see it just done casually in the first round here by what looks to be both players very soon, nothing short of immaculate gameplay.
Right, and if we talk about Xin's board here, we haven't really seen any back-to-back breakage. That Z piece placement right there, there it is. So there's the back-to-back breakage from Xin. Yeah.
Yeah, there was options there for a bit of a fin, but that's under regular conditions. This is high gravity here. Speed 27, which, can we talk about that? That is quite fast.
Yeah, speed 27 is very difficult to play on. Both of these players will make it look easier than it is. Xin finding their way back to that ST stacking or kind of the T-spin double setups very quickly. But yeah, starting to lose control of things now. But 2.4 million is like unheard of. Not gonna lie. The problem is, while they're on the speed 29, they're still alive, which probably not for long here. We'll see how they go. Shocky's still ST stacking, and T-spins are worth even more on speed 26, somewhere around the line of 50k, I think, more. So this is not actually that good for Xin. Yeah, and Xin just stacking on speed 30 like that's nothing. It's definitely not nothing. And Shocky just has 900 points left.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
49,000 points for a T-spin.
Wow.
And that's why
you called that ahead of time, that Shocky is the more efficient player.
Xin just needs to maintain ST all the way into speed 27, or else they haven't got much of a chance against Shocky. They've done it in the past, but being asked to do it twice in a row is a lot. That's a big request.
Xin played that like well over 99% perfect. I want to point out, like,
they broke back to back, I think, twice before speed 25.
Which is,
that's it.
Yeah, wow.
And here we go, Shocky off to the races here. Look at him go. Look at him go.
Yeah, and you would very much expect a normal human being of an opponent to break back-to-back multiple times, but Shocky only broke it once, so...
And it was just due to like a bit of a weird set of first pieces. If they didn't have that, he might have been, like we said, perfect. Oh, it's incredible. Xin is being asked to play all the way on speed, gosh, 31, 32. It's unfathomable. Like 99.9% of players, actually, no, it's worse than that. Only about 10 players can even do that, like, occasionally. These are just horrific conditions that Xin is being asked to meet.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice of either perfection or inhuman speed. So.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Both players, I don't think either player can maintain both. Shocky does have speed limitations. We saw last year that they struggled above speed 20, 28, 29 seemed to be their cap, with the occasional speed 30. Xin makes it there almost every time. They're at line 197 just last game. Shocky tends to sort of struggle a bit around 29, so you know that there is an Achilles heel. Yeah.
And Shocky, yeah, one of the I recently got an ST stacking lesson from Shocky, and now I kind of appreciate it more. It seems like it's the same thing over and over again, but there's actually a lot of resource management in terms of the stack, and there are points where you are forced to put Z pieces and even T pieces in the stack while ST stacking. So it's not, it looks so autopiloted. And there's the back-to-back break from Shocky right there. It looks autopiloted, but it is not. Ooh, and this is a little bit more unusual back-to-back breakage from Shocky.
Yeah, that's interesting. They've gone right down low, and that could give Xin some wiggle room. We'll have to see. But you're exactly right. It's a very clinical science, and it's something where you just can't idly do it. There's so much going on. We're having to look a couple of bags ahead into the future, which is just well beyond what most people can do. It's definitely not autopilot, and you shouldn't treat it that way. It is a skill. I've spent a few dozen hours on it, and I can't even get more than a couple of spins in.
Right, and if you're not convinced, look at how much thought Shocky is putting into every single one of these moves as he's trying to calculate the best way to get on track here, because every single piece that Xin is putting down without breaking back-to-back is an issue for Shocky.
Mm-hmm. Shocky seems to have found the pattern here now. It's all about keeping keeping columns 5, 6, and 7 relatively flat here. He's going to put that square down, and yeah, he's back into it. You can tell when
I do want to point out here that Xin just put a T piece in the stack. It looks like they just put 2. So one of the things with ST stacking is that whenever you put one T piece in the stack, you are going to have to put a second one. I believe Xin was able to do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're slightly off in their bag calculations right now. It's definitely like, it's that awkward like reset phase that I mentioned earlier.
It's that loop around. I think if you read the guide, around 50 lines in, there's some sort of a loop that occurs where you need to essentially break this a bit. You don't have to break.
I do want to point out here, both players were just at 88 lines, and Shocky does have a 10,000 point lead.
And that comes down to about, I believe that's about a about a T-spin and a Tetris, I think? Or about, a T-spin with back-to-back, roughly. So it's very close. But
very close.
Comes down to, near perfection to perfection. That's the difference.
Exactly. And so even though you may be seeing, all right, Shocky does have the 10,000 point lead, like Wiley mentioned, that's next to nothing. And it's actually, it's in Zin's favor, given the ability to play on speed 29.
And look at that, we got some hamburger stacking from Shocky here. And that's breaking back-to-back.
Yes, it is.
They just lost their lead. They've gone back to neutral here.
Yep.
And we're only a few lines difference here. Shocky's actually the one who's further ahead for once, beating out the Speed Demon and going into hamburger stacking. Not necessarily a bad thing, because hamburger stacking is technically more efficient. You can't do it forever, though, and that's where it becomes a problem. You eventually have to burn because you just get too much buildup of material. The resource management, it's not possible long term.
Right, and we are hitting gravity margin here. Those players are now seeing those higher speeds. You are going to see things slightly changing. Not too much yet, but expect to see that soon.
And only 450 point difference. Wow. Only 2 lines. They are neck and neck. This does not get closer.
They're neck and neck, but this is Zin's favor. We still have to remember that. And I believe that's actually an O misdrop. No, it's not. Why would I ever think that Shocky would misdrop there? I just don't know enough ST.
Zin, however, does have mistakes on his board.
Yep. And that is going to be at speed 24. So that's about the speed that Zin started having issues at last game that allowed Shocky to get that win.
Zin rotating an O there for quite a long time. And yeah, Shocky's back to perfection. Zin might be starting to feel the pressure, I think. They're being forced to take T-spin singles. They are the most efficient per line, but under the ST stacking method, they require line breaks. So overall, they are not efficient in context of everything else you're doing.
Shocky just broke back-to-back there by taking a T-spin 0 to save the stack, and so a little bit, the tides just push a little bit further into Zin's favor here.
Oh, that tuck with the square.
Tuck was so cool.
That was awesome.
All right, and Zin is getting back into this ST stacking here, finding it right at the end, which is what happened last round. Given Shocky's less than optimal play, especially compared to last round, this could be enough to push it over the edge in Zin's favor.
Zin's speed here is insane. They're both season on speed 28. Hello? What?
Yeah, Zin switches this over to a 9-0 stack, which I like. Not a lot of eye pieces in sight right now. Finding the donations. This is clean. This is clean Shocky. From Zin, and you know what just happened on Shocky's board.
Oh no, this could be game.
Yeah, that's game because
Zin is playing on speed 30 right now.
Oh, dude, Zin playing on speed 30. If Shocky's reaction to 28 right there doesn't tell you how insane that 30 and 31 play was, then wow.
We are in a scenario where the king of ST stacking, of score attack, Super Shocky himself, might go down. And that's terrifying.
I was talking about this before the stream started, but there are very few players that Shocky's afraid of, and Zin is high on that list, and for that exact reason that you all just saw right there.
This is a weird start. This required a few tucks there from Shocky.
Yeah, but finding the ST stacking. I mean, the beginning is honestly pretty difficult. The opener phase, even though it's like, in theory, the easiest to practice, it's the most RNG based.
There's a lot of different ones you have to memorize, and they're all quite complicated. And high gravity does not make it any easier. A good example is that I can sort of ST stack for a little bit, and I'm fairly middle of the pack in terms of rank. It's the openers that mess me up. I think a lot of players would relate to that.
Yeah, and people have posted it in the chat a couple of times. Is there a command for it in the classic Tetris chat? I know there is in the enhanced chat, but the ST stacking guide that Shocky wrote did go over every single opener that he likes to use.
It's really good. There are a couple I don't think are included, but
did you know that the lore behind the ST stacking guide is that Shocky was hospitalized, and he wanted to write it down in case he died, so that somebody else could have the information.
Well, now I want him to win. Now I'm biased. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's the reason why that god exists.
Did he live?
We'll find out by the end of this match. All right.
We'll find out.
Speaking of this match, Zin having a little bit of back-to-back breakage right there. Look at that. That one tiny imperfection in the stack, and handling it very well outside of that, but still, that's enough to have an issue here.
And of course, Shocky. Basically perfect. I would expect nothing less.
I don't think Shocky's broken back-to-back yet.
No, they're just taking a Tetris, and again, not breaking back-to-back, playing picture perfectly. Zin's board. Oh, they're going to need to hit another 31, I think, to make this work, because they are down 116,000 points, only 7 lines behind.
Yeah, but this match is still young here. There's a lot of space. Shocky does have this score lead that looks pretty significant, but once you take into account the lines difference, it is actually still very close here.
Yeah.
Shocky with that reset right there, putting the 2 T pieces and the Z piece into the stack.
Good spot.
Yep. And
so you know your stuff. You've had the coaching. You know your stuff.
I got a full lecture on the reset. I wouldn't have been able to recognize when it was time if I didn't have someone telling me in my ear, but I can recognize what goes into the reset. And speaking of the Z piece and the 2 T pieces in the stack, look over at Zen's side. Zen recognizes this reset as well. Both players handling what I consider to be one of the more difficult parts of ST stacking very gracefully.
It's difficult. I mean, we have to talk about, it's a word that we hear a lot in Modern, but parity, having the right amount of meters in the right places on your board, in the right cells.
Yeah, that's terrifying. That is terrifying right there.
Cutting me off mid-sentence. Oh, I might be going to the hospital soon. That one had me stressed. Wow.
Yeah. These two players are playing in completely different continents. They're playing on opposite sides of the world right now. And so if you're wondering why there's a little bit of lag going on Zin's side, that is your reason.
It's almost poetic that they're so far away, but they're also so close. Like, these scores are tight because Shocky, once again ahead of the Speed Demon at 102 lines, going into Speed 21, things starting to ramp up. Zin has 7 lines left of that quote-unquote comfortable Speed 20. We'll see how this goes.
And we do have a question in chat about why is it called ST stacking if they're using the Z and the T, or Z. It was originally done on the other side of the board. I don't know why they switched, but they did switch. But the name still stuck.
Yeah. It's an interesting.
I don't know. Yeah. ZT doesn't sound as good as ST. And it already had its name and people didn't want to change it. So, I mean, yeah, there you go. There's the Tetris lore there.
Yeah. I mean, we'd have to sort of because Z tacking isn't a word.
Is that actually the reason?
I don't think so. I really
this is hearsay at this point.
I hope it is,
and both of
really
these
cool.
players getting past that speed level 20. We do see 23 on Shocky's side and 22 over on Zen's side. Both players still playing perfectly here as we get into the part of the game where these players start to face that actual pressure.
Zin is required to get an eyepiece into column 10 somehow. They do it! They throw it over there! That means that now the next time they burn in column 8, it will be a Tetris. That was an integral move there that will go a long way. Although that misdrop might have undone it.
Zin misdropping at speed 23 here. That is very similar to the issues they've had before. This could come down to how well Zin handles that one misdrop.
This is stressful. This is really stressful. Shocky's still perfect. Zin needs them to mess up at some point. And
so Shocky just broke back-to-back, and that is huge for Zin right here. Shocky is going to try to put himself back into that position to get back-to-back as quickly as possible here, but yeah, that's a very fast fix.
Over to the side, like, wow. Zin here, definitely, I think, definitely at a deficit.
Right, and we talk about that above 2 million score being absolutely insane. We have Shocky over here, 2.3 million, upstacking clean, or 2.4 million. Upstacking cleanly at speed 27. Speed 28 is where Shocky is going to start to struggle. So this comes down to this right here for Shocky. Is he going to be able to survive enough of this to get that lead? This is speed 28 from Shocky. Zin still catching up, getting that back-to-back back right at speed 27 here. Very great stacking from both sides here. This is a battle of endurance. Speed 29 is where Shocky starts to fall right here. This is insane. That is absolutely perfect from Shocky. The best he could ask for. 2.8 million is insane in score attack. That's got to be close to a world record.
I think it's. Have we seen 3 million?
That's gotta be really close to a world record on that. I'm just gonna say right here, and that is going to be, a 2.6 million from here from Zin. Would be winning in any other conditions, but they are just stacking as much as they can, just lining out on line 31. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Speed 31, just playing this like master mode, clearing one line at a time. Speed 32, you are seing the smallest fractions of second before these pieces lock in, and
how did they lose that? That's insane.
Shocky taking that in an absolute nail biter down into that tiebreaker, and that is, how do you follow that up?
How? Like 15,000 points per line clear. 15,000. What?
Wow. I'm sorry, I need a minute to recover from that. World record is 3.1 or so. Okay, so that isn't a world record, but
I'm assuming because of level 15 starts as well. Level 20 starts, like they do cut down a little bit more. That is phenomenal.
Some absolutely gorgeous gameplay from both sides right there, and that is what this tournament is all about. That is exactly what we're here for. That is TECWC right here.
I think you put it best when you said that in any other game, Zin would have won. In any other matchup, that last game, Zin would have won by a mile. What? They were 2 lines from speed 33. What's the lock delay on that? Like 4 frames?
I do not know. You're the one who knows the lock delays.
I think it's 4 frames.
I'm gonna try to refocus my camera. My strategy is to put a stuffed animal in front of it, and it worked. All right.
I'm blown away. That was exactly what I wanted from him in that matchup. That was exactly what I wanted. Shocky seems to have solved their speed issues from last year. I remember specifically 2 times last year they struggled on speed 27. Gone with the wind. They're stacking on speed 28 like it's nobody's business. Great work. They figured out their issues clearly. Zin is required to play even more perfectly and at even higher speeds, which they nearly did. Let's not write them off here.
Commodore Friday says that Shocky has a 3.5 million. I'm sorry, what? Maybe I need to get on Twitter and look these up ahead of time. But I mean, I can't imagine play that much better than what we saw. From a 27 start. Okay, interesting. All right, we're getting some info from chat. Definitely, there's a lot of experienced players, even some of the players who are playing in this match, Ferox, who are speaking in chat right now. And this is going to be our first connected versus match. This is 1v3. Do we know who is on
Jaden
boss side first?
Jaden, it looks like, is on the boss side here, playing Team OSW. Now, I mentioned earlier that Jaden could play Sagittarius here, but there's also nothing to say that they won't play twins. I mean, look at their avatar. You never know.
I mean, Gemini right there. So we are going to have 4 connected versus matches here, and the bosses have to be one from each of the 4 areas, or do we count Tetramidian here? I forget.
We might throw that to Austin.
Okay, I'll boot up the mic here. So, you can pick any boss, right? But you can only pick a boss from an area 1 time per set. So if Team OSW picks, say, Pisces here, they can no longer play Area 1 as a boss in the latter half of the set. So you can pick up you can pick a boss from up to 2 areas, which would include
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like both teams can at least pick from the same area once each.
Okay. I mean, that definitely makes things a lot more fair. But so there are technically 5 areas here. Area 1 and Area 4 are generally favored, though I know some of the top players could really make Area 3 bosses scary.
Yeah, I think Area 2 is the weakest, despite it seemingly being the most disruptive when you're up high. I mean, we have things like Hard Block. It looks like we have a Pisces. Interesting. Yeah.
Yep. So Area 1 is going to be our blue avatars, Area 2 is red, Area 3 is green, Area 4 is purple, and Area 5, Tetramidian, is white. So you are going to be able to keep track of the bosses areas like that.
So far, so good for Jaden. This is a pretty decent, pretty disruptive blitzes. Although it's not that big of a problem early on if they aren't disruptive. We tend to just have the first zone is a bit of a formality. That first, yeah.
I was gonna say formality, exactly. That's what this first zone is. It does not take a lot of lines for these players to activate that first zone. So the gameplay loop of what goes on in Connected Versus is the players, the team, will clear lines to build a meter. And once that meter is full, then they are thrown into this connected zone to attack the boss by just putting lines on their board. Meanwhile, during the Jaden's board is not great. Okay,
Whoa.
she's gonna fix that. Yeah, she was trying to go too fast there for sure. But Jaden is going to disrupt the players with blitzes that she can activate by clearing lines.
That's right. To try and take them out of the game.
The general gist of this game mode.
Yeah, we'll explain the nuances as they go. Yoshi is getting massively disrupted there with that pop-in. That was pretty brutal. And they misdrop a square on top of it, which I don't think helps. And we have... Oh, wow. Yoshi's board has been destroyed there.
Wow.
That rain came right down on the exact area they didn't need it to. That could be bad for them. They're still alive, but they're also forced into soft dropping, which is one of Jaden's blitzes they sent across. They also took that time to, I believe, defend, which was interesting.
Yeah, so different bosses have different attacks, and the players are all fully aware of these attacks and are choosing the bosses based off of such. So a lot of bosses have attacks that allow the boss time to defend. So when a boss is clearing lines, they can either choose to have that go towards the blitz meter or towards clearing the garbage on the bottom of the board, and they do that by hitting their zone button to toggle. A lot of players choose to defend while the team is slowed down a little bit. So Pisces' built-in stalling blitz is going to be that soft drop. These players are extremely fast. Taking away their hard drop takes away so much of their speed.
Absolutely, and we have another team zone in here. Ferox, I believe, had a go at me the other day for calling it a phase. It's not a phase is the technical term, but we might use that anyway. We're going into the second phase. And the team is going to be required to score as well as they can. T-spins and Tetris, they don't really matter here. It's just about how many lines you can plonk down and how quickly. So Jaden is now the one who's under pressure, stacking like their life depends on it, because it literally does. The more lines they clear, the less intense the incoming attack will be.
Right, you may just... This was so quick, but you may have noticed that Jane did not go for a PC on her board.
No, they didn't go for the PC.
From the boss do not count unless there's no garbage on the board. So there was no reason for Jane to go for that PC, which is why she didn't. And she does seem like she's at the top of her board right here, but she knows how to work through these T-spins. A little bit of misdropping here and there, but these players are at the bottom of the board with that soft drop blitz, and so you are going to see those players aren't able to do much with this time.
No, they've only got a quarter of their meter filled up just there. Jaden is pretty comfortable up here. Frankly, they're just going to wait until they send a pretty intrusive blitz like soft drop before they go into defense. Here they are now. They take out another line.
You mentioned it with Yoshi last time, and we're seeing it a bit this time, is that they are playing up higher on the board, which is not working out for them. When it comes to play styles against Pisces, playing up on the board is very risky.
Oh, Yoshi's board here is not looking great. They are quite high. They're going to chuck down that single there. Would have hoped for a few more line clears. And they are on row 20, row 19 here. This is not great. They might be done for here.
Yeah, and Jaden definitely knows this and is going for the kill right here. Screen watching is a very important part of this game mode, but I do also want to point out that Jaden has two teammates, and I would bet you that they're in a call right now, and they're telling Jaden what's going on.
Yeah, macro play is incredibly important. It definitely helps having a team alongside you to help point out things that you may have missed. And super shocking with that misdrop is going to go down. Same with Yoshi getting bumped up. It's all down to OSW, one of Jaden's nemesis. Nemesis? I'm good with words. Nemesis.
Ooh, and OSW may have meant to drop that eyepiece down that well, and the soft drop timing just not there. All right, OSW finding this Tetris. That Tetris is massive for Revival, and it's also important to note that unlike in Zone Battle and a lot of other different modern Tetris modes, T-spins are worth less than Tetris is here in Connected
Which is
Versus.
strange. It essentially prioritizes speed in a way. OSW, no.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
if he lives, which I don't think he will based
I
on
don't think
rotations
you will.
alone.
I think, yeah.
No.
Okay, so when you are at the top like that, you get 15 rotates before your piece locks in. So that, although it seems like OSW should have been able to stall rotating that O piece there is a limited amount of time on that. And the fact that I know that it's 15 rotates, that's how important stalling it is in this game mode. Is I only know that because of this.
It's funny, I thought it was 14, but I'd be inclined to believe you. I think a bit more on that.
Yeah.
It's somewhere between 14 and 15.
Well, I know it's 15 because if you try to rotate a piece back and forth, it's an odd number of times. And so it will almost always lock in. It'll lock in on the one that you don't want unless you're counting. And so
Policy, interesting. Does IRS count as a rotate? I mean, I don't think it would. I think that's just the initial starting condition.
That's a great question. I would think no. But I would have to try it. Yeah, and so we talk about IRS, which is initial rotation system. Initial rotation system isn't something that's unique to TEC because it was in TGM, but it's not a lot of versus Tetris has IRS.
I think it has more use in TEC because of the zone mechanic.
It does, yeah, because of the zone mechanic. And I mean, we saw it, high on the board right there. We weren't seeing players using it pretty much at all in score attack, but it was very prevalent there in that connected versus match. And so this is 1-1 right now. So
yeah,
no
you're absolutely
right off the bat. And we have OSW stepping forward as the first boss for Team OSW. I'm so surprised right there. Team's named after him, and he's stepping up first.
That's crazy. I love, by the way, I have to mention this. I love that the connected versus scoreline is 1-0. I love that. It's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
It is a first one. You're not wrong. But now it's going to be a shoe on the other foot scenario. With
So I did if we had this earlier and I didn't see it, I'm sorry, but we do see OSW choosing Pisces as well. Maybe trying to give Jaden a little bit of a taste of her own medicine. But Pisces is a very popular boss. It does disrupt your board a lot with that pop in and pop out. If you are new to Connected Versus, which is a ranked playlist that's only available in TC on Saturdays, so hop on tomorrow. And or hop in my time zone. So if you're interested in playing boss, I would say Pisces is great no matter what skill level you are.
Yeah.
It is always disruptive. It is the most consistent.
The interesting thing with Pisces is that it obviously has soft drop, which is shared by all of its Area 1 blitzes, but there are a lot of intrusive board-changing blitzes. A lot of other bosses will have things that affect the player directly in terms of information or mechanics, such as rotations, visibility, next and hold queue being affected. Invisible is a big one, right? These are information-based things that affect you as a player. But Area 1 has the most board-influencing mechanics. I think for the lesser players around the the mid-range, it's going to be really, really harmful to your board state. There are certain strats you can use, but at the end of the day, it's all about survival. And these players, they force you into a scenario where you just have to play fast and try and dig out.
And I would say that I know how to play team pretty well. And I would say that my strategy of just down stacking as hard as I can, staying as low as possible, it can get you pretty high in that ranked ladder. I will say. I mean, it works against
Aren't you like top 100? Aren't you like top 100 in CVS?
Rank 32.
Oh, nice.
And then, I mean, you're also top 50.
I think I'm like 22nd, 21st. But I'm not fully active as I used to be. I really would like to get that 13K one day, though. I'm currently 12,988, I think. So I'm one game away.
And how many of these players could you beat when they're bossing if you just had people of equal skill levels on your team?
Oh, absolutely none of them.
Zero.
None of them. They are on another tier. And frankly, getting a match against them is difficult because everyone dodges them. They're afraid of them.
Yeah. I mean, my only times I've beaten any of these players is when one of the other ones is on my team. Like the only way I can beat Jade is if I have OSW on my team. I'm useless in that matchup.
It's a scary one, that's for sure. Or like someone like SP or OSW, they're all terrifying when they drop into ranked when they feel like it. But here we go, OSW speed stacking here. I wonder if they're gonna do what I've seen them do in the past, where they specifically don't really worry about the sort of finer details when it comes to the way the blitzes are sent. We'll see what happens here.
There is a bit of a meta of paying attention to the blitzes that you're sending and defending around it, but OSW kind of just spams blitzes at people because the blitz timers of how long they last aren't dependent on the speed of the player. And so some players can just straight up stun lock their opponents. That's happened to me before in a ranked match, and I hated it. I was just sitting there like, I can't play the game. It is infuriating. You're sitting there feeling like you can do nothing if you just have soft drop on 24/7.
They're so fast that they can literally break the game for other players, and that's saying something. But then again, OSW might have a bit of a challenge here. We are talking about Jaden, Ferox, and Zin. Jaden, one of the world record holders in this game for being literally the fastest. Ferox having the most experience and the most knowledge in this game mode, and Zin being an all-round powerhouse.
Yeah, and we are going to see this second kind of the formality of the first. I'm sorry, I'm calling it a zone. It's the first phase.
Oh, whatever. It's not
first
phase,
zone
it's
is
not
over.
Zone.
We're
the
going.
Zone.
Yeah, all right. And we see these players staying pretty low on their boards. Jaden does have a pretty intrusive pop in right there, and that just feels like RNG targeting her.
At the end of the day, something that's really difficult that players need to keep in mind is that pop in and the pop out affects your board depending on the shape of it. So what I mean by this is if your stack is nice and flat, it'll affect you evenly across the board. But if you have a bit of a slope as you've upstacked, it will affect the upstacking slope. It's affecting the top of the board. So don't have the one side of your board be very high because then the top is lopsided. It can be intrusive if your board is not flat. So
right,
that's
and
if we're talking
about versus Tetris and basically any other kind of modern Tetris, these are some of the fastest players in the world. They're very used to being able to get away with a lot in terms of bold stacking, and so they might be a little bit out of their element here.
That pop out was absurdly damaging to all their boards. No one got out free of charge there.
Yeah, so we are going into the second zone here, and OSW only has 3 lines on the board.
Yeah, no,
one of the other things that I don't think we've mentioned yet, we talked about that Tetrises versus singles do not make a difference in zone. It is just height. The only other thing that matters is the amount of cascade at the start of the round. You see those pieces get pulled down by that cascade.
Oh, Jaden, no.
Jaden exiting zone a little bit early there. That is going to give OSW a chance here to make it
he no longer has to defend because he should survive the next zone, so he no longer is required to defend. It means he can go all out on blitzes right now, which is a terrifying prospect that the Gravity Max is going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Getting a soft drop in a rain.
The thought that I didn't finish earlier about the cascade, yeah, no worries, is neither of us were expecting zone to end there. So is that cascade line clears are only worth 5/12 of the damage as a normal line clear. So you do want to minimize that. You are going to see top players leaving a well open, and it's more easy to communicate in a tournament setting versus a ranked match, but generally just one player will want to leave that well while the others upstack, and if you're a good teammate, you'll save your eyepieces for your teammates as well.
Absolutely. There's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done sometimes, because you one of the strategies you can employ is one second, Jaden is in a bit of a bad situation. You might focus on them for a sec rather than explaining the way we play the pre-zone. Getting sent another blitz here, soft drop combined with another rain, and that is a really dangerous dependency.
Yeah, that's a spike in the middle of the board that Jaden does fill up with that eyepiece, but she's not where she wants to be right now, and you can just see how frustrating it is to deal with that soft drop lock-in speed, and Ferox is dead here first.
Wow, that was unexpected. I did not see their death coming anytime soon. They're going to try and revive him, but... Oh my god.
And OSW cleans that up. And that is just the power of Pisces there for you. The ability to just push you up on your board. You think everything is fine. You think you're in control. You think you're safe. And just within 2 blitzes, you are done.
Done. Wow.
Yeah,
that was a little bit quick, if I'm honest. That was quite a quick game.
I'm not surprised that both teams started off by choosing Pisces there. If you're just familiar with the connected campaign and not connected versus, you might be a little bit surprised by Pisces' choice there, because that is the easiest boss to beat in the connected campaign.
The first one you come up against.
Yeah. It seems harmless when you're playing in the connected campaign, but it's so different in the ranked mode.
Yeah, I think a couple of pitfalls there for the Gravity Maxes towards the end there. That zone breaking quickly was quite damaging because it meant that OSW wasn't required to downstack and defend during that next phase of the game. So that was a pretty bad situation to find themselves in. Ferox dying quickly there probably could have survived a little bit longer. Unfortunately, it just went that way, and now the Gravity Maxes are probably feeling the pressure to win the next couple of games.
Yeah, and so we were talking about trying to figure out which game mode is probably going to go next. If we do see a Jaden versus OSW zone battle, this could be very interesting. But we did also say that a Ferox versus Xin classic score attack. That's kind of a toss-up. I would say that's favored for Xin there, though.
I actually think it would be. I think Classic would be much more in favor of Ferox. Ferox is actually like near 9K.
Okay, Ferox is a great player, but I'm not gonna lie, Ferox. I'm gonna tell you a secret. Austin called you inconsistent earlier.
Oh, hot diggity dog! What?
So I mean, you guys can talk about that afterwards, but Austin said it, not me.
You're starting a war here. The chat
spin. Already played score. Okay, I'm trying to keep everything straight, but didn't quite get it. Yeah, Austin's gone. It's just me and Wiley in control of the stream now, and
yeah. Sorry, Austin is long gone now. So I believe he's changing countries.
Yeah, so the Ghost of Austin has typed that this is classic score attack on the screen.
So Yoshi, it'd be Yoshi versus Ferox.
Yoshi,
is probably the
Yoshi
prediction.
Ferox. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Which Yoshi is really strong. I think I heard they hit 9K. Maybe they're 9K. But both players are quite evenly matched. Let's see if our prediction is correct. Yes! Prediction is correct! We're so big-brained. Our minds are massive and our craniums cannot contain them. Oh my gosh.
And Ferox firing back in the Twitch chat. Shen, don't start right now. I don't want to see your zone battle consistency. All right, so we do have a little bit of friendly fire going on here. I'm so glad to have started that.
Wow.
And we will get this match started soon. I assume this is also a 1st to 2. Cool. And zone battle, would that be 1st to 3?
1st to 2?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm guessing every. I'm on a hot streak of guessing this.
I think next year we need to have like zone battle 1st to 2, but it's played with the slow mod on.
No. Dude, never
so
let
painful.
Wiley design a tournament. Oh my goodness.
Listen, I peaked with limited pieces. It's all downhill from here.
Okay. Light Ride saying in chat, zone might be 1st to 4. Light Ride is also a reliable source in this one, but we'll find out when we get there. Players are probably, I'm assuming, loading into the lobby now, and we should get this underway soon. And we will have to do, or no coin flip for speed decide because
it's going to be a 9. It's going to be a 19, right? 19. I want to see a 19 start. I don't think it's in the rule set though. Usually in other classic tournaments, you actually can't start 19, despite it being where all the hype is. 18 though, will be most likely where they kick it off. 15, 18.
Oh, so yeah, 19 is not allowed in this
19 is
tournament either. So
I think I'm in the minority when like I say that like I really enjoy 19 starts. But unfortunately, just aren't part of the rule set often. So.
All right, we are getting this started up here. I would assume that both of these players would choose 18 starts. That's very standard in classic Tetris tournaments, and both of these players are active in the classic scene.
Watch them start Spear 15 despite us.
No,
just
Ferox would.
He would do that, right?
He would do that just to make us mad.
So, off we go. Bit of a weird start. Going to require a lot of tucks and... Wow, okay, Ferox is going to go for the 4-line clear, the 4-line burn starting off. Yoshi's managed to make it work, though.
Yeah, that is probably one of the awkwardest starts I've ever seen. Ferox, this would be a good stack if you were playing Modern, but alright, getting back into the classic stack here. It probably is so difficult to context switch, but I guess that's also what this tournament, TECWC, Trifecta, all about.
Yeah. Ferox does know that he's playing classic and not just regular score attack, right? He saw the word classic in it, didn't he? Anyway, Yoshi there with a near miss drop managed to just make that last minute adjustment just in time. And right now, neither player with a good Tetris rate. Yoshi's board is looking a bit worse for wear.
Both players just not getting good RNG for this yet.
Yeah, this is not fantastic.
No.
I'm
sure I would have topped out already by now, because this is rough. But both players handling it very well, keeping their boards clean, and a misdrop from Yoshi.
Yeah,
right
on cue, misdrop there. Great last minute rotation there. Ferox is set up for a Tetris. They need to get the Tetris rates up. A good rule of thumb with Classic is to have that Tetris rate be above 50-60%. Anything in that range is really good, and you're actually on pace for a max out. So Ferox is going to want to get his Tetris rate up to that 60% and start to really tear ahead. It's early game though, so when we see Yoshi with a 13, while it's not fantastic, it's not the end of the world. There's plenty of lines to go.
And Wiley, can you remind us what line count it is for transition into speed 19?
130, and then we have speed 29 at 230.
Gotcha. And so both of these players, I believe, capable of playing at speed 29. So it'll be very exciting if we get there.
I don't think so, actually. I don't think either one of them. Yeah, 19 is quite.
Okay, well then maybe Ferox just lied to me.
Oh, did you say 19 or 29? I'm so sorry.
I said 29, but
yeah, no, 29 is incredibly difficult. The pieces are falling at 1 cell per frame, and it's quite difficult to just get those pieces over to the left or right unless you're literally rolling, which you can do.
Right.
You can if you get the controllers out, but I don't think these players are going to be doing that. Yeah. They're very comfortable on their keyboards, or well, controllers. I think actually Xbox controllers.
Okay, we also hold at 350 lines or level 41.
Yes.
All right. Good to know. All right. So Ferox having the score lead here. We do see the line count at the exact same right now.
Yeah. No players really like that far ahead in lines. So something we talk about in Classic is pace. Ferox has a much better pace right now. That 50% rate. Going for a Vits, a vertical I-tuck setup.
Hello?
Beautiful.
The Vits? Love
the
to see it. And that,
and the
Ferox.
misdrop, that's even more impressive. Well done, mate. Pretty good pieces to clean it up though, yeah. I don't think he's really worried that much. Yeah, great pieces. A single Mino blocking it off though. Forced to burn even more. They're close to getting good pieces, but they're just not perfect.
Yeah, and I am also going to point out, we talked about our score attack match being players from different continents, and this is actually the same.
Yeah, I think Yoshi's currently...
Yoshi's over there with you, Wiley.
I don't know if he's currently in the country. I can't remember, but he is my Aussie brethren. Giving me a run for my money in terms of OSR and the best Aussie in this game. I'll never be good enough, gang. I'll never be good enough. But Ferox, because of that dig, has dropped down. He's plummeted to 40 Tetris rate here. There's only about a 3 Tetris difference between them. And Yoshi, unfortunately, misdropping that J just there. They're probably just
fixable with an O piece, but amazing burn. That is much better than trying to double hit an O piece in there, which I don't even know if that's possible.
And now Yoshi's board here is fantastic, frankly. You want that sloping from left to right. You want to get all the material you can to the left and then just take the Tetris on the right. Unfortunately, doesn't preserve their dash, doesn't have that charge to get that L all the way over to the side. It's going to take 3 line burns, and that is, of course, not efficient, gamers. Ferox, of course, also making a few mistakes, it seems.
It was more so just bad RNG, but bad RNG at the top of the board can spell death. Oh no, Ferox.
And now Yoshi just needs 1 Tetris. They take a burn here, which that would have been the Tetris they needed. I'm a little shocked these players have topped out on level 8. We've had a level 18 top out.
Okay, this whole entire match has had bad RNG. Let's be entirely honest here.
It's been a bad sequence of pieces.
This is
Sometimes
a really
it just
bad
doesn't work
scene.
out. And Yoshi just has to plug that hole again.
Yeah, we do have the 2-minute chase down timer enabled here, but Yoshi is going to be able to get through this with how many Tetrises? Is that 1?
No, that's only half a Tetris. They only need realistically A Tetris would get them like 10k off on top of this, 10, 12k.
Okay. Well,
And yeah,
just going
a
for
double,
the line
a double
out
will
right
do it.
here. Yeah.
A double will do it pretty easily. And they're gonna do it in style.
With the
There we
Tetris,
go.
there it is.
21,000 ahead.
Nice. All right, and that is going to be our first in this first two. Yeah, that is just that is an unfortunate seed.
Yeah, rough beginning with the, I believe it was a J and an S, and then 2 Z's. Not great. And next
All right.
game here.
No hesitation starting this up. Hopefully, yeah, okay. So already the piece sequence is better. I'll say that.
Yeah, a lot cleaner, a lot flatter.
Maybe we'll see a
And-
bit more quote unquote normal stacking here.
Yeah, both players making very different decisions here. Ferox is forced to burn while Yoshi gets the first Tetris of the game, and their board is looking fantastic. Ferox now ready for a Tetris and is going to take it right next to Yoshi again in score.
Yeah, and if you're not as familiar with classic Tetris, tournament Tetris, there is a lot of screen watching in kind of a different way than you'd expect. So players typically consider it to be advantageous to be behind in line count because you can hear or see when your opponent gets those long bars, and that'll help you kind of plan around your Tetrises. And so
Yeah, the strategy
it's
developed.
always odd.
The strategy developed over in the actual, like, you know, the core classic scene.
Yeah.
But it's not quite as easy when you're on CRT televisions and the game is directly next to you. But in TEC, where you have all that feedback, the sound, you can literally see the player right next to you. It's way more viable. So it is a play to be a few lines behind, a few pieces behind. It doesn't usually happen, but what I recommend, if to the people watching, try not to soft drop. Soft dropping is kind of a detriment. Don't cut into the time you have to react. Let your opponent get ahead if they want to soft drop, and then just take it nice and slow. Give yourself all the time in the world to think.
Yeah, and that is, you're not going to see either player be soft dropping here, or push down. That's what they use in classic communities.
Push
They
down,
call it
yes.
Pushing down, yes. There's a little bit of terminology that's slightly different. I'm trying to context switch, but I will say I'm more familiar with the modern terminology.
You're
So-
right, though. It is pushed down.
It is pushed down. And it's odd to think about that in TEC, especially when you're at those lower ranks. If you are having, I would say, like a speed 12 start, not pushing down can allow your opponent to get very far ahead of you if you do need to use that 2-minute chase down timer. So be wary of that. But at speed 18, definitely no soft drop button being used.
As long as you maintain efficiency, realistically soft dropping or push down won't affect the game too much. It won't put you that big of a deficit. However, I will mention that Yoshi is pacing fantastically well, scoring another Tetris, and it seems like both players have finally found their rhythm in game 2 here. Ferox at 49 Tetris rate, not that bad, but Yoshi at 63. They're at the exact same line count right now. Yoshi's burn here will open up the world. Simultaneous Tetris, beautiful.
Right, and I would say the more I learn about both classic and modern Tetris, the more I appreciate the decisions that go into this clean stacking. There are a couple of different puzzle websites for both classic and modern Tetris.
Yes.
But there's so much more going into every single individual
Yoshi.
decision that you see.
Yoshi, your fixes are incredible! 3 different tucks there to clean up that stack.
Amazing talks right there. Yoshi being able to, one hole in the board, but that's very good
The eyepiece will
considering the
clean it up,
situation
yeah.
they were in. Yeah.
And that gives Ferox the room to actually catch up here. 54% Tetris rate versus 57. But with the two differences in line, I think we're about even again. All caught up.
We do have a message in chat saying this doesn't look like 3v3. So there are ace matches where each of the players from the team has to play 1v1 matches. So that is part of this finals format of this 3v3 tournament. So this is the second of up to 3 1v1 matches that we can see here. Yeah.
And right now, Yoshi's in a bit of a dig here. This is going to give Ferox the time and the lines to actually catch up in efficiency here. Yoshi's efficiency is going to plummet. They need to get through these dirty lines. Ferox here, board is looking beautiful. They've got that lovely flat stack here that can accommodate any sequence of pieces in Classic.
Ooh, and they cover the well right when they get 2 eye pieces. Oh, and there's the
another
third.
one, beautiful.
Wow. And that is just, sometimes it feels like the game is against you when you're playing Classic because of that brutal randomizer.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the eyepiece at the right time. That is a beautiful burn, Pharaoh. That took into account the next piece. Loved it. Gonna have to do another couple of sets of burns here. Oh, they need that S or that Z or anything. Oh, that's incredible, Pharaoh. Great pieces that work with some really good movement.
Yeah, and this top of the board stacking is not easy to do here. We did see that cause Ferox to lose last round, but very well handled here.
And we are approaching, we're at 112 lines versus 111 lines. We're getting close to level 19, which is a speed increase of about 33%. So we'll see how this goes. I would be nervous if I were them. The difference between level 19 and 18 is at level 18, it's 3 frames per cell of the pieces moving down. On level 19, it's just 2. So you're cut down quite a bit. Ferox yeeting that piece to the side there.
Forced to take a hole in the board here. As
great burns,
both players with amazing burns, keeping that board stacked, Tetris ready. And they, I thought they were at the exact place in the piece sequence, but I look at the line counts and it's not,
Ferox needs an eyepiece to make this work. He's going to be able to burn here, and now has room for one more Tetris. Yoshi has transitioned there.
Yoshi, both players have transition, and Ferox with the slight score lead, but it can come down to better stacking in this speed 19, and we see both players here not handling this piece sequence well. It's not a great piece sequence, but neither player finding a clean board out of it.
Both players are capable of digging out of these situations, getting into a better board state. Will the pieces accommodate? I don't know. Will they have the last second adjustments they need to make the pieces work as they play? I don't know. Ferox seems to know.
Yeah, Ferox definitely hacking the game over here, finding out the piece sequence, editing it for himself as we speak. Yoshi is having a little bit of center well action here.
Ferox's board is looking pretty scary right now. They're just throwing pieces to left and right. Are they going to get the eyepiece? They're not going to get the eyepiece. They're going to top out. Yoshi needs to score 2 Tetrises, actually a little more than 2 Tetrises here. So can they do that in 2 minutes? I don't know. The speed, can they handle it? I don't know.
Yeah, this is definitely a tall order, but not impossible here for Yoshi. Only the pieces will tell. This is just, it's up to the RNG gods at this point, and Yoshi's ability to stack around this.
They're cleaning up their board here. They need those 4 rows of lines. 4 rows of material to score a Tetris. They just need 2 Tetrises now, less than 2 Tetrises. They're currently on speed 22. There's plenty of runway to do this.
Yeah, and they are just taking that triple here. It is. Ooh.
I saw what they wanted to do, but they thought too late. They saw it too late. They just had to go with their first option. And they're going to be forced to burn.
Yeah.
Throw that eyepiece to the side. Clean. And although I wouldn't have put that piece there, we'll see if they can make it work. They plug the well. Yoshi, they can't quite seem to find the rhythm of these pieces. They take the double and they...
Oh, wait, the tuck is insane there. Yoshi's definitely at the mercy of this game right now, but they are doing amazing given that's a great burn. Amazing burn right there. They are just trying to line out right here, but there's only 48 seconds left on that chase down timer.
Oh, this is not as close as I think it could be. They should be fine here. 6,000 points. If they just line out, there's no longer a need to go for Tetrises.
Yeah,
they should be fine.
Doing about 1,000 points here.
And
I think
that is
they're gonna find it. Yeah, that's it. Wow.
And Yoshi has taken this match
2-0, and that is some clean stacking right there. The end, knowing that they can just go for lining out. They don't greed for that Tetris, which I'm sure so many players would do in that situation.
Yeah,
that's game knowledge right there.
Those players played pretty well. I know that that's not close to their best. I know that they definitely can play better, but the pressure of this scenario, they're live on stream, it's gonna impact you a bit. I'm pretty sure Ferox has not maxed out yet.
That brings us to 1-3 in terms of score. So this is a 1st to 4, considering there's 7 potential rounds that we can play. So this comes down to these next connected versus matches. Yeah,
so the Gravity Maxes need to win both of them. So they need to win both as team and as boss, which is a hefty tall order.
Yeah, and with the last connected versus matches that we saw, it definitely looks like the boss side is overpowered. But I am going to point out that Area 1 is no longer on the table for either team.
We might see Capricorn.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to probably see some Capricorn gameplay here, which is so cool.
We love Capricorn gameplay.
Watching people play against Capricorn is so cool. Playing against Capricorn makes me want to cry.
We have Xin as boss, which is a really, leaving Xin last of boss, I think is a really good play here. Who do we have left on boss? We have Yoshi for boss as well. This could be scary. Yoshi is a bit of a dark horse. We don't see them too often in ranked right now. I know they're currently pursuing education, bloody nerd. But they are very, very solid. However, in saying that, I think they main the Area 1 Sagittarius. So they could be in trouble.
Yeah, and another thing that I don't think we mentioned explicitly yet is that the same player cannot play boss twice. So we are not going to see Jaden and OSW on boss. That is also going to give a little bit of momentum back to the team, as they did choose, in my opinion, their best boss players for those first rounds.
Yeah, I would assume up next is Zin, but Ferox has someone... Lyra's pointed out in the chat. Ferox can also take boss, and Ferox is a very well-rounded player. Mm-hmm. I don't know what they main. I think they just sort of play a bit of everything, because they're just a solid player. Meanwhile, Shocky, I know that Shocky loves the Area too. But against these players, that might not be the best pick. I think that they'd be wise to put Yoshi in next.
Right, I think Shocky is one of the players on both of these teams that I see the most in the CBS ranked queue. And I would say that he plays a lot of variety of bosses. I know that if you main boss in Connected Versus, it can get a little stale to play the same over and over again. But I definitely see Shocky as one of the players who does not do that.
Shocky's only like 12k, aren't they? Because they're just so, they bounce around. They're just having fun.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like that's the way to do it. I don't know if he is 12k exactly. Definitely
high 11.
I might be 13.
Really?
Shocky.
Are they 13?
Yeah, I think he's 13.
When I was playing, they were 11k. I thought they climbed to 12.
Might actually be 14. Yeah,
no way. Are they 14? What?
No, because I'm 12. I know Shocky's 13.
You're 12 now?
I have been.
I need to play. What the heck? I remember when I was playing, you were 11.5 and I was like 12.5. I need to get on the climb.
Yeah, the SR, everybody switched around, and you gotta get back in queue.
I gotta jump in. We should lobby up sometime.
Yep.
Be fun.
I play when you're sleeping and you play when I'm sleeping.
I'll have to get up in the middle of the night then.
Okay. So these players are going to be getting set up in this Connected Versus match, definitely having conversations about who is bossing, what boss they are playing. Oh, wait, Zin on Capricorn.
Zin on Capricorn.
Capricorn, yeah.
So yeah, they're putting in Zin next, which is honestly, I think, a really solid pick.
Yeah, we called it with the Capricorn here. This is an Area 4 boss, so we are going to see those purple Minos on the boss side. Capricorn is a really interesting boss because the early attacks are, I would almost say, beneficial. Like, not even a debuff to the team, but it's about those later attacks. And it does come down to RNG a lot here. So we do see what Capricorn does is manipulates the piece sets. So there's Tri-Minos, there's Pentaminos, and there's Broken Minos. And we do see the Tri-Minos there in that beginning attack. Generally, you only see Tri-Minos once.
Yeah, you only see it usually at the start. Occasionally you can get Pentos, but we then get sort of lost in the technical stuff with statistics. And realistically, that's a misdrop from OSW there, but they're going to fix it up.
Yeah, that's that kind of thing that you're just going to have to hold the IRS button on right there, and OSW is going to be able to handle that one.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, so one of the things that Capricorn, I think, it's the most important when we're talking about boss level, which is something that I just learned about recently, is that there are 10 boss levels, and what boss level we're at, that'll choose the attacks that we send. So the more lines that Zen is clearing here, they are going to put themselves into closer to just doing brokens. Okay, so we are seeing those pentos here. There are 4 different sets of pentos. I've also been informed recently. And so some pento sets are easier than others.
Yeah.
But
different
all
loadouts,
of the brokens
really
are pretty much just death.
Yeah, the further you get into the game, like you mentioned, you see more of broken. It tends to come up more often. And then we see less of the other ones.
And here's our first broken.
Yeah. And as you can see, the players are basically forced to just stop playing. It is that intrusive. Broken might be objectively the most difficult blitz to play. We're humans. We're not AIs. We can't really visualize the kick table as well. I wonder if one day we might see a player who's just really proficient with them, but right now there is no one in the game who can play
Yoshi's
them.
soft dropping every piece they're used to playing against places.
Oh my God.
I do that all the time.
We have more pentos here.
More pentos. Okay, so the pentos are actually not that difficult to stack, but we do see that this isn't the easiest set of pentos because we can see that plus sign pento. That to me is indicative that we're using one of the more difficult sets, and that kind of Z pento is not easy to work with either.
Yeah, and the team only has has 3/4 of their blitz meter filled up. There's only one of them that's even remotely lower the board, and that's Shocky. Has a really good down stack here. Yoshi at the top of the board though, and same with OSW. Zin could probably kill here with one more attack.
No, look at how fast they're filling up that meter. I do think that they are going to be able to fill that, and there it is there. Okay, so if we talk about who has the best well, it is Shocky with that 4 high. 4 actually is not that bad here.
No, it's 4's really good, frankly. That's only what we're talking, I think 7 attack difference. It's not that bad.
Yeah. And so this is going to be a relatively strong zone from the team here, but Zin was able to defend all but 2 lines here, so definitely going to live this.
Yeah, each line of attack, each 10 attack that the team sends is converted into lines on Zin's board. Is I believe the formula. I'm not quite sure on that. You'll have to fact check me later, gang. For now, we have another broken, I believe, which is just horrific.
Speaking of broken, yeah. I would call Zin's board in a similar state.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, but they have plenty of time to downstack and defend here. That's the thing about broken. It gives you ample time. It is the penultimate blitz for stalling, for making the team slow down and giving you as a boss time to defend.
Right. The only blitz that has a similar effect as brokens is going to be the no rotate blitz. Giving the players brokens looks the exact same.
You have to basically stop playing, yeah.
Not letting them rotate. It is. There are so few blitzes in the game that will make even the best players in the world stop playing.
The thing is that like the last thing we want as a player is holes in our stack. We don't want that. It requires burning, slowing down, thinking more. It's just bad news if there's holes in your stack. And sometimes it might be more beneficial to just wait for the blitz to be over. Right now, that's what we're seeing exactly here. OSW's board is the only one that's sort of clean. Yoshi's nice and low now, which is good. And Zin is just speed running. Look at him go!
Yeah, and this is... We mentioned that for the team. T-spins count less than Tetris's. That is also the case for the boss. So you are going to see 9-0 being the meta, but with OSW and Jaden's case, both of those players are so used to playing 6-3 that they are going to usually go for that 6-3.
And we have a death here on Shocky's board. The players are going to try and implement some sort of revival strategy. Some form of cycling maybe, but frankly, this is not looking good for them. It's going to take a miracle at this point to somehow win this matchup. We might see death cycling. We might see some sort of revival loop.
Players are given the ability to essentially play a rhythm game to get back in the game, and that's what Shocky is doing over here, tapping rotate buttons to the beat of the music. And players can make that timer faster by clearing Tetris's or T-spins. T-spins being T-spin minis or singles or doubles or triples if you want. But Shocky is going to be clapping for his life here and may be able to get back in. And when players kind of chain revives, that's what we call death cycling.
Yeah, this first death isn't too impactful. Like it's not a difficult thing to revive after the first death, but sequential deaths, it's a lot longer, a lot more clapping to get them back in. And speaking of death, OSW, that is not a fantastic board state. Nope.
No. Yep. And Yoshi is also not in the best spot, but surviving for now. I would assume that OSW is probably going to be able to get back in the game. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to have Yoshi downstack, but I don't know how effective that's going to be here.
Frankly, if I was Yoshi, I'd actually die and start reviving quicker.
Yeah.
I know it sounds silly. I would actually just like... Can I say that phrase? I would end my life early.
You can say top out. top out.
Top out. I would top. That's better. Sorry, I would top out rather than try and survive this because it gives me more time to revive.
But they are surviving it so far very well. A lot of stalling. We talk about that 15 rotate minimum or maximum rather. Yeah, you can't survive that. So IRS would be able to get an eyepiece into either of the two middle columns, but the well that Yoshi had right there was on one of the columns adjacent to that, so there is no IRS to survive that.
And now it's Zin's job to somehow spam them with blitzes, trying to do as many bump ups, high stakes, everything, along with those pentos and those brokens, just as fast as they can to try and get these players out. Because right now they're going into a two-person zone. It won't be that strong.
Right, and there is 4 lines of cascade here. Unless this zone is extremely fast and Zin misdrops, this is not going to do much to Zin's board right here.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
They couldn't get the revive in time. If they maybe got Yoshi revived and hit this zone then, it might have been a little bit better, but a two-person zone just won't cut it.
Right, and if you're starting to think, okay, you may think that there's an opportunity for team to come back here, we're going to remind you of the idea of boss level. The more attack Zin does, the worse the attacks get. I'm not sure how many different sets of broken pieces there are, because they're so difficult to handle and understand. But every single minute that Zin stalls, they're pushing this match into their favor.
Yeah, but all 3 players right now are alive, but I don't think that'll be the case for long. Already, OSW is halfway up the board, getting another broken here. The next blitz should be some sort of high-stakes combination.
Yeah, and we do have Lightrod in chat confirming 3 different kinds of broken pieces. I'm just gonna say they're like all the same difficulty.
They're all horrible.
Just stop playing.
Bump up.
Ooh, OSW with a high misdrop right there.
Yeah, honestly, This is gonna sound crazy, but bots play better than humans at broken because they just see the kick table. They know how the pieces fit together. Yeah.
If you ever want to break your brain a little bit, if you can get an AI match going, that was Pentos, but they are short-lived. If you can get an AI match going and watch the level 10 AIs try to play with the broken pieces, it's insane because they will just start kicking pieces into each other in ways that you did not think was possible. Playing Connected Versus and specifically playing against Capricorn made me realize how much of our stacking is based around making your board ready for any different piece of the 7 that you have available. And when you change which 7 pieces are available, then all of the stacking fundamentals just go out the window.
You know what's equivalent to? It's equivalent to when you first figure out the SRS system. It's like, what? That's not possible. How's that possible? Wait, the L piece can go down there? It's like that, but frankly, way more intense. And that's going to be game.
That is going to be game there. Zin playing Capricorn exactly how you're supposed to in that situation. There were a lot of nuances that went on there. For example, finding the late pentos and very quickly clearing it.
Yeah, that was a really rough situation.
Zin played that perfectly, and that is why they chose Zin to boss right there, is because Zin does that all the time. They just made it look easy, but that is something that they are very skilled at.
You're absolutely right. And when they hit their stride, it's just anything short of Zin knocking chocolate milk on their computer and their power going out. It was inevitable, really. The team did the best they could to try and make something work, but alas, no cigar.
And so that is going to bring us Team OSW still a match point here. Okay.
Yep. The Gravity Maxes need to win this as team, which is quite a big ask considering who's on the other side.
Shocky and Yoshi. Yeah. I would assume Yoshi. They put in. Okay, I was about to say the opposite, so we'll see.
Really?
I think it's time of day. It's because Shocky lives in my time zone and Yoshi lives in your time zone.
I would think it's because Yoshi's a faster player, and if they can pick up a boss that works for. I know they've played Area 2. I know that Yoshi actually doesn't mind dabbling in Area 3. There's no real constraints on them. Yeah, I'm gonna predict Yoshi, and it sounds like you're predicting Super Shocky.
I mean, now that I think about it, I only said Shocky because I see him play more. And that's like, I have a recency bias on that.
Well, I mean, there is the experience factor. Like maybe there's the comfort there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what these players are discussing here. I can only think about what's going on the Gravity Maxer side. I wonder if they're typing at each other because I don't know how. I've never heard Zin speak English.
I think they are like very limited. Like they don't
typed
speak
at me in English before. Yeah,
I know that they've typed in my chat a couple of times, but for the most part, they're not like fluent. They know some stuff. Seemingly enough to play on a team with 2 English speakers. So, and we have
Shocky on Area 2. Okay, so you called it with the Area 2. We have Cancer over here, and Area 2 bosses. Okay, I'm like, not gonna lie, this is more winnable than Zin on Capricorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would rather play Shocky. It's close, okay? It's close, but I would rather play Shocky in this scenario. Ferox is going to have the well here.
Yeah, and we have our first team zone. Misdrop from Jaden that is going to require a couple of pebble pieces to clean that up, which they've got one there. Nice and easy. They leave another misdrop, leaving another hole in that place. Shocky playing fairly cleanly with a few defense orbs.
You mentioned the purple pieces here. Those are the magic Minos. Those are going to cause Cascade. In earlier version of the game, Cascade cleared with the magic Minos actually did less damage, but that has since been changed. And the magic Minos are more likely to spawn when you're earlier in the game. So they start off at about a 20% spawn rate and then go down from there.
And I only found that out recently, so the more you know. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of information on this game mode that you can kind of really only gain through talking to the community. It's a very intricate game mode. For a game mode that's only available as a ranked playlist one day of the week, it's very intricate.
Yeah, it's a very, like, the depth of this game is incredible. And if you guys want to learn more, join the Discord. Austin, if you're free, you should put the link to the Discord server in the chat, maybe. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources that we have over there.
Yeah.
Definitely feel free to ask questions.
I love the community Discord. It's awesome. I love it.
And we do have Light Ride pointing out in chat, Area 2 soundtrack is my favorite, personally. It's a very good one. I think it should be your favorite too. I'm not biased in the slightest. But let's talk a bit more about the attack. If you're not familiar with this game mode, what's going on with the unstable attack is that pieces, some of them will start spawning in with that fiery kind of skin. And if you put down any 2 pieces where the fiery Minos are adjacent to each other, then it causes an explosion in your board. So it's kind of an odd stacking pattern where some players can work around it. We're not going to see that straight up stop playing like we saw with Capricorn. And that is why Area 2 is generally considered a little bit weaker. But if it's what you're familiar with, you can make it work.
Yeah, exactly. I think you summed it up pretty well. Like it is just an explosion in your board, and it's not fun to deal with. So we try to avoid that. It can be quite RNG, and it usually leaves a lot of awkward shapes. Shocky here, having that Tetris ready to go in case the board got rough in the center.
Well,
and now,
fun fact: there's a slight amount of time where the attacks don't count. That's why he had the Tetris ready like that. Yeah, is because he was waiting because he knew that if he cleared that earlier, then it wouldn't have counted. That is something I would have known if the community didn't tell me. Join the Discord for more fun facts.
Join the
like
Discord,
that.
gang. It was also, I believe, there's part of it's due to the block out, like the block out of the board, which is never fun to deal with.
All right, yeah, and we do see Twist is another very invasive attack that this boss has. And one of the other less obvious things going on here is the no hold. So no hold, you're probably thinking, all right, these are very good players. And honestly, we just watched some of them play Classic. They did a really good job without hold. And I would argue that, yeah, although it's not invasive for most top players, it's invasive when you pair it with other attacks.
Yeah, it's the combination, and a lot of this game mode at the higher level is knowing the cycles, knowing what blizzards tend to follow each other, and then pairing them together. Like right here, we see Shocky trying to sprint out another blizz because, frankly, these board states would not go well with Unstable.
Yep, Ferox is having that downstacked board. That's what I mentioned earlier, that sometimes you just want to, to use Classic terms, line out. And do not worry about those Tetrises. Okay, yeah, Ferox knows that he's at the bottom of the board and he can do this. Yeah, he's
going for T-spin 0.
Yeah, that's
leaving the TPs. That's fantastic.
So much Ferox. But just trying to get lines cleared to try to help his teammates survive here. Shocky has defended a lot, is only going to have 5 lines on the bottom of the board going into the zone.
Ferox is gonna make sure this cascade does nothing.
I could see this going to a decider. It comes down to this zone here.
The team might win, yeah.
The team might win this. This might be our first team win of the night, and that is not. It's not an easy thing to do. Like I mentioned earlier, Shocky is an insanely good boss player. It's just that he's not
got 5 lines of material.
Yeah,
he's got 5 lines of material. Definitely survivable here. Gonna need a good defense. The team is on 17, gonna hit 18. Could even hit 19 here if they can kick over that.
Jaden with the OP spawn, unfortunate there. Let's see where this puts Shocky. That's up at the top of the board. This could come down to the fact that Ferox did have a clean board going into that zone, and these players are going to try to spam out efficiency here, trying to fill as much of this meter as possible, hoping that Shocky pops out.
Shocky needs to send an attack here to slow down these players, because look how fast they've already cleared that. Look how fast they've already built up their meter. They're past a quarter of the way. Shocky needs to slow them down.
Right, we haven't talked about this. Yeah, needs to defend. We haven't talked about this much yet, but this is where it's starting to come into play, is the fact that this is on One Piece preview. We're used to Modern Tetris being on 4-5 piece preview.
Oh, Shocky. Oh.
Yeah, but this being One Piece preview is actually changing things up. So this game mode does still have 7-bag, which means that even if you're not on that 4-piece preview, you can kind of get a feel for what your next queue looks like. Because you're generally not at the mercy of your next 2 pieces, but when you only have 6 lines of board, that next queue's lack of it is going to actually start mattering.
This game mode, it's got so many weird things like that. Like, we have most other versions of Tetris that have a 3, 4, 5 next queue. TEC itself starts you with a 3 and can go up to 4, so being pulled right back to 1, it's just so limiting. And right now, Shocky's setting another. He's not defending. He's going all in. But I think the team's got their meter filled. Yeah.
Look at that meter. Yeah. No. I think that we are going to go to a decider here, which is insane considering we were at that 3-1. But this zone is kind of a formality at this point.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shocky is living on borrowed time. I don't think this works out for them. So we will be going to a zone battle.
Ooh, wait, this is coming down to Jaden versus OSW zone battle. Guys, we're in for
this is a luxury and a gift. Merry Christmas to all.
Oh, if I thought about the fact that that's what was on the line, maybe that makes this a lot different. And Shocky just, yeah, okay. Yeah, this
is actually early Christmas present. I'm so excited.
Some players, if they know that they're going to die, they will just top out instead of playing that final zone. But I commend Shocky there for playing out that entire zone, full well knowing that there wasn't really much.
Look at the meter contribution from the players. Really,
it's
really level
so even. Hello.
Yeah, so even. I'm not even kidding. This is like an early Christmas present. I'm so cute.
Yeah, and I'm sure the players aren't happy that this is going to a decider, but we are, and you should be too.
I'm really keen, and this could go either way. I think the trend is that OSW tends to take these matchups, but Jaden has been getting closer and closer at taking them down. It's only a 1st to 3, so if Jaden gets a couple of good rounds off, OSW's then in the hot seat. If he doesn't clutch up, Jaden takes the win. Meanwhile, if OSW gets a couple of good matches, it could go either way. I'm so excited.
And this is what we love to see here. We did have Light Rod saying in chat earlier that this might be a 1st to 4 because that's what they do in Trifecta. 1st to 3. Okay. Good. Thank you, Shen. 1st to 3.
Yeah.
1st to 3 is, I would say, very standard gameplay. Although the ranked matches are 1st to 2, a lot of players prefer to play the 1st to 3s. But a lot of the times when I am seeing Jaden versus OSW in a zone battle tournament, that is generally grand finals. And so I'm used to seeing these players play in like a 1st to 3 or 1st to 5 or 1st to 7 format. So a little bit shorter.
What we basically have is a 1st to 3 deciding a 3 to 3 tiebreaker in the 3v3 game. Fantastic. I'm gonna get on my feet for this.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on my feet for this. Yeah,
Wiley will actually stand up. He's pacing. He's definitely pacing.
Okay.
And do we still have it? My cat's been sleeping through this whole time. How is he asleep right now?
He's
Zuko,
vibing, he's
wake
vibing.
up. Zuko, wake up. It's Jaden versus OSW in zone battle.
Don't
Oh
miss
my
this, Zuko! Oh, there we go. I'm excited. This is the most excited I've ever been. I got a diploma last year, and I wasn't as keen as I am right now. This is gonna be great. You're
I've
all
never
about
heard
to...
anybody use the word keen as much as you do.
Is it an Aussie thing? I don't know. Just keen as a bean. Like, it's great. It's fantastic. I'm so happy that it's been this close, and both teams should be incredibly proud of themselves. No matter who wins, they've played wonderfully, and this is going to be the grand finale of this matchup.
Yeah, and again, this is a very storied matchup. Generally, in tournaments, OSW is favored in this matchup, but Jaden has been a lot more active in ranked and in tournaments recently. The last time I saw OSW and Jaden play in a zone battle tournament, the way it went was Jaden won the first one, and then OSW bracket reset it and ended up winning.
Oh yeah. And
Do you remember that? It was so late. I was like, I kind of wanted to go to bed.
Yeah, but I loved it, and it was only the evening for me, which isn't great for you. But here we go, Jaden with a beautiful mid donation Kaiden. What was that? They did a donation on the left with a center well with a Kaiden in the middle. Beautiful. Jaden going into zone here. Both players sprinting into the zone. Jaden with a misdrop. That's not a great way to start this.
Right, and so the story of this matchup, if you're not familiar, is that Jaden is the speed player, whereas OSW plays flashy. And I once heard someone describe, it was definitely promo, describing that when he plays OSW in Tetrio, it almost feels like whether or not OSW wins is completely up to OSW. It just comes down to what he does, and it's like, it's got to be so frustrating.
Frankly, it's the misdrops maybe, who knows? Maybe the biggest challenge to OSW is OSW themselves.
Yeah, and so that's why we think it's very important to mention that Jaden has been way more active in the tournament scene lately.
Jaden, that was a beautiful 55 and 20.
So if you're not familiar with TEC's zone terminology, so an 18 or 19 line clear is going to be a perfectus. Wow, we're in phase 3. A 20 line clear is an ultimatrix, and a 21 line clear is a curbtress. Both of these players are very comfortable with those curbtress solves. Jaden practices them on an online tool regularly.
And here we have Jaden with a really clean man-made stack. OSW with a bit of dirty stuff on their board, but they're going to use that to clear a few lines. That is a 22 and 12. Jaden having a counter zone there to make things work, to try not accept into that phase 3 grotty garbage. Hate it.
OSW finds this quarter zone here, which is going to give him a bit of time. There is a misdrop there that is going to throw him off, slow him down a little bit. That slight hesitation can change so much. And yeah, OSW not finding quarter zone, and that is going to be
and the kick, I don't think even exists there. I don't know if there's a kick there that works.
I don't think there was. I think that
Jaden
was
taking the first round.
Yeah.
They only need 2 to take not just the set, but the entire matchup between these two teams.
I do want to point out there wasn't that much of a speed gap compared to what we're used to.
There wasn't, but Jaden here, I think it might be a little bit faster in this early game. OSW already up on the board here, but phase 1, it's not too detrimental being this high up. You should be fine. These players can handle it. It ain't stressy. They got the zone button to fall back on. They'll be fine.
Yeah, so we are going to see, we've talked about it before when we commented other zone battle tournaments, but if you're not familiar, phases.
Yes, phases are very important.
Yes, so the score, the higher of the two player scores determines how messy the garbage is going to be. So if the highest score is below 20,000, then garbage is going to be kind of like artificially rearranged to be cleaner. Score between 20,000 and 60,000 is going to be like quote unquote normal, and then 60,000 above is messy.
Yeah, you can think of it as like the moment that either one of the scores crosses over certain thresholds, the phases progress. So when either player, as we're going to see very shortly, hits 60,000 points, the music's going to kick up a bit, it's going to really ramp up and get bloody sick, and we will see the garbage get way messier. And I think Jaden's zone is going to do it. OSW's going to want a zone right before we cross 60,000.
Yep. So there are a lot of things that changed between zones, like we mentioned, garbage messiness, but zone timer is another big one. It kind of doesn't matter when you're as fast as these two, but yeah, okay. a big, very important part of the match is the zone that you have going into phase 3, because the player with the less garbage on their board is going to be immediately at the disadvantage.
Oh, OSW is right at the top of the board. He has a lot in their incoming queue. They get that half meter, which gives them 5 seconds of a luxurious zone. What can they do with it? They get a 14, a 17!
Yeah, I was gonna say, so that's what OSW is good at right there. All right. That's what, yep. Okay, so that's OSW doing OSW things, and that is going to put him with a quarter zone here and almost no garbage on the board. That is a beautiful combo down stack right there.
He's canceled everything.
He's canceled everything. Okay. So that's like, these players like operate like gods in this game mode, where it's like the normal rules of how to play this game mode just don't apply when these two are playing.
It's insane, Lyra. I don't know what you mean by like. They are gods. They are gods. Look at them. Jaden here at the top of the board with no... OSW somehow taking advantage here with the full meter, just finding the right time to do it. C-spin, and now Jaden
with a full zone and STSD here. OSW finding that efficiency, a misdrop at the top of the board, but this is what he's best at right here, is turning these ridiculous situations into his favor.
Jaden currently has probably around 30 attack in their pending queue here. They get that T-spin, which is really important. They're going to open up the well, and yeah, they're down to the big chunks from the zone, and that's going to be the round 1-all. We are so close to figuring out who wins this setup.
Yeah, and we saw right there, after that phase 3 zone, that is what I said is the most important moment in the game, and OSW was very definitively behind there.
Yeah, they managed to turn it around just through a really good zone. That I think it was 31 in 17, was beautiful. I love that. That made my day. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and that speed there is just the result of players being so comfortable with this game, so comfortable with their DAS. That is the kind of thing that you can only see from players who have thousands of hours in this game.
Honestly, yeah, it just comes down to a lot of experience, a lot of practice. I say this a lot to a lot of new players, but anyone can get this good. It's just practice, and these players have a lot of it.
Yeah, and we do see this phase 2 gameplay right now. Some very clean zones here from both players.
Oh, Jaden's zone was quick, but it wasn't efficient. Only 39. OSW is going to look for... I think they have it. They did have a 20, but they couldn't quite find it with the IRS. Jaden is forced up to the top of the board and manages to open up everything perfectly. That was incredible, frankly.
Yeah, so that was an interesting situation. Jaden definitely was kind of left without resources there for a second because she had no zone to defend while OSW had a very good board. And OSW's hesitation there, like, may have cost him that. Like, there was a very tiny window to win that, and OSW didn't recognize it.
That was a blazingly fast 59 in 20. OSW was forced to zone, probably at not a great time. I don't think they're comfortable zoning there, but they will make it work.
This is a good zone here because OSW was at the phase chunks right there at the end, and this is doing exactly what I thought it would do, and it's putting garbage on Jaden's board. When you see those giant chunks, that does not mean the end of the world. That actually means you're almost at the end of the queue. So that keyed me into saying that, hey, OSW actually has a better board than it looks right now.
Jaden zones here with an STSD on their board. That's an amazing combo, by the way. I think this is like a 6 combo, which, while the combo table is nerfed in the zone, it's still really efficient.
Yeah, so OSW was able to tank that garbage given his board state, but he wanted to zone instead and try to take what we call the man-made stack, where if you're the one building the stack, it's cleaner and therefore easier to work with. And this might be another round for OSW here.
Yeah, Jaden just misdropped a pretty disastrous T-spin setup already. It wasn't that fantastic. Yeah, and now we are at OSW just needs one more round to win. Jaden needs to win 2 in a row. It's not looking great for them, but it is not impossible. They just need to clutch up a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what this all comes down to. I mean, we can talk about the fact that this has been match point for one team for this whole time. I mean, this is razor thin, and I mean, this is exactly what we would expect that this would come down to. I'm still so excited to see it, though.
And it's wonderful. This is like I said, early Christmas present. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Like, no matter who wins here, they've all played incredibly well, but there does need to be a winner, and Jaden's gonna fight for it. Right now, being the first person to zone, OSW taking a bit more time to curate when they decide to hit that zone button, really just doing everything they can to put themselves in the best possible position to finally lock in this game. They've zoned 7 is not bad. Setting up for a strange triple up there.
Yeah, finding the efficiency that they can within the zone. High zones. Oh, hello. Oh, we
That
love
was
to see the
great.
kick for the ulti there. High zones are very hard to do in that late game. They are easier to do in this early game here. So it is neat to see what they're able to do in that zone 1.
Yeah, the time is the element here. Zone gets shorter and shorter the further you go into the game, based on those phases. We won't get into the numbers, but when you're in phase 3, it's a very short 10 seconds. And that's a PC!
Yeah, Jane finding the perfect clear in zone. In the perfect clear into the curb into phase 3 here. And that is an... Oh, and OSW accepts it. I don't know if that was intentional.
That was not intentional at all. That might just take the game. That's exactly what they needed.
Is this tiebreaker on tiebreaker on tiebreaker?
Oh my god.
I can't handle it.
They needed that curb. They needed that curb.
Mind you that this is one of 3 matchups of the night. We have 2 more of these.
Oh my god! That was an amazing curb! It happened so quickly, they weren't ready for it. OSW ended up tanking half of it.
Yeah, and dude, the phase 3 curve is one of the most difficult to use weapons in this game.
It's deadly. It is near instant death. It is guaranteed win for like 99% of the scenarios you find it in. OSW with a beautiful STSD, by the way. Love that. Jaden going into zone here. Again, quick. And let's see what they do with it. They misdrop the IPs. They're gonna need 2 now. They get one of them across. OSW with a fractal setting up for... That was a beautiful little ledge that they set up for that extra T-spin there.
Right. We're in an interesting position where Jaden's last zone was not very efficient, but OSW doesn't find as perfect as a zone as they could. So both players having the ever so slightest inefficiency here, that kind of brings it back to even.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden's a little higher up, but it's not going to be a big problem for them. They're both just sprinting ahead, trying to find some sort of entryway into finding an advantage. Jaden's just burning a few lines there in a combo. Breaks that combo early, and now it's going to be whoever... That's phase 3! There is no phase 2 zone!
Yeah, and if most players are playing this, you're expecting several zones to get to phase 3, but a lot of these players with their insane efficiency can push the game over past that 60,000 point mark before the third zone.
We have a 4-wide.
Okay, and the stall wide or the side ties or whatever you want to call it is going on from Jaden's side of the board right now. This is the easiest way to buy yourself a little bit of time when you need it, and Jaden finds the half zone here.
Oh, I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
OSW has the advantage here, is just trying to find the final attack, and Jaden has accepted defeat with that L-piece wiggle. And that is going to be Team OSW with 7 exclamation points, taking it to the tiebreaker with Gravity Maxers.
We got to that 7 exclamation point.
Yeah, we got to all the exclamation points. One exclamation point for all the rounds. It's poetic. It's poetic.
That last round specifically was just really close. Every single misdrop, every single placement had me on the edge of my seat, or the edge of my toes. I don't know. I'm standing up. My seat's over there. Yeah, that was a great matchup, though. Wow, we got everything we wanted. We go right to the end.
7 exclamation points in chat, everyone, for Team OSW. That we love to see it. So we are going to see them later because there are 4 teams left in the bracket. This is only half of the teams left in the... Dude, I'm so excited about this. I was so excited to see this tournament game mode just like exist in general. And
I love this format. I love the format.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. Thank you, Enhance, for adding this.
Thank you, Enhance. And thank you, Austin, by the way. Have we thanked Austin much recently? Austin's pretty cool. Is he
Austin,
here?
You're so awesome.
Cool. He's so cool, that guy. Love him.
Do we have anybody else we want to thank between matches here?
Oh, Tetris Forever? Oh, yo, Tetris Forever from Digital Eclipse? Lyra, you want to take it away?
Yeah, so Tetris Forever is the latest of the mainline Tetris games, and it is a celebration of all of the different mainline Tetris games that have existed throughout history. One of the very interesting things about the Tetris franchise is that there are a lot of little known games that have existed through the years. I've seen insane YouTube documentaries about some obscure Tetris games that are otherwise not talked about in the community. And this game is beautiful in that it brings all of those together. There are new game modes that celebrate all of the old game modes, but there are some just absolutely bizarre game modes within here, including Hatress, which I've heard that Shen is just the best Hatress player in the world. I haven't seen it yet, and I've been told that I'm going to see it tonight. He's
currently typing out, I believe, I'm not sure what he's typing. Probably a
definitely
message to
he's you know, he's going to tell us everything he knows about Hatress.
Yeah, he's writing an essay.
He's actually going to show us.
He's going to show us. He's going to show us.
He's definitely typing up documentation for like the Hatress tournament that he's going to host so he can win it.
Yeah, did you see recently he in Hatress he got an alter Hatress. It was an amazing zone. Beautiful. This guy is so good at Hatress.
Curb Hatress won.
There's gonna be like a lot of hat puns you can come up with, I reckon. Like,
I mean, Shen wears many hats in this community: tournament organizer, enhance community leader.
Well, I'm trying to think of like, I'm trying to think like a captress. Like there's got to be a bunch of like zone puns. I'm trying to think of them, but I'm just drawing a blank. I'm letting everyone down.
When you say cap, I think of skill cap, and so that starts to get into insults, which we kind of. I don't know, Ferox, if you want to throw him, you can.
Dodeca Hatress, like that sort of thing.
Dodeca Hatress is nice as well.
Dodeca Haxatress. I'm tired.
Wiley drawing a blank on puns, that's cap.
That's cap. Oh, cap!
That's Davo typed that, not me. I was reading Davo's chat.
Oh my god! Woo! You're crazy, dude! You're crazy! He's on fire! The paper's
drawing a
burning!
Blank column to put the eyepiece in. Oh, you guys are good. No, you guys are good. I like this.
Oh my god, that one's good. That's got me smiling. That one's great. Hyperkin! that's the slide. Sorry.
Go ahead, Wiley.
Yeah. Let me. Sorry. So Hyperkin is an amazing company that I believe Enhance has partnered with. They're making carrying cases, watch bands, pixel art controllers, and I believe they're giving stuff to the tournament winners as well. You can go to the website to pick up all this stuff. We love their controllers. Lyra, which one's your favorite?
Cute. I mean, I've said this before, the like kind of vaporwave one. I love the colors. I love the fade.
Yeah, you and me both. I love it.
It's the color palette, man. I just love the color palette. I understand the vision of the other two controllers, but something about the pink just speaks to me.
Yeah, and if you use the code on the website, Austin's paying for my controller, you'll get one for free.
Stop. No.
But they are honestly worth it. They are very comfortable. Austin has spoken high praise of it, and Austin would never lie. He's a lovely soul in this community, so you should trust his word for it and pick up a Hyperkin controller. They also have their wristbands as well, which look beautiful. Their watch bands, sorry, and the carrying case. I'm actually considering picking one up because my Switch case is basic black, and I need something pretty. So, do you want to be like me? Pretty up your Switch? Pick up a carrying case.
Yeah, and like Shen mentioned earlier, these controllers are great for the classic score attack mode in Tetris Effect Connected. And you know, Wiley, like you said, Shen doesn't lie. It's just you. You're the only one who's lied out here so far.
No, I never tell lies. Right. I would never do such a thing. I'm an honest person.
Yep. And Lyra, are we going to also talk about AppMax? I'm ignoring you at this point. All right, so we have these collectible Tetris coins available in many different kinds of materials. I believe Shen said earlier, like silver, gold, other things. And they're really cute.
The weird pronounced one. What's that? What was the weird one that started with a P? Like, it was some sort of like something like that sounded like titanium.
It sounded like palladium.
Palladium. I think it's palladium.
Yeah. Which I've only heard of in video games, so I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. So these are the coins that Shen is flipping to determine who gets to pick first in terms of the starting speed for the score attack and classic score attack game modes.
No old trades, not plutonium. We're not giving out radioactive merch. The link, I believe, I can probably send it if I can find it. You can go to this link here. to check out their products, go pick one up. Go pick one up.
And then this next one.
Yeah, we'll go through our boy.
Going through them. One more.
Yeah. Let's go over to is it Nata? I can't pronounce that brand. Power Bears, that's the one. Power Bears Tetris gummies for the tournament winners as well. I didn't know the tournament winners got so much stuff. This is fantastic. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, the Tetris gummies, definitely a buff for when you're playing. Definitely highly recommend eating a handful of those before a ranked match.
Yeah, like I don't eat lollies and all that stuff, but they look good. They look good.
OSW saying in chat, time to do my homework. Yeah. So.
OSW, why's your homework late? I was busy competing in the
like,
World
you have to play again.
Championships.
You're just gonna.
I was busy winning. Oh, that's fantastic. And we have. Okay, this is great. We are not connected versus. Who was the other team again?
We are not connected versus unnamed team. Thank you guys so much for your very easy to say and remember not get confused team names.
You're all so wonderful for that. That's not going to trip us up at all. But I'm trying to remember who was on each team. I don't remember, but I know.
So I see the spider. The
Knighting?
That's Knighting. The butterfly is Espeon, and is the moon Fabi? No. Oh, I'm
Fabi,
so
yeah.
good. I guessed that off of avatars.
And then unnamed team. I haven't got a clue. Is unnamed on the unnamed
That
team?
was one of the. That was from day 2.
Yeah, who was? I remember we recognized some of them.
It's because there was unnamed team and team, and I kept getting them mixed up.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, yeah, okay, now I remember. Wow, okay, I'm just realizing how stacked we are not connected. I don't quite remember unnamed team, but I hope they've got enough to stick it out against them.
Yeah, but
like,
we are not connected is definitely probably going to have to connect if they want to win this very long haul matchup that we have here.
Well, I would say that Knighting and SB are quite knowledgeable on the game and very strong bosses. Fabi, of course, being very active in the scene as well, but mostly playing as a team player. So they'll be good on the team aspect, but I'm not sure about their boss capabilities. Meanwhile, again, unnamed team, I don't remember who the players are. So I hope they're good. Yeah, if we could figure out who they are.
But to point out, though, you mentioned if a certain player isn't very familiar with playing boss here, 2 out of 3 players have to play boss if it goes all the way to a decider. So if one player on the team isn't strong with it, it's actually not an issue.
Oh, it's Demity. It's Demity, Nedlo, and Nighthunter. Oh, this is a strong team then. Yeah, Nighthunter and Nedlo and Demity.
I always say Demeti. I'm pretty sure it's Demeti. I think I've asked them for a pronunciation before, and it's Demeti. No, it's Demeti. I straight up asked them one time, and we're using that. We're using that.
I'm probably gonna keep saying Demeti.
I know that one's right, so we're using it. All right, so
what is there?
We are starting off with zone battle. Hello.
What?
Would you like some zone battle with your zone battle?
Oh, you're gonna treat us, are you? We get zone battle straight out the bat. That's fantastic.
And now we know what Shen is typing. Oh, they don't see
they
it.
don't see that. Okay.
You've never seen it. All right. So
That's
we are going to start off with this 1v1 match. Okay, so now I have to think about who would be playing Score Attack and Classic Score Attack in these teams because...
Knighting, maybe? And then Nedlo, I'd say.
Oh, right, yeah, Knighting and Nedlo, that makes sense. And then, so that would leave Demeti and Fabi in...
Wait, yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, We Are Not Connected doesn't have, like, a strong classic player. Espiano can play, like, 7.5, 8k. I think Fabi's around that same spot as well. Knighting would be the best bet, but Knighting would have to be the dedicated Score Attack player because, like, that's their strongest game mode. So
okay, what if, no matter what is in the next 1v1, what if they put Knighting on that? It depends on the order. I could see that. I could see
an interesting
that.
hypothesis, Lyra. An interesting hypothesis indeed. What? they can't see that. They can't see that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Mate, your stream quality is unparalleled, Austin. We love it. I'm so excited for this.
Okay, the graphics are so cute though. And I love that players in this game are like they stick to their avatars so much that I could look at a group of 3 avatars and figure out.
Yeah, you knew who they were. It was great.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, but like there's the meme of the anchor avatar. I don't think anyone's allowed to use that except for Akashi Robo, the anchor.
Are you not 8K in Classic? Am I just losing my mind? I'm reading chat. Apparently, knighting is low. So you'd have to go to Fabi? Huh.
I would.
Fabi is up there.
Okay. Would you kind of agree that like if Nedlo's on the other team, you kind of just gotta take an L?
Oh, it's over. Yeah, it's already over.
I think
but like,
you kind of just take an L in that situation. Not gonna lie, not that I don't have faith in you, Fabi, but Nedlo
got to semis in the Classic bracket. Like, yeah. they're crazy good. Unfortunately, yeah, like Nedlo is just such a solid Classic player. I've played them a few times in ranked, and I'll be honest, most nights I go to sleep crying. They're just too good. So we'll see what happens with that matchup. But then it would come down to score attack, and knighting is a very strong, I think, top 20 score attack player, maybe even higher.
Yeah.
I know that they're really good at their ST stacking as well. So I guess, 900 is taken for that. So Demedy, maybe?
Demedy.
I'll go
They
over
even
there.
confirmed in the Classic Tetris chat that I was right.
I'm still learning!
Okay, I just want to point out
I'll pick it up.
the
I'll pick it
added
up.
evidence. No, you will. Good job.
Demedy.
No.
How would a New Zealander say it? It says Demedy, right?
Okay, so I'm assuming that these players are loading into the match. There is no coin flip that has to happen here because there is no speed to choose.
A prediction. Would be awesome. Will the coin guess
I'm not allowed to
correctly?
start it. I don't have mod perms in this.
No, I think they mean like a coin flip prediction.
Between us?
No, but the coin is gonna.
The coin is gonna predict. I'm sorry, the coin is gonna predict, of course. I would trust that coin 10 times more than us.
Honestly, yeah.
Let's do heads for we are not connected, and tails. Okay. So to predict the winner. So heads, we are not connected, and tails, unnamed team. All right, let's do it. Let's not drop the coin here. Ooh, apparently unnamed team is going to take the dub according to the AppMex coin here.
Ooh, okay. We'll see how this goes.
What is that thing's record so far?
Last year it was never correct, but this year it is undefeated, I believe.
So, I think there was one it got wrong last time, but that was literally it.
Oh, okay. So the curse may have been broken.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's pretty accurate this year, but we'll see how it goes. Austin, I love your background, just having all the stuff in it. It's fantastic.
Oh, you still see me?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Love it. Good stuff. All right, so we'll get underway quite shortly. But thank you, Austin, for the prediction. Thank you, Coin, for being biased. Love it.
And thank you, AppMax, for the coin.
Thank you, Atmas, for the coin. And thank you, Earth, for the materials that made that coin.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Earth. Oh, this is great. Getting zone battle straight off the bat. Oh, a treat.
I like the recon. I love the recon.
Oh, that's fantastic. And so we chilled. Oh, chat didn't hear. Oh, Lyra, you go for it. You take it.
That Night Hunter is playing from a hotel right now and trying to get their headset to work. So, okay, not gonna lie, not playing at your setup is like a little bit of a nerf for many people, myself included. The coin might have needed that recon before it decided. That's a bit alarming. But we'll see how they go. Maybe Night Hunter. Are they wait. Yeah, because their headset is VR. Wait, I thought you meant... Oh, wait, they're playing on the VR headset!
Yeah, their headset isn't like their audio headset. It's their VR headset.
It's the VR headset.
Oh my god.
It's the Oculus Quest.
They play in VR. Oh, so they're in a hotel, just chilling, waving their arms around.
Oh my god. Do you think they sit while they play?
Surely they sit, right? Surely they sit. Surely they sit down. Because, like, no way they're just, like, in a room just, like... No, right? Like...
Yeah,
I have
so
a VR headset. I know what it's like.
for those
It's
of
like-
you who aren't familiar, if you're playing this game, I haven't played it on a console. If you're playing on a console, you can see if someone's on the same console as you or if someone's on PC. But if they're on a VR headset, you can actually see it. There's an icon in game. And so there's like a little bit of mental damage associated if you lose to someone who's playing in a VR headset. But then there's also the idea of that they're just completely locked in. They're immersed. The Tetris effect is all about being immersed in the Tetris. And nobody knows that better than Night Hunter.
True. No, I've played. I've got my headset here. This is the old Rift S, by the way. These things have a cable, and they're very annoying. I've played in VR. It is an amazing experience, by the way. Enhanced, great job. Like, people meme on Tetris being a VR game. It works, and like, also the latency in these things is really good. So I know that like, if you worry about latency and like frames and whatnot, headset's a good way to play. It's not something to clown on. However, like I said, cables and the jank, it's not a great thing to set up. Let's hope they can even get it working in the hotel room.
Yeah, like if I'm talking about like me not being at my normal computer, like they're on hotel Wi-Fi. You're in the VR headset on hotel Wi-Fi.
They're just adding the
Do you think the VR headset makes it easier or worse to play at a setup that isn't your own?
I think it doesn't matter because like if you're using the controllers, it won't matter. You've got the entire thing there. You're just in a different room.
Yeah,
like,
so maybe
if
it's
I
not
had
as
my
much
computer-
of a debuff.
No, it's probably not a debuff actually. We're probably just being a little bit silly. I think it'd be fine.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine like if you had your keyboard, like your headset, like roughly this, like that's what the equivalent is. Also, we're not thinking about maybe do they play with the headset on but the keyboard, because that's how I played VR. I played with the VR headset on for the environmental experience, but I still used my keyboard.
Yeah, we have no idea. All right, so this is starting so that no more speculation can come out of us here, but you can, everybody has their own picture of what's going on here, and hopefully we've added to yours.
Painted you a pretty little picture of what's going on in a hotel room in the middle of America somewhere.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, Espeon versus Night Hunter here. Okay, so we do talk about the VR headset here. We should have talked about Espeon more, but it's so much more interesting to think about the VR headset. Espeon is a very good zone battle player.
Oh, yes.
I would
Yes,
say
they
that
are.
her favorite is definitely Connected Versus, but she's still a very good zone battle player and is being forced to zone early here.
Yeah, she's quite a solid player indeed. Definitely no one to write off here. Although in saying that, not a great start for her.
Not a
being
great
pushed right
start.
At the top of the board. The thing is, like, Night Hunter is an incredibly strong player who, frankly, I underestimated last time I played them. They smashed me into the ground, and I felt very sad. It was a very, very bad time. But,
so you have something
yeah.
that I don't, in that you've played against both of these players. So Wiley, what are you predicting from this matchup?
Honestly, it's gonna be close. They both have their flaws. They both have their strengths. They're really efficient in zone. They both played about the same speed. We should see speed within about 5-6 drops. SP probably has better fundamentals, but it's hard to say. They're really close actually.
And this is a little awkward here, but Night Hunter is going to be able to get out of that with that eyepiece to downstack here. And one of the things we talk about in terms, my IRS.
That was a bit
Espeon having
close.
to yeah, okay. And then the fast zoning. So, okay. If you're awkwardly at the top of your board and you have to IRS your way out of it and then get the lucky 2 eyepieces, you can put on a ton of pressure to your opponent right here. And all of a sudden, Night Hunter is on the back foot with this zone.
I actually wouldn't say so. They have opened this right up, and that just got them everything they need to. We aren't even in phase 3 yet. SP looks like they're going to be the one to tick that over if they so choose to, because they have the score advantage. It's all up to them, and Night Hunter has nothing in their zone meter, just a quarter. SP right now...
Yeah, if I was Espeon here, I would be trying to think about this phase 3 zone and the fact that you have 3/4 zone and your opponent's at the top of the board with that garbage.
Oh, Nining's misdrop might have just cost them the game there. That was quite rough indeed. SP with basically a 4-wide here before we even get into zone. They choose to bail out on it, and they're probably going to do a standard little zone.
Yeah, Night Hunter is trying to find those Tetrises there at the top of the board. Sometimes that's all you can do. Maybe Espeon is trying to top them out, and that is a very difficult kick over there.
SP needs to zone quickly because Night Hunter does not have the zone to... Yeah, that was a rough situation to find yourself in. SP was sort of forced to not zone because they needed to keep up the pressure, but Nighting wasn't being pressured. They just lived.
You're saying Nighting. It's Night Hunter. Remember.
My bad. I'm bad with words. I keep forgetting.
We got it. We're here. They're just confusing us with all their usernames being similar. It's their fault.
I mean, look, they're called unnamed team. It doesn't make it much easier.
All right, so that is going to be the first round in Espeon's favor. So we did see that she was able to take advantage of the fact that she was in a slightly better situation. We do see better efficiency from Espeon's side, but even early on, Night Hunter did have the speed advantage. When it comes down to close matchups, within this kind of skill range, and within this game, it's a very TEC specific thing, is that it kind of comes down to the faster player a lot of the times.
Speed is definitely a big player here. And surprisingly, Night Hunter is actually the faster player, I think, out of the two.
Yeah, I mean, they still had a speed advantage, even playing very slowly towards the end of that there. So they had to have a pretty significant lead in the piece sequence in the beginning to even get that to that point.
I know they can hit like 2.5 pieces per second because they've done it against me. Again, I cried very hard. But they're really good, and they might want to rely on that speed, especially in zone here.
Yeah, and we do see this zone coming out here from Night Hunter. Espeon starting her zone as well.
Pretty okay zone, 45 in 14. SP's one it could be a little more efficient, and I say that right as they make a few strange decisions.
Okay, it's hard to stack at the top of the board like that. You have so few rows to work with that sometimes
it is, especially
you have
to
get
a bad sequence.
Yeah, and oh no, did Night Hunter DC?
The hotel must have.
Oh no, the hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah. He's run out of paid hotel Wi-Fi. It looks like.
Oh my god. Yep.
Might have to get a new room. It sounds like. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That or the VR headset just like went flat. Depends on the headset he's got.
Yeah. So that's I kind of saw.
Guys.
Yeah. You know, we have
the coin was wrong.
Yeah.
The coin was wrong. Yeah.
We're not entirely sure. The two of us are not sure what is going to happen with that match. I'm sure they are going to work it out themselves. But that does seem like a very close matchup. So I'm excited to see more of it.
Yeah, I'm keen to see the end of it. But unnamed team, they might have this issue with the internet. We'll see how it goes. We're Not Connected has one round on the board so far in that matchup. SP was playing pretty well. I mean, we saw from Night Hunter, they're clearly proficient. They could win this, but they just need their hotel to clutch up.
Yeah, all right. So we are waiting for them to get started back up here, seeing if Night Hunter can get back in the zone, back in the headset, back in the matrix for this matchup.
We are not connected, and then we need like unnamed team to rename themselves, so we disconnected. Oh, what a strange scenario we find ourselves in. SB didn't want to lose SR, so she DC. SB, how dare you?
Don't SB on this dodging.
This is not allowed. Oh, I'm sure they'll be fine. Austin will sort it out. Henceforth with them, it'll be great. In the meantime, how's chat going, everybody? How's everybody going? Are you enjoying this wonderful 3v3 teams top 4? Let us know.
I would say that if you're new to Tetris Effect Connected and you think this game mode or this tournament idea is really cool, come back tomorrow, because that is Trifecta. That is the finale of this. Yeah. And I hope we're back in the VR headset and ready to go.
We're back.
We reset the match. Okay. And so, they were trying to get back to that 1-0 score. Thank you for staying on the same sides, because that would make me confused otherwise.
That would hurt my brain. Night Hunter is clearly throwing down 2 Tetris. SB is in a little bit of danger early on. That was a bit spicy.
Yeah, that was something. It's so weird at the beginning of the match when you don't have any zone meter yet, and it's just like you feel like you're defenseless.
Yeah, and Night Hunter here zoning with nothing in their queue pending, so all this is going to go straight over to SB. SB with an STSD though to challenge what I just said, and that is a 38. SB works through it all, and we're just going to be zoning back and forth.
Right, and Espeon is only on a 3/4 zone right here. She has PC parity.
I do like pieces. Oh, nearly.
Yeah, I think she was looking for it. And that is going to
lovely.
be a very nice ulti solve. Maybe was fishing for the curve there.
Night Hunter could probably tank all this. Yeah, they can. Bit scary, but it is capable. It is something they're capable of.
And if you're not familiar with what PC parity is, okay, never mind. We're looking at this first. We're not locked in. Not locked in with the VR headset. Espeon takes a 2-0 lead here.
That was not a fantastic misdrop to make, and that is why I don't use DAS. Oh dear.
I highly recommend using DAS.
Yeah, I know my hand's gonna be shattered in 5 years, but I like tapping.
All right, and we are getting going with this next round here. Both players, okay, so if we're being entirely honest, this caliber of gameplay is a little bit different than we saw earlier with Jaden versus OSW. Jaden and OSW are considered to be the two most skilled Western players in terms of zone battle. If we're just talking about the continent of North America, that's the best matchup you can get.
Yeah, no, they're actually so we're trying to compare.
It's not
World's
nothing's
best.
gonna live up to that.
Yeah.
But so these are still two very highly skilled players. But if
No!
we're talking about
Don't
the ability,
you do it again! Thank God.
Oh! Sometimes that happens. You ever see your opponent do that? That's just kind of like that
Oh.
just means their Wi-Fi is not good.
They're still going.
And so when we talk about the ability to survive some ridiculous situations, you're going to see a little bit less of that from these players. Espeon, she does place the L piece, which causes lockout from the zone. So we are going to, we're not going to see that 2 zones and all of a sudden it's phase 3. That's just a GNOSW thing.
That is a world's best special. Right now, SP with a beautiful fractal there, making some decent decisions, but ultimately destroying that fractal. Meanwhile, Night Hunter has zoned, building. Oh, beautiful! That was a beautiful little setup there.
Yeah. Because what happens here is Night Hunter is at that 40,000 point mark, and so they do have a very efficient high clear zone that does push them over that phase 3 mark. So Espeon is going to be pressured here in terms of time.
That was pretty clean.
That was clean.
Whoa!
Ooh, all right. And so now we're here with the ability to
Alright.
reverse sweep.
All right, yeah, 96
And this
attack,
is where
Night Hunter.
locking in is important.
That was pretty good from Night Hunter. That was a very
was.
strong zone. It was a 54 in 19, which SP just couldn't quite cancel. They received the majority of the zone chunk and then a bit of attack on top, and that was enough to take that round.
Right, and when I talked earlier about how important it is to be careful when it is about to be that phase 3 and how Jane and OSW can literally just ignore that, this is what I mean by normal people can't ignore that.
Yeah, the regular people, the rest of us, right?
Yeah.
This is an interesting ST.
Yeah, there were 2 STSDs in there, and this one is not going to be it. STSD is Super T-Spin Double. If you're not familiar, it's there are different setups within Modern Tetris that have names, and that is one of them.
Yeah, I love it as well. It's a very interesting one to just find. It's also very satisfying. It uses that 5th kick in the SRS kick table. Where's the 4th? No, the 4th one is one that goes down and to the left. Yeah, no, it's a very satisfying one that uses some very complex kicks, and once you learn it, it's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, the setups that are favored within Modern Tetris are the ones that yield a lot of T-spins / efficiency and are just easy to build with the pieces that you have available. So that one's just a very popular one. Honestly, one of the easier 2 T-spin setups to learn.
Yeah, the other one is a Kaiden, if you want to pick up that one. The Kaiden is so much fun.
I mean, we've seen fractals and we've seen C-spins, but okay. So I'm guessing that 900 is not going to put this into phase 3 with that zone because it is a little bit awkward, and Espeon knows that she has the upper hand here with the 47,000 points. She's not zoning, she's just trying to kill, and that's the right
hold.
move. Yep.
The mishold there with the eyepiece was devastating, unfortunately.
Yep,
Blocking
and
off
so
everything.
we do see a no sweep. Night Hunter denied the reverse sweep. I'm just going to, you know what? No, I'm not going to say anything because that would cast or curse things. But we are going to go into our first of the 1 versus 3.
Which is exciting. I'm very keen for this.
All right, and I'm sure the players are going to have to figure out what is going to go on there. I'm wondering if we see a bit of a mirror of what we saw last time with both teams choosing the Area 1 boss. I will point out that Espeon and Capricorn are best buds. They are each other's just best friends.
A match made in heaven, you could say. Yep. They both just go together like Vegemite and butter. They go together like Milo and milk. They go together like a Bunnings snag and a Bunnings run in the morning.
So I like the abbreviation. We are not connected is going to be on team first. So we are not going to see Espeon and the Capricorn quite yet, but I will be very disappointed in all of you if we don't see that at some point.
I love the abbreviation. Why not? We're not connected.
All right. Shed is doing his best given the situation. So I'm guessing.
I love it.
I'm guessing unnamed team is choosing their boss right now. So Demeti and Night Hunter are the 2 stronger boss players there. Whereas Nedlo's specialty is CSA for sure. And given the Wi-Fi situation, I'm guessing Demeti is bossing here. So here's my call.
I would say so, yeah.
Here's my call. I say Demeti on Pisces. Or oh gosh,
it's close, isn't it?
Yeah, they play Area 3 sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I think that they're another player who they play a lot of different bosses. I've
seen Demeti ranked a little bit. I think they're
I'm
like
still
11.
calling Demeti Pisces. I'm sure they're gonna listen to me and then just not do it out of spite, but that's my call.
I can also see a Night Hunter match again. It depends if they're worried about the internet or not, or if that was a one-off occasion.
Okay, Demeti is typing interesting in chat. All right, yeah, so you can't.
How curious. Sending all the fire vibes to you. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I have seen them play Cancer before as well. Libra, or I want to say. There's a lot I've seen there.
There's a lot of options, right?
There's a lot of options, and how I normally figure out who mains what is what color I'm used to seeing their username in, and I think it's red.
I think it's red.
I might be
I've seen them in a little bit. I've seen them a little bit.
Definitely, my brain is saying red and green, saying Christmas colors for the areas that they like. You play everything. Okay, well, I'm glad that I'm right about that. And he likes Aquarius too. Yeah, Aquarius is interesting with
Aquarius is solid.
Squeeze. There's a lot of different bosses to choose from. 13 to be exact. But I don't think we're going to see any Tetramidian gameplay because mid is in fact in the name. No, there's like benefits and drawbacks to playing Tetramidian, but it's just generally unpopular.
Yeah, it's quite RNG based and takes a lot of skill out of it. It's still a skillful boss to play, but it's a little too random. The Dr. MC!
Thank you for the raid.
The Dr. Mario Championship?
Welcome
yes.
to the second to last day of Tetris Effect Connected World Championships. This is a very fun 3v3 tournament format. It is very complicated, and we hope that you're ready for all of the different kinds of Tetris that we have.
Get keen. Get keen, Mario fans. Wait, are Dr. Mario fans Mario fans?
That's not a me question.
I'm sure they'll tell me. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Connected Verse 3v3. Top 4. This is a top 4 matchup before we go to Grand Finals. We hope you all enjoy. We're just waiting on our boss player to join. And then we should be good to go. It's going to be fantastic.
All right. And they've answered your question. They have said no.
Is this a totally just classic? Oh, LBB22_. Just you wait. This is this is incredible. Yeah, 3v3, zone battle, classic score attack. It's everything, right? It is a format where it's first to 4. You have a 1v1, then 2 connected games, then a 1v1, and then 2 connected games. And if you need it, another 1v1. We're going into our second game of the day, which is a 3v1 right now.
Yeah, so this is a first to 4, and so okay. So we are starting off here. This is Bobby playing Capricorn.
Wow. Bobby plays Capricorn.
I couldn't have called this more wrong. They're just doing this to spite me. All right. So this is our 1 versus 3 game mode. At this point, we do see Night Hunter in the VR headset ready to go. Nedlow being the one who doesn't leave the well here.
Board.
Yeah, that is a wild board right here. And so we're probably going to see similar Capricorn to what we saw earlier. Fabi is a very experienced boss player. And yeah, so Tetris Effect Connected is 4 different ranked playlists, and this tournament format contains all 4 of them. It's the only one I've ever seen that contains all 4 of them.
And it's awesome. We love it so much. Fabi with an amazing Kaiden just there, setting up for a T-spin triple on top of it.
Right, and we talk about the intricacies that go into boss gameplay, and Fabi is one of the people who's taught me a lot about the intricacies of boss. Yes.
Oh, that's
so
lovely.
Yeah, like I said, I learned a lot about this game mode through individual community members, and I think it's because the time that I play is very European friendly that I learned from the Europeans.
We have Fabi sending the first Trimino Blitz there. Pretty chill so far. They're starting to get more of their board burned down there with the defense. There's a misdrop right over the well, though. They did not want that. Meanwhile, the team have filled a quarter of their meter. Demity with a triple fractal. Are they still going to set...
Oh my god! Mistakes works!
Oh my god! What is happening?
Okay, so they just have to downstack that. All right. So yeah, this game mode, despite looking a little bit not like modern Tetris, this does still have 7 bags. So you're just like okay. We talk about the idea of setting up a triple fractal is inefficient in zone battle because you're guaranteed to not get 3 T pieces close together. It is even less beneficial in this game mode because earlier we mentioned you want to be downstacked, like as downstacked as possible here. And so it's honestly there for means at that game point.
Not to mention, not to mention that this boss here affects your pieces directly. Like, you'll get random pieces sometimes if you get the Pentamino Blitz, which is sent, or the Broken. So you're getting less than 1 T-piece every 7 pieces. And Night Hunter, you love making your big bricks for a board, don't you? What is that?
I mean, but they're trying to minimize Cascade here. That gives us 3 lines Cascade. And so one of the things I did notice very briefly within there is there are many different sets of Pentos, and there are more difficult sets, there are less difficult sets. I'm still learning which is which, but I do know that was not the easiest set of Pentos. I saw one of the Pentos in there. Set. It was one of the bad sets. I think it was one of the less bad sets. Yeah, that's very scientific.
It was the middle of the pack one.
It was, yes, it was. With a lot of games played in this game mode, you kind of just get a feel for what is and isn't easy to handle. And all right, so this is kind of where things start here for Fabi, because Fabi is now in that higher boss level, going to be more likely to give this team those broken pieces. And as we saw earlier, the normal reaction to the broken pieces is to just stop playing. Which, I mean, if your board is clean enough, you can kind of start playing a little bit. But we are, we're all gonna hang out here for a second. And
Broken
this is what
so
Capricorn's all about. Yeah, it's impossible to play with, speaking from
I'm sure
experience.
one day someone will come along and fulfill my dreams of being the Broken player.
Espeon is actively trying to.
It's just so complicated. Like, the kick tables
are
so unintuitive.
No,
at least with SRS, there's some intuition there. You can be like, okay, I can really see how you made that connection. Broken is just strange.
Yeah,
they make no sense. So learning that is it's a whole other level. We have a Pentos, actually, not bad. Pentos is fairly playable. Actually, Pentos is actually my favorite blitz, for those who don't know. I think it's a lot of fun to play
I love
with.
Pentos. I love playing Pentos, but this is not the easy Pentos. You can definitely see that this is one of the worst ones. Night Hunter,
that was a great fit together, Night Hunter.
that was honestly really great, because the L-shaped Pento is very not easy to deal with. It is very
they're making this work. And look at the board state. The board state's fantastic right now.
Yeah, board state's not good for that. Yeah, okay. So this is what we talk about when we're talking about being downstacked, and that being the meta is just survival. Although the players are trying to make more efficient line clears so that they can get further into that meter, honestly, just being at the bottom of your board is honestly so important.
Speaking of survival here, Night Hunter is quite high up on the board, but the team does complete their meter. We're going in for the team's 3rd team zone.
Yes, and the team zones do get stronger throughout, but Fabi was able to defend a lot away during those blitzes and only has 3 lines on their board.
Yeah, Fabi's quite low, so this most likely won't kill. It would take a pretty powerful zone done pretty quickly, and that's okay, Fabi. Building a washing machine set up over there. Beautiful. Some sort of T-shaped washing machine.
It's 3 a.m. for Fabi.
Cut him some slack.
Leave him alone.
Oh, that's not fantastic. No, I think they're alive.
Yeah. Yeah, so as we see in chat, phase 3, Fabi gets super strong. That is correct. And so this may look completely dire for Fabi right now, but I am going to say I've seen him come back from worse.
This is actually 4th. I think this is phase 4 Fabi. This is even stronger Fabi.
Well, okay, it's not that one zone equates to one ramp up. There are 10 different boss levels, and so we're unable to say which boss level Fabi is at, but it is very...
He's somewhere in there, but we're in the 4th sort of...
Many boss level, yes.
Yeah, we're in the 4th phase of the game, so he's probably quite deep into those boss levels. More time to clear. This is just fantastic for him. Another Tetris, that sends a lot. Broken. Yeah. This is great for Fabi. This is a great time to defend.
Yep.
Just needs to make sure they stay alive because they are quite high.
Yeah, and that's a very nice T-spin find, and into, like, I love it. I love that.
Yeah,
so this is some very good stacking, not having your entire board.
Look at that broken on Nedlo's board. That is the worst one you can get.
Yeah, there's 2 of them that you can spin into each other, and that's one of them.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, you can, that one and the other one, that's a checkerboard, you can spin them into each other. I know that because I watched the level 10 AI.
Ah.
Yeah.
See, gang, if you want to get good at the game, watch bots play. Huh?
Yeah,
it's
the bots in this game are very interesting, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the players, and Nedlo did just top out there.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where we talk about IRS and being very comfortable with the piece spawn locations, but it's very difficult to be comfortable with the pento spawn locations, because kind of like if you were to picture the hitbox of where that piece is going to spawn in that would potentially kill you, it's like a 2x4, or like if you upright it, but once the pieces have a dimension of 5, that just doesn't work anymore.
Fabi's so comfortable playing at the top of this board here. They don't need to defend. They can keep the pressure up indefinitely. They defended a few lines here and there, but frankly, like, this is just, they're comfortable within 10 or so lines, and this is great for them. Right now, Demedy is dead. Doesn't matter, they're dead anyway. Okay. So sorry, Demedy. I'll get it one day, I promise. But they're now dead, and Nedlo's jumping back in here. 900 is currently stalling to keep the team alive and in the running here. But like we said, the longer they do this for, the stronger Fabi gets with their line clears. And
Fabi is slowly reclaiming their board here. The team is death cycling, but if you look at that meter cleared, that is a ways to go. And
yeah, there's a lot of
this is so far in Fabi's favor. It's like, it's difficult to describe.
Capricorn is just so strong once you know how to play them.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So there's going to be death cycling here. They're going to try to get Demedy back in. And
oh my, you just said it. You just said it and I messed it up.
You're the only one who said it wrong this whole time.
I'm tired and I live on the other side of the planet. Things are different here.
Okay.
We do things differently. And Demedy? I keep forgetting. He's back! I'm so sorry.
All right. So we have all 3 players back in the game, but as we can see, they're not putting pieces down because they're broken. Thank you so much, Fabi. And so Fabi is going to be working down through this defense here, getting into the bottom half of their board, giving themselves just more and more lines to work with.
Yeah. And
you're being called out for the fact that it's 3 p.m.
Yeah, well, I was up until 5. I'm responsible. I'm a responsible adult.
So we have... All players now have gone down once, which means the next death, it is going to be a much longer timer to get that person back in. And so with these boards here not being in a great state, I mentioned last time I pointed out where we were in the zone meter, it was a little bit over half, and now we're just slightly over 3/4. And
Nedlo goes
is
out, leaving just Demedy. Demedy? Yeah.
That was right, actually. Good job. So now we're going to see Nedlo with that longer timer, and Fabi at the bottom of the board here is essentially free to just spam 9-0. When you're at the top of the board, it makes sense that you're not able to find Tetrises, and it also makes sense that you don't need to be able to like have your entire board to find Tetrises. But Fabi has enough of the board here to consistently find Tetrises and is looking for the kill right here, and I think that's it.
That might be the game,
yeah, that's it. Yeah, and so when the team has gone through 4 zones, there are many bosses that are just unbeatable afterwards, and Capricorn is one of them.
I doubt Night Hunter gets in here. It is still his
It's
his
close.
first cycle, but I don't think he gets in.
No.
Yeah.
There's the
Nice
15
try.
rotations on the piece. Yeah, Demeti not able to find that there. And that is some very clinical gameplay
Yeah.
from Fabi right there. A very experienced boss player. I'm
his
definitely
attack, yeah.
scared of seeing them in queue, but do it all the time. And
Everyone
so
played
that,
well though.
yeah, so that is 2 points in favor of We Are Not Connected.
Yeah. Really, really strong team though. Everyone there had SSs on the board. That's not an easy feat. So well done to Unnamed Team for taking that game there. We're going to be going over to. We'll see who bosses first. I mean, we mentioned that SP's probably the first one to boss here. It'd be, they're not going to let that slide.
We may just see back-to-back Capricorn here, which is interesting because we started with back-to-back Pisces on the other.
SP going to show them how it's done, I guess, something like that, and that energy, not connected. Fantastic though. Like that was a great game from Fabi. I frankly didn't expect them to do that well. They played really well.
Wait, no, SB and Fabi are on the same team. Now it's late for me. Okay.
What? Oh my god, I'm so tired.
We're cooked.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, well, Shen is taking the blame for that. Okay, sick.
Okay, cool.
So now we're
perfect,
expecting
don't worry
to see
about us.
Demeti or Night Hunter on boss here. I mean, we had no connection issues on that last one, so that is...
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah. No connection issues from We Are Not Connected or Unnamed Team.
So once we find out who's doing what, we'll let you guys know. We should be good soon. The dynasty of the commentators in different time zones. Night Hunter on boss.
Night Hunter on boss.
That's a treat. This whole set is a treat. Love it.
I would expect an Area 1 boss here.
I think an Area 1 boss would be
Yeah, I
appropriate
could
for the Night
see.
Hunter.
Don't they play Sagittarius a lot?
They do play Sagittarius sometimes. I don't know what they play regularly. I don't play enough Q as
Pisces.
of recent.
Okay, so we guessed the area, we just didn't guess the boss.
Good old Pisces. Now this team on the connected side of things is
Yeah,
a nightmare to face.
Yeah, so
That's
when
already
we
in
talked
ranked,
about
I'd be
that super
crying.
team of Yoshi and OSW, like this is a stronger team in terms of connected versus, I would argue. This is probably
I think
the
so,
strongest
yeah. Like
group of
OSW,
three.
of course, is good, but OSW doesn't have the knowledge and the experience with this game that these players do. SP, Fabi, and Knighting are three of the most active players. Well,
Yes.
actually, Knighting isn't that active, but he's played
Knighting
just so
isn't as
much of
active,
it.
Yeah.
He's played so much of the game mode. It doesn't matter. In fact, Knighting, I believe, was the original person who conceived of the bump up strategy. They brought it to a couple of players and they said, "Hey, I think this is viable," and then they worked together to make the strategy possible. So, Night Hunter,
They're going for an ulti. No, okay, it's a 19.
They got a 1942, and that's a big attack.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Knighting is the reason why we have bump up strategies as a 36 zones.
Okay, so to describe, very briefly, describe bump up strategies. So when we talk about the idea that you can only have 15 rotates on a piece, they found out that if you have a bump up attack, it resets that. And then the bump up attack will kind of infinitely raise your board. And so if you only have one person left, you can, oh no. Okay.
What happened?
They just misdropped. A couple. Yeah, they misdropped 2. Yeah.
Well,
That was short.
That
That
was
happens
very
sometimes.
short.
That happens sometimes in ranked matches.
Happens.
That
They won't
happens.
be feeling good about that.
Yeah.
Well-
We'll blame the hotel Wi-Fi.
It was a lag issue. Rerun the game back. That was very unfortunate. It happens to sometimes, like you said.
Yeah, F's in chat. I agree. This is 3-0.
We have the potential for a reverse sweep.
We
Like
do
a
have the
mega
potential for-
reverse
okay.
sweep.
So, if we do classic next, that's a point for unnamed team, basically guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do score attack, I could see We Are Not Connected taking a score attack match.
There's a lot of meta here. I think that they're going to probably go with, if it's their pick, they'll most likely take score attack. I think their best chance here is Knighting on score attack. Because there's no player that I think could stand up to Knighting in the late game. Especially with Knighting's experience with ST stacking. They're just so strong.
Unnamed team is picking them up because
Unnamed
they're
is
yeah,
picking.
okay. So I would be very surprised if we didn't see Nedlow in a score attack match or a classic score attack, match right now. I'd be very surprised.
No, that's the obvious pick, yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Which would be very exciting to watch. If we get to see Nedlow go ham in classic,
To start off a reverse sweep.
Yeah, the better question is, who would We Are Not Connected put up against the Nedlow? There's not much they can do. I can see Fabi. I can maybe see SB. Nighting, that'd be an interesting one. I think we're going to see Fabi.
Yeah, so I will say, though, if unnamed team does go with classic score attack here, which, again, is, kind of a guaranteed point, who... Do you think Demeti could beat We Are Not Connected? Do you think that...
It's tough.
I don't know. I don't know about that. We talk about the super team being very difficult to beat, and so if they have a guaranteed 2-0 that's an if they have a guaranteed 2-0,
we need to remember that Espeon is still yet to play boss.
Yeah, that's also kind of this is not I don't know.
Not a favorable.
This is not a favorable reverse sweep here. We may not see this go to decider.
Yeah, it's been pointed out to me. Yeah, SP can no longer play, so it's between Nighting and Fabi, and they're pretty solid in class. Well, no, actually, I keep thinking that Nighting is 8K for some reason. Nighting is not 8K, so Fabi's most likely to pick against a classic Nedlow. We'll see what they decide. Fabi, love you, but if I was putting my channel points on a prediction, I think I know which one I put it on. We'll see how they go.
Fabi versus Nedlow.
We called it, yeah. Fabi versus Nedlow in classic.
In classic. Yep. Yeah,
This will be fun.
Fabi, not to say that I don't believe in you, but come on.
This would be the upset to end all upsets.
This
I would
is
be
very... They're Fabi's gonna go down swinging here. I'm gonna sound like an idiot if it doesn't go that way.
If
but
Fabi wins, I will be shocked.
Nedlow is
but really
just
proud.
an insanely consistent classic score attack player. Has qualified for trifecta off of classic score attack.
They're 9.5K.
Yeah, that's not easy to do. We're talking 9.5K is top. How many in classic score attack?
25. I think they've been close to 10K at one point because they blitzed past me when I was going for 8.5. They were 8.8 one day, and they kept going to 9.5 in the same day I was just playing. They're crazy.
Yeah, it's insane to try to think about the different game modes as
You're 10.5 now? What happened?
Yeah. You need to get in Q more. I don't Q classic.
I was in America for 2.5 months.
That was in August.
I'm still jet lagged.
Oh my god.
Wow, what?
Yeah, so to say 10.5K in zone battle is very different than 10.5K in classic score attack, because 10.5K in classic score attack, that's got to put you within top 10, right?
That's that equivalent.
It has to.
Yeah, that's like a 13K in zone battle. That's the sort of
10.5 in zone battle is barely top 700.
So good rule of thumb
from.
Yeah, good rule of thumb here is generally speaking, if you play all the game modes, your classic will be about 2,000 SR below your zone battle and below your score attack, depending which one you main. And then your CVS, if you grind that, will be
going to be 2K higher. Your CVS is going to look so cool and look so cool for your overall SR. Please get in queue tomorrow. Please get in queue.
Please play.
Okay, we're
here we
flipping
go.
the coin.
Yeah,
here we go
for level selection here. So Nedlow chose heads. So if heads is drawn, Nedlow will pick level. Let's see. Ooh, and Nedlow will be on the left side as if he needed any help here. So let's see what happens.
10.5, dude. When we played before I went overseas, you were 9.2. What happened? That's crazy.
Have you just not played the game since you went overseas?
No, I haven't. I haven't played I haven't had many days where I just grind the game for 6 hours. Because before I went overseas, I would play 6-hour days and just really familiarize myself with the players at the time. But that's crazy. Zone battle is really my most active right now. I love them. Got on a roll. Good on you.
unnamed team wins 1v1, or sorry, if Nedlo wins 1v1, does the unnamed team play boss next round?
I'd say so.
We'll find out when you find out. You'll find out when we find out? Yeah, we'll say that one.
Yeah. We'll all learn together.
Does Nedlo have the trebuchet avatar?
Yes.
Yes. It's the most frustrating avatar next to the bow.
It's a really good avatar. You should all use it.
Don't encourage them. Please don't do this. I don't want to go up against a wall
is
of
Nedlo
trebuchets.
going to roll? I guess we'll find out. We're just gonna have to try to figure it out from the gameplay. All right.
They did say, yeah, I got on a roll, so.
Oh.
That could be. I'll be able to tell very quickly.
Yeah.
They're pushing down.
I don't know. They are pushing down. You're right.
I think they're comfortable doing that. They want to maybe go by. They could do
Okay, well
speed strats.
they've stopped. You can tell by the points.
I'll be able to tell if they're rolling. I think the movements are quite fast, but
I think they might be. I wouldn't know though.
Oh, it's hard for me to. They're rolling.
Wait, I think they are.
They're rolling. They're rolling.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, Fabi. Oh, Fabi. Fabi.
All right, that's payback for what happened in that last round.
It's payback. It's karma.
Yeah, it's karma.
Will we see a speed zero
Fabi,
start?
do not.
They're not allowed to.
You're only allowed to pick 15 and 18, and you know it. Wait, they're allowed to.
Do we let it slide?
Oh, they're allowed to pick 12. Okay.
I don't think 12.
Well,
I think
okay.
12
Well, that would make sense
the...
that Fabi read the rules and we didn't. So.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It was okay. Yeah. It was written 15, 18. Me and my guess was correct. Friends, why?
Well. Hey, gang. How we all doing, eh? Look at this epic gameplay.
I'm really glad that we get to see this though, because come on, look at how cute the piece colors are. Come on.
They are pretty cute.
They're just
if you want to see this, you gotta get to level 22. That's all.
We all know that I can barely play 12.
Well, the players can't hear us, so we'll just let them.
Their teammates probably can. I don't know. Did they just both play it out? I don't know. I'm not in charge. Okay, Shen says that he's gonna reset it, so maybe okay, we're going here. Okay.
Incredible gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible.
So incredible. My cat woke up. You ready to watch?
Oh my god. Austin, you should totally go to the webcams right now. We need to see the cat. What's my camera up like? For sure.
You awake? You ready to tear through the apartment? He's ready. He's excited. He's rooting
vibing
for the reverse sweep.
That's my cat. Don't know. I got two. What's it like having a regular cat? Because my cat's just two gingers. No, do you not know about this? Like orange cats being,
I know,
menaces?
but like, why are you like?
Oh, you mean like what's wrong with gingers? Like, orange cats are crazy. Like your cat just seems like regular. What's it like living with a regular cat?
He literally tears through the apartment at 3 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about. I have to get him off the stove like 5 times a day.
So like, is the orange cat meme just like a meme? Like it's just like
yes, but it's
stereotypes?
just like when you say ginger, that groups me in too. So, okay, they're going to be starting back up this match, and Fabi's not going to be choosing speed 12.
All right. Give me a sec. Woo! Okay.
All right. Okay. So Wiley's just down and out for a bit.
I need an ambulance, guys. Help.
I think we talked a lot about Nedlow and Classic already.
Whew. All right.
I do think it's worth pointing out. So the winner of the previous matchup, which is Team OSW, is going to face the winner of this matchup. So if you liked the gameplay you saw before, we're getting more. So that's very exciting.
Right.
And we're going back to
They started speed 29.
No, that's set as a 1st to 1. They're gonna have to redo the lobby.
Oh my, Nedlow, this is not a challenge, my friend. Stop rolling. Stop rolling, Nedlow.
I just hear Shen typing.
Poor Shen. He's trying to make these players work, but just they're not working.
I mean, okay, to be fair, it's 5 a.m. for Fabi, so like a little like understood, you know?
That's true. We should be a bit more kind.
We should be kind to the Europeans. They're here at an ungodly hour to play connected versus.
Honestly, though, it's kind of their fault for being in Europe. Like, I don't know. Maybe just move to America if you want to play TEC.
I mean, yeah, the time slots for TECWC are kind of one that's nice for Japan and one that's nice for the US, but
yeah. We'll get things going again, guys. Apologies for the technical difficulty. I'm breaking down. I'm breaking down.
Yeah, and it's not even 5 a.m.
It's not even 5 a.m. for me. Maybe I should be kinder to the should be kinder to the Europeans.
Yeah.
I'm clearly just a hypocrite.
Yep.
Lay off the caffeine. I haven't had a coffee.
There's none in
years.
his system. Nope, there's none.
I haven't actually eaten today yet. It's 3 o'clock.
He just drinks hot chocolates. I'm not kidding.
They're really good though.
No, I'm not kidding. It's the dead of summer in Australia, and he's like, I want a hot chocolate. All right, so now we're on.
Got it right. Let's go.
Now we're on 15, which is where we're supposed to be. And Nedlow did get the first point. All right, so it's a little bit of a TKI setup, and we're off.
Yeah, Nedlow's absolutely rolling. Although they're pushed down. The interesting thing with rolling is it's kind of difficult to push down if you think about the way you hold the controller. It's not impossible, but like you will see a delay between the push down and like the movement of the pieces. Yeah, so far so good. Good stacking. Nedlow taking that burn that frankly wasn't the best solve considering the next piece, but you can't expect them to be perfect.
Nedlow finding a really nice burn here, setting up a T-spin just because they can. That was like, that T-spin was so unnecessary that I know that was just for style points. I saw them hang the piece in the correct spot to not have to do that T-spin and then adjust it last second.
Yeah, Fabi actually having the lead here, surprising us all. We maybe wrote them off too quickly.
But it is early on. Nedlow does have the cleaner stack, especially as Fabi does have a couple of holes that they have to take here.
And a weird overhang, which they don't tuck that piece, unfortunately. We'll see how they go about fixing this, but Nedlow's board is looking pretty good.
Right, and this is, like, Nedlow has some of the best classic stacking in this game, as we mentioned, with their 10.5k CSA SR, which is
decent.
Like,
they're decent. Yeah.
It's given how inactive the queue is, that getting that is just ridiculous.
You'd be surprised in certain time zones. It's just up there in the queue. It's so again, it's like being a 13k in zone battle. It's really, really thin up there. And you don't gain much in that grind. Like, honestly, I think there are only 10 or 11 players who are above 10k in Classic. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, and Nedlow being able to roll to handle those high up in the board situations, get that long bar over to where it needs to go. Fabi having some nice burns here, but a little bit of an O stack in the middle of the board, which sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah. And it's not crumbling well. It's not looking great. This is a pretty difficult dig to get out of. They get some good pieces here. If they get an eye piece coming up now, it would be great timing. There it is. Perfect.
Yeah, and good job stacking around it as well. Fabi's definitely...
Oh my god, these eye pieces are coming at perfect times.
Yeah. See, when you're playing against Nedlow in this situation, though, even if you're... Like, every moment you're digging is a moment you're digging further, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the idea is, like... if you're not matching Nedlo's pace the entire time, if you're not playing basically perfectly, like 70%, I mean, look at Nedlo's Tetris pace. Look at his Tetris rate, 77%. And then Fabi compared to that, 36. The lead is 120,000 points. This is really, really bad. Yeah. The more lines the Fabi spends burning, it's less room for him to catch up.
And we are on the Classic Tetris channel, so we should all be familiar with this. One player is rolling. One player is not. And
so this is quite
anybody
difficult.
who follows Classic Tetris knows what that means for the player that's not rolling.
Yeah. In saying that, like we are line capped, but yeah, because one of them's not rolling, Nedlo is getting quite high. Okay. And that's what rolling can do for you. That was incredible. Let's just place some pieces wherever he feels like it. I love it. Oh, that eye placement there requires 5 lines to burn through and uncover. Meanwhile, takes a triple. So they're not too concerned right now about their efficiency. They know they have a massive lead. They know they have the 60% Tetris rate, which is where you want to be. Nello's actually on pace for a max out, which is impressive.
Yeah, on pace for a max out in TC. I know a lot of Classic players, although they've put a lot of work and done a great job of replicating how Classic Tetris plays. A lot of Classic players just aren't maybe used to playing on a computer or like with a slightly different controller, or some of them cite like maybe different input delays that they're not used to. And Nedlo is very comfortable in the mode, and there we see speed transition.
Yeah, you're right. At speed 15, it's 100 lines. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that it's actually not intended that the speed transitions at 130 lines at level 18. I think it's meant to be 100 as well. There's just something that happens. So we get those 30 extra free lines, which is wonderful. But 15, yeah, I know it's weird, right? There's stuff like that all over the game.
Ooh, Fabi. Nice.
Fabi! As a dirty Tetris on top of material! Well done, my friend!
If only this was zone battle, you would have just absolutely spiked Nedlo right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, there is no garbage sending in this classical game. Nedlo with a beautiful set of placements there, opening up the well for a second time, and Fabi quickly transitions. Nedlo's already on level 18, by the way. They're about to hit level 19, which is impressive, let's just say.
And that's probably where we're going to start to see the rolling come out. I'm honestly so happy that Nedlo is ahead in lines, because I want to see this. I want to see it.
It's impressive. I've seen them play a few times, and we are in for a treat. This whole set has been a treat. Here we go.
Yeah.
And look how easy they just throw that piece to the side on the right.
Yeah, rolling in.
Look at that team!
Not common. Not common at all.
Beautiful.
No, we never see this in this game.
Fabi is doing a great job to stay alive, by the way. This is fantastic. Fabi is really doing well, considering they tried to start at speed level 12. That tells me they're not comfortable this high up. And they're not comfortable on this fast of game. But they're doing well. Good on them.
All right. Yeah, no comment. So we have Nedlo over here with the rolling. Fabi keeping up well on speed 18, but there is a huge score deficit here. 218,000 points. That comes from the early game inefficiencies from Fabi's side. But handling every single possible piece with a classic stack is like the hardest part of the game.
Fabi, well done so far. Oh, that's going to be a hard one to get an eye piece across, and it does not happen.
All right, and after some tribulation, we have Nedlo with this 2-0 here. And
are we allowing Mullins?
We're not in charge. So
Austin, what's the ruling? Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what. Yeah, he's talking.
Okay, there we go.
The board's pretty bad anyway.
All right. Yeah, so that is going to put unnamed team on the board here.
I would like clarification if Nedlo was rolling or tapping, because it's really hard to tell. I think they're rolling, but it could be wrong, because those movements to the left could have been faster.
Assume they're rolling, and they're just going to type that they were tapping in chat and make us look bad.
It could be tapping, because I know they were a really good tapper before they started rolling. Interesting, so tap then rolling. Jeez. That's impressive.
You're saying that was 100% rolling? I mean, no, that's a very good, they're a very good tap player too.
Nedlo, were you rolling or tapping?
Tell us. I would have Mullen, but Shen said no. Thank you so much.
You were tapping. Yeah.
There
okay,
we
yeah, you were
go.
tapping.
There we go. Tapping directly from the player.
They're just really good. They're just really good at tapping.
I mean, we thought that was rolling. No, that's just some very good tapping. So
They're just fast.
yep.
Nice work, dude. All right, moving on. We have more connected game modes. What is Mullins? It's just playing a game out after you've won. And just,
Because that's the name of the classic player that was like notorious for doing that.
well, they actually, what happened is they were close to their record at the time, and so the commentator encouraged them to keep playing after they'd already won.
Wow.
And
I
so
feel like
just from
that's the
there-
least toxic situation.
No, it's
Is that if
fantastic.
you- if
Classic,
you're really
classic is
close
like
to a PvE.
anti-toxic.
Yeah.
It's great, yeah. I don't remember if they got it or not. I'm assuming they probably did get it, and that's why it became known as mullening. But yeah, mullening isn't necessarily a BM or it's not actually that bad. It's more just like a hey, play it out, see how you go. It's really a good environment. I love classic for that. It's great environment.
Yeah. So to completely switch gears on this tournament structure, we are going back into these connected versus rounds. And if team We Are Not Connected gets a single round within here, then that is it for this 3v3 team matchup. We are going to see a named team knocked out of the tournament. So although Nedlo is a very strong classic player, this tournament is structured around the idea of the connected versus 1v3 game mode. That's why most of our matches are in that game mode, which we've talked about this before, but We Are Not Connected does have the team with the most experience in that game mode.
Absolutely, yeah. I think if you hit the nail on the head there, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for this team, but is it impossible? I don't know. Again, they still got the dark horse of SB chilling over there that needs to play boss. That's a pretty big boulder to move.
Yeah, I don't know who is going to, like, which team is going to boss first, but I 99.9% if We're Not Connected is bossing, then we are going to see SB on Capricorn.
SB has a pretty surefire means of shutting this down for unnamed team.
And to reiterate a point I made before is if unnamed team is bossing, I would say that this is one of the most difficult teams in the tournament to beat. Even though the individual players aren't like that super team like we saw with OSW and Shocky, these are players who grind connected versus.
No, honestly, they do grind. They spend hours playing most weekends. It's gonna be not a pushover, but I do worry. I think that there's definitely a favorite to take this, so we'll see how that goes shortly.
Will we see the expected Pisces or the hype Midian gameplay? Light Rad.
Hype Midian.
Hype Midian.
Hype Midian is crazy.
Yeah.
There's another conversation going on right now about how much a Tetramino weighs. At least 4.
Shocky says 2 British pounds.
Which is 1 kilogram. I don't know. Let me get my Z piece real quick. Hang on. This feels like about 2 British pounds. I'm not gonna lie. This feels like about 2 British pounds. Yeah, about 2 British pounds. 1 kilogram for the rest of you. Or 2 regular wait, what is a British pound? No, that's money. I know that, but like, what's the pound of, like...
Okay,
a British pound and an American pound are the same, right?
No. That's like I think like a 0.6 conversion. It's been a while since I've been across the pond.
It's a 0.6
You've been to...
and there's pounds.
I'm sorry, but you've been to London more recently than I have, so
yeah, I've learned
you should
that,
be answering that.
And I've learned that my country is the better colony, so like, what is it? I'm better than all. My country's just cool. I'm sorry. We have kilograms over here, and they're awesome. All right. Yeah. So it's about 2.2. Austin, wait, you own them, and you I mean, like, you're part of the enhanced team, basically. How much do those products weigh? Like, how much do the pieces that you get actually weigh?
Yeah, I may or may not have the correct answer, but I don't know if I want to provide it. But let's see here.
Do you have a scale? Like, do you have like bathroom? I could get my bathroom scale and weigh it right now on stream.
I just remember when I was a kid, they told us that a classroom stapler weighs about a pound, so I use that as my reference.
Wait, I'm getting my bathroom scale.
Oh my god.
Hang on. This is really important.
If you put it back to face cams, I have a surprise, by the way. I have a cat. I'm guessing they're setting up. It's SB versus unnamed team, and so we're going to see Espeon on Capricorn here, most likely. All right, cool.
We good?
Yeah.
If we need to fill time, I have my bathroom scale here.
And I have my cat.
Oh, fantastic. We're loaded.
All right. He's just going to have to sit here and wait. All right.
What can you get? Did we get an answer on the way to the piece?
No, we were waiting on you for that.
I'll have to wait.
No, come back.
I'm here. I'll do it after the game.
Oh wait, can't.
But I think we need to know.
Was it their team that played Capricorn, or was it? Okay, so Sagittarius. Okay, my bad.
SB playing Sagittarius. That's so strange to see.
I've seen Espeon play Sagittarius before for sure. So Sagittarius is also a very popular boss. We mentioned it earlier when we were thinking about which team or which Area 1 boss one of the teams was going to play. So Capricorn, I would say, is the best example of a boss that is not very strong in the early phases, but if you are a strong enough player to bring the boss to the later phases, it's like practically unbeatable.
Absolutely, yeah. Like this is a boss where speed is paramount, and this is why someone like Yoshi was able to grind it so much and get so high with it, because if you can just play fast and spam these attacks, it's going to work out for you. Area 1 already has so many great stall blitzes that if you can overwhelm the team with them, you can lock in a win pretty early. Which is why it's dangerous for unnamed team here. We might see them finally fall.
Right, and I would say an indicator that I've kind of noticed as we've gone through, if we're talking about speed players in connected versus, I've noticed that a lot of the players who are used to connected versus and are, I don't know, I would say connected versus mains, are generally going for the 9-0 strat, where when we see Jaden, when we see OSW play boss, they are playing 6-3 because that's what they're comfortable with. And so you can kind of use the stacking style as a hint to whether or not the player is comfortable in this game mode.
It's a good thing to point out, actually. I don't really see much beyond... You do see a bit of 6-3, but it's usually people who aren't really that initiated into the game mode.
Yep.
They try to go for the more standard stuff, not realizing the T-spins and Tetrises do about the same.
Yeah, but if you're OSW and your stacking is already built up around the 6-3 that you're used to, you kind of have a feel for how that works with 7-bag, and to try to do 9-0 could actually be detrimental.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so we have Night Hunter a little bit high up on the board here. So Sagittarius, the attacks that it has is, it's just laser. Yeah, it's just laser. Okay, yeah. So laser is a really interesting attack. I would say that it is the biggest example of a double-edged sword in this game, because we talked about how important it is for the cascade to be as low as possible. And so the way that you have your cascade low is if one player has an open column. And so the lasers that come in are either, ooh, that's not good, but that's not death. If you can IRS.
Oh yeah, okay. My.
Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell, literally.
So as you're saying, yes, a laser right before the zone.
Yeah. So a laser can either go horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. So diagonal lasers are going to be the most detrimental because they'll put essentially just like secret grade on your board. But if just one player on the team gets one vertical laser, then that can spell a perfect well going into zone.
Yeah, literally no cascade damage done at all, which just means that your zone is going to be as strong as it can be based on lines.
Right. And so I kind of talk about that as like a fatal flaw of the boss design, but Espeon is like 1000% aware of that.
Yeah, she'll play well. And like we see there, some lasers straight off the bat, really messing with Nedlo. Double secret grade, that is something you don't see every day. Already 3 players being dealt a lot of extra dependencies they do not want.
Right. And of all of the times I've played against this boss, I've noticed that an effective strategy is to not try to toss your eye pieces down the well, but rather try to clear your board top down. And oh my Nedlo.
Nedlo, that is a rough scenario to find yourself in. I don't think there's a way out.
Yeah, I don't think there is either. It's like, it makes sense in that situation to like pop your eyepiece all the way down, and that is a misdrop. That is a misdrop. And ooh, Night Hunter, okay, has a slightly upstacked board, but I think they'll be able to survive for a bit. They are going to be slowed down, both players, by the soft replets.
Another bump up. That might spell a close death for Night Hunter.
That does spell a close death for Night Hunter.
Their time draws near.
They're going for it. They're doing a very good job. I love just like the ghost empty row of the board, trying to eye spin, missing the eye spin. Demeti is the only one alive. It is a 1v1 here, and things are not looking good for Demeti.
No, this is to keep the team in the game. They have to win this game, I think. If I recall correctly, they have to win this, or else they're out of the tournament completely.
Yeah, they are. No, this is We Are Not Connected on match point here, and that is that is it. So We Are Not Connected takes the entire set, takes the match, takes the game, takes everything. And
then we move on to the grand
They did it by
finals.
disconnecting that team one by one.
Yeah.
All right.
I see what you did there.
Can we get a 3 in chat for Espion?
Everyone drop those 3s there.
Yep. All right. And so I hope that OSW is done with his homework that he talked about in chat earlier, because it's time for Team OSW to come back and play Team We Are Not Connected. But I've been told that there was Hatress to be played.
Yes, I'm keen for the Hatress.
I still have the cat.
I also saw the piece to weigh.
All right, Zuko, give us your best 3. Oh, he's so good. Oh, he's here for the tournament. He woke up and he's like, you know what? I heard it's Hatress time. This is the Hatress episode.
He's so happy.
He is.
He's so happy.
He's so Hatress happy.
Do you have a hat for Zuko?
Yeah, but he doesn't like it.
He doesn't like the hat. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
10-minute break. Yes.
Cool. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. And guys, remember, if you type the word forever in the chat, you'll be entered into the giveaway for a delicious copy of this beautiful game. So make sure you drop the word forever in the chat. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes for Hatress and, of course, the grand finals of 3v3 teams. Get hyped!
We are so ready, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
All right, everybody, we are back, and we will be back with the one and only Tetris Forever for a quick gameplay demonstration of everyone's favorite Hatress. I believe we'll be playing the Game Boy version to mix it up. We played the NES version already on a previous stream. So yes, welcome back, Wiley and Lyra, who will be commentating this wonderful high-level gameplay from yours truly here. But yeah, let me open this up here. And yeah, last chance to enter the giveaway. Type Forever in the chat if you'd like your chance to win a Steam copy of Tetris Forever. And we'll do the drawing in just a moment after this,
we're doing it
this
today?
gameplay demonstration. But, all right.
Oh, everyone needs to type in the word forever right now. If you don't, I'll be very sad, everybody.
All right. So I've never seen any Hatress, and I'm so excited. Okay. In July 1990, the next Triss game debuted based on a concept by Alexei and Vladimir called Swap and Drop. Hatress challenged players to stack up colorful, oddly shaped hats that fell from the top of the screen. Oh, I know this game.
It's Hatress.
No. I had a different version of it. I had one that was Yoshi
Hatress 2?
themed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So the only games I had for my Game Boy was a Yoshi themed one of this and Tetris. Those are the only two games I played.
Wait, that graphic
No, I
goes
actually
so
know
hard.
what this game looks like.
That graphic goes so
That's so
hard.
cool.
It is so cool.
He's so keen. I love it.
So keen.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me, Lyra?
No, I like
That's
this.
a cool photo.
I
That's
love it.
awesome.
I love the 1990s graphics.
Why do they do stuff like that now?
Ooh.
Ooh.
He's a wrench.
He has a wrench. Yes, he does.
There is the coveted crown, one of the higher scoring hats in Hatress, which we may see.
Ah. And it's based on the real Queen's crown, actually. They actually stole the crown for 2 days to get modeling done of it. No one knows that. Bit of deep lore.
I would love to have that CD.
That would be pretty. that album, like not album cover, the CD cover is just so sick.
That does go hard.
I like the font actually. I don't know. I like the font.
I really love the amount of variations that Tetris has had throughout the years. I think that given how many they've done, it makes sense that some of these get lost to time, but I'm really excited to see them come back. Especially ones I've never heard of before.
Like Hatress.
Like Hatress. I learned playing Tetris on my TI-84. That's an insane way to start. Oh, that pixel art is sick.
Oh yeah, because you're a big fan of pixel art, aren't you, Lyra?
Yes.
Like you did pixel art for SSL.
Yeah. I'm a big pixel art fan. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Number 2.
Ooh, this
I
UI
reckon you should
is
go to 4, man.
4.
sick.
You should go to 4. I think 4 is where you're at, and like stage like 8.
8? All right.
Yeah, man, 48. You need to believe in yourself, you know.
Okay.
Great start. Great start.
Okay, this is a little bit different than the one that I played. So the hats will stack on top of each other. That makes sense. So we have a 3 stovepipe hat stack over there. Do they have names?
The top hat, the wizard hat, the cowboy hat,
It's a
the cap, and the
stovepipe
crown, and is that a Mexican hat? What is that? Like a sombrero?
Yes. So okay, so we have a 4 crown stack over here. I'm wondering when we get Cascade on this. That is 5 sombreros. The sombreros have T pieces on them.
Big. That's big.
It's really big.
That was big.
We have
yeah.
2 cowboy hats and 2 sombreros over. 3 cowboy hats, 2 sombreros over there.
Great. That was
I
really,
love
really
the Christmas trees.
Okay.
I believe those are wizard hats.
They're wizard hats.
Oh,
yeah,
they're wizard. Oh, I'm sorry.
But it could be
just
open
over.
to imagination and
It's-
Hatress
Yeah.
land.
Well, the art did have.
Have you ever
wizard
tried wearing
hats.
a Christmas tree? It's quite painful. Big sore neck.
All right.
Oh, this is not looking great for Austin though. He's not getting any good combinations of hats.
Yeah, this is a bad seed.
Well, it's
See?
also worth noting
You did.
I didn't stick to my game plan. It's nice to have a higher left and right in this, because if you have a high center, it's hard to stack your hats properly.
Did you want to restart, Mr. Austin?
I think we will restart regardless here. But actually, you know what? I'm gonna just top out on purpose. Yeah, let's just do it.
Of
Oh yeah,
course.
it's
Oh,
a
yeah,
strategy
for
for
sure,
speedrunning.
for sure.
You did decently though. Yeah, you got like 60.
All right. come back with a vengeance here. But last run here, and then we'll do the giveaway. So be sure to type forever in the chat, and we'll do a drawing momentarily.
You know, the guy on the menu screen of this one, he looks like your profile picture currently on Discord.
Oh my god.
Like, just like the beard, like the short hair.
That's a very nice. We have some very nice RNG for us here, allowing for some nice hat stacking on top of each other. That's an interesting strat. You can put one hat down and then move the Shenna's strats.
He is one of the best in the world. Have you seen the scout video?
Maybe I have to. Is
You have
that
to
a
watch that
5
scout
wizard
video.
hat stack?
It's official.
That was pretty good, yeah. As you can see here, Austin has decided that he's gonna play well this time around. I'm really keen for that.
What is the little one? What do we call that?
A cap.
The cap? Okay, I like that.
Yeah. No cap.
Ooh, the crown stack over here.
Austin,
Ooh,
this is
straight into
great.
the hat stack. If there was combos in this, you would have just gotten one.
Yeah, a big combo too.
Ooh, getting
Nice,
the
that was
wizard
really
hat
good.
over and the sombrero. Ooh, this is clean.
We're crushing.
Finds a great solve here. Really good setup here, I think. Yeah.
Ooh, not quite getting the sombrero over in time. But Shen did mention that he likes to stack the outsides higher than the center. And so we do see that swoop in the board here. Ooh, let's see if he can get this over in time. Ooh, does it?
No,
Doesn't
not going
go
to.
for it. I mean, that would have been ambitious, but we have.
It's difficult to set up for an
wizard hat.
SHHD, you know? It's really
Yeah.
hard to set up for one of those.
Yeah.
Fun fact: you can see the crowns are actually good for the sides because look how high they stack when they're.
Yeah, that's
Ooh, they
really good,
are
yeah.
Big.
Usually it's the what was the other ones that usually don't stack up that well in the other one? Is it the caps or is it the cowboy hats? I think it is. They don't stack too well together.
The hats, the top hats here stack pretty short for how tall they are as well.
Yeah, the first one is the height, and from there they stack really cleanly.
I really
it's
love
wizard
how the
hats,
designs
yeah.
are relevant.
Yeah, it's cool. Austin has 7 hat stacks left he can clear, as you can see just below the next queue.
Memes aside, Hatress is actually pretty fun.
No, this is.
No, I love Hatress. It's my favorite game mode in this game. I think I have the most time in this game in Hatress. It's just fun.
Crown dependency, wild.
Crown dependency. Nice, good idea doing that. This is big for the hat economy. Oh no.
No, but we have another crown here. Ooh,
Nice.
and the sombrero on top of it. Clean, clean.
Interesting strategy. Oh my. Those hats really stacking up, if you know what I'm saying.
Ooh, what is this?
Ooh,
I've
is that
never
a
seen this.
fireball?
The hell is that?
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, now I'm intrigued.
it just dissipated.
I don't think that
Wait.
one's in the NES version.
That's not in the NES one, no.
Does anyone in chat know what that means? Or how that works?
I think maybe it burns the one that maybe it burns any of the hats that okay, so here's my theory. Let's say that you have a crown, it burns another crown on a different stack.
Oh no.
We are topping out
Okay.
as an,
one
you know,
to go!
obviously I am a very great player and could play forever, but we just want to get on along with our tournament here.
You can
so.
play forever in Tetris Forever, which you should totally type in the chat
Yes,
right now,
yes.
guys!
Yes,
Last chance.
if you want to play Hatress, you better type forever in.
You have to
in
type
chat
this
right
in
now.
the chat, okay? Type that right there. You can copy my message and you can paste it in the chat. And if you do that, then you yourself have a chance of winning a copy of Tetris Forever on Steam.com. Pretty good?
All right, we're drawing right now. Who's it going to be? If it's rigged, we'll redraw.
Please hear me.
Demeti,
did
we got
enter.
a Demeti win.
Oh,
Demeti!
Demeti!
Oh my god! That's so good!
Congratulations.
A
Congratulations.
consolation
Demeti.
prize. Let's go. Demeti! Everyone clap. I mean, wait, no, we can't hear you clap. Okay.
You can do a clap in chat. If you just do it with a
Yay!
capital C, it does the emote. There you go.
Does that work? Wait. Oh no, it didn't work.
Oh, maybe it's just my extensions. All right.
Yay.
We are going to
Good work.
get into grand finals here
Ooh, the finals.
of TECWC Connected versus 3v3. And all right,
We
looks like
have-
we're getting stuff set up.
We have it was
Team OSW
OSW
versus We Are Not
versus-
Connected.
Yeah. Exciting.
Yep. So we are going to see our teams from before. So this is interesting. We talked a little bit about the difference between these two teams, where Team OSW has players that are very proficient in each of the 1v1 game modes, whereas Team We Are Not Connected has players that are very proficient in the connected versus game mode. So this feels like teams on very opposite sides of the spectrum. So 3 of the games if you were to do all 7, 3 of the games are the 1v1 game modes, and 4 of them are the connected versus game modes. That doesn't mean that, the 1v1s or the connected versus games are necessarily going to always tip towards one side. I have a feeling, though, that the 1v1s, Team OSW might get all of those 1v1s, actually, now that I think about this.
I don't know. Knighting is pretty damn good at score attack.
Okay, Knighting. Okay, so Knighting versus Shocky is probably We Are Not Connected's best bet for winning.
SB would be zone battle, and then Farby for score attack.
Okay, well they have OSW for zone battle.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
So real quick, we have to do a coin flip here. So SB chose
yes.
Tails for the first ban on the 1v1 mode. So heads title screen, Tails is the rocket screen. All right.
Rocket is Tails.
Oh, and we got a Tails. So SB will be doing the first ban here, and we may see the coin again for level selections
Alrighty.
momentarily.
This is going to be fun, everybody. We have our grand finals. Currently, it is 4-1 towards We Are Not... Wait, no, what am I saying? Wait, I'm losing my mind.
This is 0-0.
I read the HUD and just started talking.
Okay. It's fine. We're doing our best.
Trying our hardest. In the meantime, we should weigh this piece.
This is the Grandmasters bracket. So I did see a couple people in chat talking about signing up for next year's TECWC. I do want to point out that this tournament does have multiple different brackets for multiple different skill levels. So we do see this is the Masters bracket. There was also an amateur bracket for this exact same tournament. And it was 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago, we featured matches from both the Masters bracket and the amateur bracket on this channel, the Classic Tetris channel. There's also multiple different tiers of brackets for Zone Battle, Score Attack, and Classic Score Attack. So if you're interested in getting your first experience in a tournament, I recommend signing up for next year's TECWC. I've been involved in a lot of different tournaments, and I would say TECWC is the most beginner-friendly Tetris tournament I've seen.
Can we add Hatress to it next year? No, but Lyra's right. It's a very inclusive, it's a very inclusive yearly event, and it doesn't matter your skill level. You can jump in, have fun, and get some competitive experience. I've played in it 1 year, and this year we didn't play in it because of commentary, but it is an amazing experience. The game is beautiful, and so is the community around it, so get involved. Next year, just feel free to sign up when you see it pop up.
Yeah,
you can join the Discord to keep in
exactly. The Discord server, the enhanced Discord server, has a channel for finding a team for this 3v3 tournament. So even if you don't have a group to sign up with, definitely ask the Discord. I recommend getting in the connected versus queues, and maybe you'll get to know a couple of players and how they play this game mode.
Could be fun. Could be fun. We'll be getting underway shortly.
So the teams we are starting off with this zone
battle.
SB versus OSW question mark?
Probably will be OSW SB.
Yeah. Which I mean we saw them both play.
This will be great.
These are two extremely good players, but they are on two different levels when it comes to zone battle. Their connected versus is a lot more similar in skill level than their zone battle is.
Just got an email saying my street's power's out. What?
Okay. All right, well, I'm sure they're just getting this lobby started. Hopefully OSW's done with his homework.
Yeah, he's like not done. He can't play zone battles.
You could see OSW versus Knighting. Graspel, we were thinking Knighting for score attack.
Yeah. Knighting, I think, is by far the most proficient score attack player with the best chance of beating Shocky. Unless he's also good. Like,
we could also just be wrong.
Well, the question is, do they just take a write-off with the Shocky game and then just like try and put it all into zone battle? That's what I think is a potential strategy.
Fabi
versus
versus
OSW.
OSW. Good
Huh.
luck.
Good luck, gamer.
Good luck.
Wishing you the best. If you do win this, it will be the biggest upset I've ever seen. So I believe in you. I think you can do this.
Yeah, Wiley, that whole statement definitely says that you have faith in them right there.
I believe. I believe.
I believe you. Yeah, sun's about to rise for Fabi over there. So maybe he'll have that buff soon.
He'll get that like sort of he'll get that what's it called? I forget what it's called. There's this sort of a phenomenon where you play better when you're tired. I don't remember what it's called. There's actually like a scientific name for it. You perform better when tired for some reason. You hit a certain threshold. But we'll see if Fabi can hit that thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, maybe going against OSW, the crack of dawn will wake something up in Fabi.
The
but,
crack
you know,
of dawn.
oh no!
Oh, Fabi, no!
Okay, I thought that Fabi was going for the Among Us opener there. I really think that they were baiting us there. I really think that was intentional.
It's not looking great. I'll be honest. They have an out.
Quarter zone.
They do
They have an out and they
actually.
have quarter zone. Ooh, and that's an SMS draw. Okay.
Now, first thoughts. Not fantastic. I do worry that this could be an inkling to what might be, in the future of this matchup.
Among Us might have worked though, Wiley. Remember when you got a point off of a 1 seed at a LAN tournament because of Among Us? There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there
There it
is
is.
the
Oh my
Among Us
God.
opener. It does a lot of mental damage. OSW opening with a
Oh my
4
God,
high
OSW.
TST tower.
OSW.
Also
no.
does a lot of mental damage. So this is really the battle of wits here. And okay, so if you're curious, what's actually going on here is Team We Are Not Connected, I think, has thrown their player who's weakest in the 1v1 matchups against their player who's strong in the 1v1 matchups.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
It's strategic here, and I don't want to insult any of the players involved, but there is strategy involved with this matchup right here, and so there is a lot of joking because both of the players are aware that that is the strategy behind the matchup. That was almost an ulti from Fabi.
Wait, but Lyra, are you saying you don't believe in Fabi?
I'm like,
I believe
for the
in
amount of
Fabi.
times that Fabi hasn't believed in me, it's only fair.
Lyra, I'm telling you right now, Fabi's gonna win this 0-4.
Too bad it's a first of 3.
And
Or,
they've
oh,
already
you mean
lost
the
one.
whole team.
And they've already lost one. No, I made this matchup.
Okay, the matchup. All right, so Fabi has quarter zone here. This
fairly
isn't
good so
phase
far.
3 yet, so this is okay. Half zone.
Yeah, I
So
get it.
they
This
have
isn't-
time
yeah.
here.
OSW, stop! Stop it! What is that? Put that away.
All right, yeah, mental damage from OSW's side over there, but this is strategic. Team We Are Not Connected knows that they have they're favored in the connected versus matchups, and Team OSW knows that they are favored in the 1v1 matchups. So both teams just trying to do their best here, but OSW knows his role and is playing it very well.
Yeah, he's doing fairly well. I mean, let's be real. You and I could do better. But they're doing fairly okay. Getting introduced a 4 wide here.
Yeah,
And then
so
zoning
now,
halfway through it.
yeah, so the side ties here. Fun fact, there's no line clear delay in zone, so a 4 wide happens a lot faster in zone than outside of it. To make up for that, the combo table is actually nerfed in zone.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting strategy, and we see that someone's building it up again.
It's also to make up for the fact that combos do genuinely break the zone mechanic. Oh hey, Austin! I don't think no one heard that, did they?
I don't think they either. There's just shade coming in from Austin's mic.
I'm dying. Anyway, so what were we talking about?
So OSW is about to push this into phase 3.
Yeah.
No, I like this. No, they're playing this like they're supposed to. They're playing the matchups and they're playing this like it's a chess match. It's just that we have a little. This is just a little bit of a circus going on
Oh my
for a
god,
second.
OSW. OSW, what are you doing? Yeah, the zone mechanic straight up breaks when you have combos. There are clips from back in the day where people were getting 95 zones from just average combos. It's pretty crazy. Oh,
OSW is
wow.
not human. That's your theory. That's been a theory for a while.
I know people that aren't human. This is crazy.
No, actually, fun fact, I learned that one of the most difficult things to do at LAN tournaments is to play this game while top players can see your screen. And I learned that from OSW standing over my shoulder while I was playing 8,000
yes.
SR ranked matches and giving me a thumbs up every single time I won.
And with that, OSW takes the set 3-0. Frankly, I'm shocked. I thought Fabi would win that. So, yeah. But someone has to take that role. Thank you, Fabi, and you gave it a go. You did take it into phase 3 a couple of times, so we definitely give you that. Absolute legend. Yeah.
And you got the Among Us off, which, you know, adds a little bit of mental damage.
That's the biggest play.
Yeah.
That's the biggest play.
Yeah.
It's the psychological warfare, and you've taken that bullets that, you know, the rest of the team can just soar out ahead.
So, yeah, that match is the only one that we expect to be, like, non-competitive, though.
Yeah. No,
the rest of this is going to be very try-hard. Again, calculated.
Yeah. Calculated is a great word for it, Lyra.
Yeah. Team OSW picks boss first. They'll probably send out OSW's boss again first. That's what they did last time. I don't see them not sticking to that. I don't know. I could see running it back with OSW's Pisces right off the bat.
Could be good. It could be good.
We'll find out. What? Lee, it should have been that to 3.
Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. I love that. Next year. That's fantastic.
Thank you so much, man.
Oh, it'll be most likely. I mean, yeah. What would we expect from this? They want a safe bet here, so that would probably be. I can see Yoshi getting a pick here. I mean, good time zone for them, of course. They played fairly well last time. I can definitely see a Yoshi pick. OSW is, of course. I mean, they're all pretty good. Shocky, I can see. Harrier 2, something like that. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll let the team make the decisions.
Yeah, even though they have 3 extreme... Dude, I'm trying to think of, like, saying who would be the weakest of the 3, and that's a very hypothetical question. Okay, you know what? I'm going to bet something here. So OSW is better when they have more choices for boss. Shocky's better when they have less. Oh. So these teams have played before and we are not connected 1. Okay, Wiley, you commented at that tournament and I didn't. You were supposed to know that.
Oh yeah, they did play already.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, it was a very heated matchup. I think.
Clearly.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Frankly, everything before 2 weeks, it's a blank slate.
I get that. No, I get that.
But yes.
Oh, it was off stream.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, like Austin is giving us some intel.
All right,
but they
I guessed
matched
it
before. Oh, right. You did get it right. Yeah,
I guessed it. OSW and Pisces.
You're on it today. You're on it. What is this? You're crazy.
I've guessed a lot of them wrong, but I like to think I understand how the players think. All right, so yeah, we're gonna see this phase 1 or this zone 1 again be a formality here, as the team is very close to clearing that meter. Don't know what Bobby's doing.
Oh, Bobby.
But I mean, Espeon is a 3 well, so they're probably just going to keep that. 3 isn't great, but like if you're fast enough, honestly, this first one, it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
No, it's solid. Like that's yeah. What is that? Like a difference of 9 attack, 10 attack, I think it is.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
especially if they're faster.
Yeah, it's these later lines that they're going to really do the damage. OSW is sprinting with 3-6. Like we said, he doesn't really mind the he doesn't care. He's like, well, I know the Tetris are pretty good, but I got T-spins. That's what he's thinking.
Ooh, Espeon going for the 20 here. They're only finding the 19. The 19 is still pretty good. Yep, and
it was quick as well. It was quick.
It was quick. So that puts 8 lines on OSW's board. A little bit of a misdrop that OSW has to clean up here. Actually, I'm not even sure it's a misdrop now that he's cleaned it up. Always makes me question that. If there's one player that can make a misdrop look like an intentional, it's OSW. All right.
There are 2 players in this world that do that, and like OSW is one of them. The other one is Kazu, I reckon. Yeah. Kazu just does things that look ridiculous, and then you go, oh no, wait, no, it's a super T-spin double triple ultimate. Like, In the meantime,
players are slowed down a little bit here as OSW is starting to play defense. So that meter is filling up fast. This team is working very close to getting their first zone. And OSW knows that if he is near the top of that board, then this team is capable of, you saw what they were going for before. They were going for that 20 clear, that ultimatrix. It is not unheard of to get ultis in just a normal connected versus match. You have to try really hard to get a curb, but to just kind of have an ulti happen is not unusual.
it's coordinating things just right in the right amount of pieces with all three players. It's much harder in this game mode. You'll see 19s at the high level a lot. We've seen a couple of 19s today. Although, are we even gonna get there? SB's dead.
Oh, Espeon is dead here. Yeah, okay, so that actually pushes things towards OSW's favor right now.
Yeah, the team is forced to zone here with a 2, and they've only got 3 lines of attack on OSW's board. OSW is not going to be phased by a 2-person zone unless it's monumentally fast.
So this is going to have a ton of cascade, but this is also going to be very fast. These players know that the only way to make a 2-person zone lethal is to A, be fast, and B, get an ulti. Okay, so they're only going to get 19 there.
74, it's quick, but it's not that...
That's pretty good. No, that's really good for a 2-person zone.
Better than I thought, but it's not game changing for the team.
Knighting just thought about an STSD and abandoned it. Yeah, smart decision. Smart decision to abandon that if you're going against OSW. Why did you even think about it?
He got a T-spin off. That's crazy.
Well, yes.
That was great. It gave him a T-spin setup. I love that.
Yeah, I like it. It's just that I saw the thought. I saw the greed.
Yeah.
All right, so Espeon's going to be close to getting back in here, but another reminder that the amount of time it takes to get someone back in the game increases with each of their deaths. So even though the team was able to have a pretty good zone despite Espeon being dead, if she dies again, that's a big deal.
Oh,
Knighting.
Rough.
Yeah. Oh, not
IRS.
finding the IRS there. Fabi is definitely going to stay alive long enough here. Espeon's back in the game. And, okay, so we're already death cycling.
We're already death cycling. OSW's put on a lot of pressure. I didn't expect him to do that well with the pressure. Look at that spin from Fabi. Beautiful. Oh, I thought that piece locked in for a moment. I was a bit worried for him.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the overseas lag with the board.
Yeah.
And that is going to be death for Fabi. Espeon is the only one alive. But Knighting is going to get back in the game quick, and if these players time this correctly, then this could be a 3-person zone. Like, it looks like it's over right now, but I promise it's not. Especially if this is the team that is on team. So Espeon going out early there, I would say, is uncharacteristic, and I would not expect that to happen again.
No, then again, though, the pressure here is pretty intense. OSW is not letting them walk away from this.
Right. So when we talk about OSW being the kind of player who just doesn't die, so that is a zone battle specific thing, and the player who just doesn't die sometimes in this game mode is SB.
Yeah, SB right there. Like, that was some good survival from them. They've got some decent pieces, but they're going to make it work.
Yeah, Fabi too, very good survival. Like, these players have captained the meta for survival in this game mode, so they definitely should not be counted out here.
Absolutely, and that was a great couple of pieces if you saw that on SP's board. Beautiful.
Dude, that's razor thin. She's playing the game.
Alive.
No, she's insane. Oh, please. Okay,
Nice.
she's got that. All right,
That
so
was great.
yeah, this is what I was talking about. You're fighting against... Ooh, okay, yeah, one of the best players in the world, and they almost got away with murder there, but okay.
Yeah,
OSW
unfortunately
is putting the nail in the coffin there for SB, and this may be another 2-person zone, but look at OSW's board. There's been very little defense. You mentioned this before with their playstyle just being, all right, not maybe the most game sense about how to play boss in connected versus, but they're just simply
good.
speed.
They're just good. They don't need to defend if they can just keep up the pressure. That's the thing with them. And look at this. They have the speed advantage. They have the stacking. They are improvising on the fly. No real setup or anything like that. Just finding what they find, playing it regularly. It's not that they don't have any game sense. Is that their fundamentals are so strong. They don't need to worry about having game sense. And with that, we're going to see the game
Yeah, Knighting can no, there's no IRS on the next one.
Yeah, there's no IRS, and
There's no IRS on the next one. And so Fabi can live.
What is
for at least
Oh, there's a misdrop there, is there?
Yeah, that's a miss. Or Rain?
It was a Z misdrop, I think.
I don't think you can get over that, especially not with 2 O pieces. And that's not lockout. So Fabi doesn't die with that piece placement or that one. And then there's IRS on that, so he's trying to kick it over. Oh, hello?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wait, do they get to a zone?
Wait, this doesn't work. There's no way this works. Fabi. No. One line shy. Wait, gonna try to. No!
Oh, Fabi,
No! That was so close.
My heart was in my throat. Oh.
And that was unfortunate. But OSW did what he needed to there.
That was kind of crazy. We need to see
that was insane.
That was crazy. But in fact, Team OSW with 7 exclamation marks does take that match.
Yeah, we have Demeti in chat typing only 93 text. 93, I mean only 93. Yeah, okay. 93.
Only 93.
Extremely high. I think Demeti needs to go to bed. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Shen.
You've won the copy of the game. Good night. That's it.
You did it, Shen. I'm so happy. All right. Light Rod's idea. Okay. Well then, thank you, Light Rod, for correcting the score on the first match. So now we have Team OSW being on team, and
thanks for fixing the Among Us. What a strange couple of games we've had.
But that's the correct score line. Anything else would be inaccurate.
True. Anything else would be inaccurate.
Yeah. So I'm guessing they're going to send SP on 4th and boss here, but I don't know if it matters too much.
I really like the leaderboards here. How it was on one side was OSW, then Team OSW. on that matchup.
Yes, but now that OSW has played boss in the 1v1,
SB Taurus. SB Taurus.
Oh, this is a little mean.
This is crazy.
This is a little mean, I would say. All right. So Taurus we haven't seen played yet. Taurus's attack is giant pieces, which that's a thing in TGM.
Oh yes.
They're not that easy to play.
The thing is, if you get to the right time, they're free material. But keep in mind that this boss also has rain, which completely throws off any even 2x2 board shapes you can have. So Taurus is not actually as bad as you think when we consider free material.
Yeah, it's a kind of a polarizing boss. I would say it's very strong against lower ranking players. However, Espeon is the one who has come up with the meta for dealing with Taurus, which she claims the best way to deal with Taurus is to just straight up set up a side 4 wide so that when the giant pieces are there, it turns into a side 2 wide. It's very, I'm serious. That's how she plays against
Taurus. But maintaining that with rain is not as easy as you'd think. No, that's my query.
It's so much easier said than done. So Taurus is the biggest anti-defend boss. When you're playing Taurus, you should never be defending. Okay. God.
Oh, Yoshi.
Okay, I promise, it is not that easy to beat OSW in this game mode. She knows what she's doing, and she's making this look easier than it is.
What is happening? How is she doing this? I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah. That's what I said about this being a bit of a BM.
What's going on? Wait, why is Taurus so strong?
She's proving a point. She's proving a point that she can win without Pisces.
Oh, I think it's that she can win without Capricorn. Oh no, did Fabi play Capricorn?
I don't know.
No,
Maybe. I'm sorry. I'm focusing on Shocky's board right
Yeah,
now.
I'm just sort of shocked right now this is happening.
Yeah.
Super shocked. That was so bad.
Okay,
wow,
so
SB just takes it.
Espeon just proved a point to everyone in
sweep,
chat
gang. No
that
sweep.
they do not need Pisces to win.
No sweep for Team OSW.
Why would we think that this would be a sweep?
Could be. You never know.
No.
You never know. You never know.
We
No sweep.
discussed why this wouldn't. We discussed this beforehand.
Could we sweep?
No.
Sweep? No.
So now we are going into the next of the 1v1 game modes. And so this is either going to be classic score attack or score attack. So if this is classic score attack, we are going to see Yoshi. And then if this is score attack, we're going to see Shocky. And so our best guess from the other side is Espeon on classic and Knighting on... Do you think Knighting will do the first one? Do you think this is a...
I can see this going to classic with SB.
Classic with SB? That would be wild.
The thing is, right, is that SB's probably the best player left for classic. Who would they put? They put Shocky in for classic. Sorry, not Shocky. Yoshi.
Yes.
Shocky's obviously Shocky,
yes.
Shocky's obviously, yeah.
I don't think there's any question from Team OSW about who would be playing what game mode.
Classic would then be left to Yoshi, who is again really good. Like, great. I think they're either grazing or they're definitely in that 9K area.
You've lowballed every single player today. You do realize
no, but
that,
Yoshi hasn't been active since I was grinding like 10K. So, and I remember them getting to around 9K and being happy with that.
I would be, but I'm also not them. So
true, you aren't them. This blew my mind when I found that out.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens here. But I'm going to predict. We might also see just a guaranteed score attack game.
Yeah. Score attack.
Ooh, score attack.
So we're guessing Knighting versus Shocky. I'd be very surprised if that wasn't the case.
We just find out that it's like Yoshi versus like.
Yeah. Why don't? Yeah. They just totally.
They're gonna make a point where they don't need Shocky to win score attack. It'll be a lot of statements from players. It'll be one of those matchups.
Yep. So our players are getting set up. So we are going to have to do the coin flip. It's coin flip time for choosing. Soon. For choosing the speed. So I guess I haven't really seen Knighting play too much score attack. Wiley, can you give any insight?
So in my mind, they're about as good as Ferox because like Ferox and Knighting tend to VC a lot and play the game. They're about on the same skill level with slight variation. Really good though. Great ST stacker, can definitely do it at speed 20 and beyond. I'm not sure what their PB is. I'm not going to pretend I know like too much about them, but well, I'll put it this way. They're 11K. They're high 11K, and there aren't many of those left. There aren't many of those in score attack that hit 11K. So,
all right.
That should tell you everything.
So Shocky chose heads for level selection for Team OSW, and it is in fact heads. So Super Shocky will get the first level selection here.
All right, Wiley, what are you calling? 15 or 20?
Well, they did 20 before, didn't they? They did 20 before. If they want to set a world record, they have to do 15 starts. So, I suspect 20.
I suspect 17. If so, that's insane. Okay,
right.
And then Shocky types in chat, "Let's go gambling" in all caps. So we see that this is very calculated and well thought out from the players here.
Yeah. Ooh. Sorry, that was my tin. I meant to eat a chocolate. I'm going to bring it up. Do you guys have these in Europe as well? Because we know that they're in America and they're in... They're important to me, Lyra.
It's like little straw chocolate things. I think they're called like pralines or something.
Corinthians, right? Corinthians.
Okay. We have our players loading into this. Wiley, that's literally not important.
It's the most important thing.
No.
You can smoke them. Like,
Okay.
Anyway.
From an anonymous source,
Really?
I have that this is not going to be a good matchup for We Are Not Connected. Which is expected, given, trifecta champion.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. So we do get
We're just saying that this is more reasonable than Fabi versus OSW in zone battle.
Oh, Knighting.
Oh,
that is
Knighting.
Not
That's okay.
Tetris. Yeah, I mean, look, they could count to 8 here if they wanted to. That could be a good.
Basically, what happened, you can see what's going on Shockey's board with the Z piece vertical to create the overhang for the ST stacking. But Knighting shifted that. Although Knighting did do the opener correctly,
Shockey has 1 point of self drop.
Stop.
1 point of self drop.
Stop. So Knighting did accidentally misplace that in the stack right away, which is not how you want to start off, but an insanely good recovery here. Okay.
Yeah, actually, this is fantastic. Look at this.
Like
they're a good score attack player. That's fantastic. They're up very high though, and they don't have a TP. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
so
combo.
Okay. We talk about Shockey's near perfect ST stacking, and I do want to say that there is sentiment in the community that Shockey is actually like clinically insane for that. They're saying that like
they did ride it at a hospital, like.
Okay. But more so that like the dedication that Shockey has to this stacking method. A lot of players say that it's worth spending more time to learn how to recover ST than it is to just like learn how to play it perfectly. But Shockey put that time into, I mean, I'm sure Shockey has good recovery strats. There is an entire recovery section of that guide. But yeah, it almost looks at times like Shockey just didn't bother practicing recovery strats and just said, I don't need them.
No, he's that good, and I think it's quite amicable to if you really know Shockey, you know his level of dedication. It's impressive, and everyone should study his guide. It's that good, and it's been linked in the chat if you want to give it a read. Highly recommend it. It is a bit of a lengthy read, it is quite intense, but the basics at the start, you need to read the opener stuff. That's the main stuff that I think is really important.
But when I did get a one-on-one lesson with Shockey, he highly recommended only learning the first opener in that, and kind of focusing on the mid game, right? Because the way he recommended learning ST stacking is to learn it for a single player mode, so that you have infinite resets. Because the reason why ST stacking was actually researched was because of a tournament a while back that had money attached to it, and it was daily. So players were monetarily incentivized to learn this, and Shockey said that he learned it for the monetary aspect, and then by the time he actually learned it, they'd reduced the prize money. So
well, he's now one of the best in the world, so look who's laughing now. It's him all the way home.
Yep. And so Knighting is up above that 1 million mark, definitely stacking a lot faster now.
He's actually a few lines ahead.
Yeah. Definitely stacking faster than Shockey right now. Going for another reset on the board. I wonder if Knighting's starting to think about that chase down timer.
Realistically, he is at a pretty big deficit here. Whether or not he'll recover. He is stacking is fine, but I mean the recovery, of the deficit between points. Because Shockey just hasn't given him any room to make a recovery. He just can't quite catch up right now. It's going to take Shockey making a mistake for Knighting to find an opening. That on Knighting plays on level, 33? It's not viable.
Yeah. I guess I don't know too much about Knighting being able to play Master Mode speeds, but I don't know if there's anybody that can play on 33.
Ferox, in chat, could you enlighten us? What is Knighting's PB in score attack? That might be a good stat to know. What is Shockey's board?
So that's actually calculated, fun fact.
Yeah, it's calculated. Look at that. It's calculated.
Yeah, yep, nope, I recognize that one.
Yeah, look at that. Breaks back-to-back in doing so, but still a really good maintaining of the board. Yeah, it's nothing. He's 74-point difference for a second there. Wow.
Yeah, Knighting is taking the lead here, and so I did mention the speed. Oh, Shocky. Oh, no.
He's a very methodical player, guys. It's all planned.
There was an idea there. He just wasn't able to slide the OPs in there because of 20G. And is this what Knighting needs?
This could be it, honestly. This is what I
this
mentioned.
actually Knighting's win condition right now?
But keep in mind, there is a 30-line difference, and he's only 300,000 points ahead. But, I mean, time, you know?
I mean, if we're talking about the what-ifs of if you could describe under what conditions could Knighting win this? It's kind of this. Yeah.
No, you make a good point. This could be good for them. I mean, right now he's on level speed 29, going into speed 30 in a second. There we go. And it looks like he's not possible to play at that. Oh my god.
Okay, 2.4 is good though.
2.4 is solid. 2.4 is solid. He has a PB of 2.802.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. This is looking pretty good for Knighting if... Oh, this looks really good for Knighting.
Oh?
No way. He's still alive, but he can't really play at this speed. He has to recover a lot of the board and then somehow go back into stacking.
I don't know if Shocky can line out of this.
I don't think he can. This is
28.
58,000. And wow! Knighting takes a round! Freestyling is not in the guide, as Ferox says!
No shot.
Wow!
No shot.
Ferox, I love that line. Freestyling is not in the guide.
Oh, wait, I forgot it's a first to two.
It's a first to two, but that's good. That's a step one.
Okay, alright. Okay, yeah. So we did, this is a condition for Knighting. Yeah. This is interesting, everyone.
Important thing to remember, everyone, is that a first to two starts by winning one.
It does. It can also...
I couldn't believe it.
Well, fun fact, it can also start by losing one. I don't know if you considered that.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Science can't explain it, but you're right. That's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we do have Knighting misdropping that OPs. Yeah.
We actually, even more impressive, we have Shocky being perfect. That's crazy. A little sarcasm, never hurt anybody.
All right, so both players are just going to try, Knighting is just going to try to do what they did last round and just get lucky. Shocky is going to try to just do what they do as their normal game plan and just not make a mistake.
I wouldn't call it luck. I think they genuinely just played really well. And
okay, yes, it was a combination of playing well and luck.
Yeah. That round was decided mostly by Shocky making a few mistakes. They didn't play perfectly. Knighting did outplay them there, but it's hard to rely on that, is my ideal here.
Yeah.
Not ideal, I'm bad with words.
I know what you meant.
Who made me commentate? Who was that? All Austin's fault. That's a great STSD.
That is.
And that will actually clean up their mistake from earlier, which is really impressive.
I do like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so straying from ST does not mean instant death, okay?
No.
Because there are stacking strategies that aren't ST that do yield good points. The main reason why ST is chosen is because of its sustainability and its reset ability. There are a lot of strategies where in the short term, they can get you just as many points or even more than ST stacking, but ST stacking is the only one that you're able to repeat infinitely.
ST, without me being able to quote on the math of it or whatever, ST seems to be the best balance between Tetris's and T-spins while maintaining back-to-back indefinitely.
Yes.
However, like you mentioned, there are some short-term strategies. For instance, if you actually look at points per line, T-spin singles reward the most. Now, unfortunately, you can't T-spin single forever before you have a buildup of material, so we don't see it a lot. But hamburger stacking can get you 7 or 8 T-spin singles, and that's scoring way more points per line than ST. But then it requires getting more Tetrises, which are less efficient than T-spin doubles, and we start to spiral in a horde of math. Which, who likes math? What is that?
And since we are on the Classic Tetris channel, I like to highlight things that are unique to modern Tetris. So if you're wondering about, pattern stacking and the idea of it, I think it's really interesting that the mechanic that allows pattern stacking to exist in modern Tetris is 7-bag. You're guaranteed one of each piece every 7 pieces, which means you're perfectly guaranteed a normal piece distribution. ST stacking would not work if you didn't always get exactly 1 L for every S, and so on and so forth. This is like
it's unique to our side of the community, if that makes sense. Our category of games.
Right.
In saying that, there was an event a while back. I can't remember. I didn't play in it, but I watched it, and I thought, they're playing with 7-bag. Like, you could ST stack. you could ST stack in a tournament for Classic, which would be quite funny. But here we go into speed. It's Shockey's in speed 23. We missed the transition ages ago. Knighting is entering speed 21 now. Shockey's
so Knighting behind in the line count here, and a winnable gap, like a not horrible gap in score.
Right now, no, it's not impossible, but Shockey's at speed 24 and is about to cross 2 million, and Knighting is fixing that? Wow, okay.
Knighting is thinking here, we talk about, this 2-minute chase down timer, although it's there, it's kind of just there as a formality. These players are not going to need the entire 2-minute chase down timer. And so Knighting is taking his time here to think, which is what he should do.
Yeah.
And again, we talk about Knighting's win condition, and this is it.
Shockey currently at 2.2 million at speed 25. That's crazy.
That's insane pace. That is insane pace. Shockey is definitely tightening up his gameplay, but so is Knighting.
Has he made a mistake yet?
I don't think so.
Has he broken ST?
I don't really think he has. I think that this has been perfect ST the whole time. I'm watching both boards. I don't think I've seen.
I haven't seen a mistake yet.
I don't think I've seen a single TSS.
He's still going. Knighting is barely holding his board together, and we're on speed 28.
Yeah, I think Shockey's had perfect resets too, but okay. We do have Knighting here. Yeah, speed 25. I love the strategy of taking the time here. All right, it makes sense. It makes sense to start bailing. Oh, not bailing. No, please. No, the IRS. He just tried to IRS.
Shockey's playing really well.
Oh my god, that wouldn't have even worked.
2.9. Shockey actually outdoing Knighting's PB by 100,000, and we are all tied up at 1-all.
Yeah, I want to point out that Knighting was going for IRS on that T piece up there. I don't think would you have been able to get that out of that O-shaped hole?
O-shape? Yeah.
Yeah.
In high gravity, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but it depends on the shape around it.
Yeah, it was bold. It was bold, I'll say that. Okay.
We like bold.
1-1. Yeah, this whole thing has been about bold this whole time.
Knighting with the one soft drop.
Oh my god.
The 1 point. Hey, every point matters. Every point matters.
Well, okay, that point can also come from hard drop, I do want to point out. That's not just soft drop. Hard drop gives you points.
Oh, is
too.
it? Sorry?
I thought it does.
It does.
You might be.
It does.
Right.
We've Shen saying I'm right. Thank you, Shen.
Well, the thing is, I literally don't, I don't hard drop in this game mode anymore. I let the pieces lock in, because it's a master mode habit, though, I think. It's not necessarily the best way to play, or the meta. It's just my play style after playing so much master mode.
Yeah, and different players do have different opinions on hard dropping.
These guys are hard dropping at speed 20.
OSW is big into hard dropping. I remember discussing with Shockey that Shockey is in favor of hard dropping. I think one of the interesting things that's TEC specific is board bounce with High grav?
Oh, I love board bounce.
Yeah, so board bounce will actually give you a little bit of visual feedback.
Oh, Shocky.
Shocky?
Uh-oh,
Okay, this
they're
is
going to
interesting.
need a second T-piece over there.
Yeah,
to
second
even this
T-piece.
out.
Yeah, okay, so they're choosing to put the second T-piece in the stack later. So board bounce can give you a little bit of visual feedback when your piece locks in. So I would not be surprised if there was someone out there who prefers having board bounce off for zone battle, but on for score attack because of the visual feedback.
I think Shocky's fixed it.
Yeah, I think he did.
Just barely. Yeah, they're fixing
Yeah,
it.
you never have to learn how to recover your ST if you just keep it perfect the whole time.
That's the thing.
I
If you,
think-
if you never make a mistake, then like you don't have to fix it.
My limited ST knowledge, I think what just happened there is that all that Shocky did was just do the reset early.
Earlier, yeah. Although
Yeah.
it means his board is a little high up.
Yeah,
is
you can
not
see
fantastic.
him thinking here about this, but I think he has the pieces he needs.
Ooh, that's a
Ooh,
funky
wait.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I know it doesn't that looks like he broke it, right?
He didn't. He
'Cause
didn't. He did
he
not
messed
break
up.
it. Yeah.
No, he messed up the middle column, right? No, it's back. Oh my goodness, it's back. Okay, so the way
kinda
that you
crazy.
stack up the L column, there's a that's like the majority of the document is on that right there. There are
Yeah.
accepted ways to do it, and then Shocky has this kind of idea of like parity that goes along with it.
Look at his Nighting's board. Look at this. Look at this position he's in.
Oh, that's
Is he reversing the? He's reversing something. Is he gonna start doing it on the other side?
you know it's bad when Shen says bro in the call.
He does fix it though.
Yeah, he fixes it. Oh, that's so cute. I like. Oh, the eye spin. Oh wait, that's
it's
cute. I like
great.
it. I like it. Wait,
And Shocky's board is also a nightmare.
Shocky doing? Wait, okay. I do want to say I do not think that two O pieces on top of each other is in the document. I think that
That
we
is-
are
I don't
going,
think that's in the
we
document.
are going off document here. There are new things that are going to need to be added to that ST stacking document after this set right here.
Nighting is 200,000 points ahead, 250,000 points ahead, but also 10 lines ahead. I think they're about even, which is really good news for Nighting and not great for Shocky.
Yeah. Do we know which player plays better at high grav? I don't. Do we?
Probably just barely Nighting. Just barely.
Yeah.
They're both good at this point. Like, Shocky's clearly worked through, like, his high grav struggles last year. Like, I'm really impressed, honestly. It's great. I mean, it's speed 23. Nighting's still keeping up. This is great pace. If Shocky's the first one to break it, this could actually be an upset.
I'd love to see it. Although I am good friends with Shocky, I don't know. I feel like there's something about upsets.
There's something about the underdog winning, right? It's what we love to see. We
And then-
might love everyone equally, but we love to see an underdog win.
Wouldn't
Uh-oh.
that almost give an interesting situation for TCWC then? Because then Shocky would have a better storyline. Just saying. Think about the storyline.
It would be. Is Nighting switching the well?
The amount of wiggling on the T piece is just nuts. No, he's not switching it. That's still ST.
Yeah, he's officially broken it now at speed 25.
No, I don't. Or yeah. Okay, it's
Yeah.
gone. It's gone. All right. So a 2.1 million.
He can
before
find it again?
breaking ST.
Oh, that eyepiece! That's a devastating hard drop, yeah.
that might actually be.
The score lead switches officially now. It's at an 8-line difference. Shocky takes it and is still ST stacking at speed 26. If he can maintain this for another 20 lines, it's almost guaranteed that he wins this.
Okay, so I think Nighting's win condition here is to line out. That's a very nice T-spin. Another T-spin.
Oh!
There!
Oh my god, that was so clutch!
What?
Doesn't
No
quite
one
get that
misses
T-spin.
the STSD.
That was so clutch.
That was insane.
Shocky still has T-stacking, 177,000 point lead.
Okay, and Nighting is finding a little bit of an other side ST stack. Do we continue it? No, we're just down stacking. I agree with that. All right, this is master mode right now. Nighting is just playing master mode, and ooh, yeah, that's catching
it
up to
might
that.
be it.
That's it. But that was,
And that's
oh
it.
my gosh. Well played. Well
Well
played
played,
from
everyone.
Nighting. And I don't know if Shocky can recover that, but that was insane. That was gorgeous. right there.
15,500 points per line.
Insanely well played from Nighting.
That was incredible.
That was
that PC gorgeous. Just came out of nowhere. How much does a PC reward on level 26, 27?
Zero idea. No clue. I don't even know what a Tetris rewards on that because it's a lot of math and I can't do that in my head that quickly. So I don't know why you would expect me to know the PC one.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But I trust you, Lyra. You're the smartest out of the two of us. You are the intelligent one.
Right. So with that, we are done. We are done with Score Attack.
Yeah, and now I believe we are 3. I think we're 3-1. Yeah, 1-3. And depending on who plays boss next, we might see the end.
Team SW should be on boss.
Team SW on boss. All right. Which means that look, who we had play boss prior. We had OSW on Team SW play boss. So it's up to Yoshi and Super Shocky to pull home a win, to bring home a win. We'll see what happens.
Well, only one of the two of them has to play boss.
That's right.
So it's not Nighting. Or no, wait. It's not Yoshi and Shocky. It's Yoshi or Shocky here, which I think is an important distinction.
Yeah, the other question is who plays boss? Assuming that the team wins. Nighting has not played boss yet, and Fabi hasn't played boss yet. And they're both pretty solid.
Fabi's a pretty good boss.
Fabi's a pretty good boss.
I could see Fabi putting up a good fight.
If they can win this next matchup against one of the bosses on Team OSW, they're not out yet. They're not out yet.
By the way, guys, this is hot off the press. Would you guys like to see this year's trophies?
Trophies?
All right. So here are the. Let me see if this is working here. All right. So, 1 sec.
They come with the overlay, dude. That is awesome.
They come with the overlay. Yes, and the teams. But there we go. So there are the connected trophies for this year. We have these single Minos, I suppose, with a stand.
What?
And the recolored rings. Yes.
Dude, these are awesome. Who made these?
That was made from Team Enhance, our publishing team. You can thank Sky if you meet Sky at a future land.
Sky? That's awesome.
This is gorgeous.
Can you make one for me? It's official.
There were 3 rings on the bottom, and each one of the trophies has a different ring lit up. I personally, if my team won, I would do that and because everybody has a preferred position on team, and have the one with the middle ring glowing be the middle person. Anyways, so we have Shocky on Cancer here. All right, so
this is a good pick. This is a good pick for him.
This is a good. I don't know.
He plays this regularly in ranked. Like this is one of his mains.
I know, but I play Fabi and SB regularly play him on this boss in rank.
Oh, Nighting's board and SB's Nighting's board and Fabi's board were really good here. Just big blocks with a lot of material. Pretty easy for them to just build up, and of course we have no cascade.
Yeah, and I'm a huge Shocky fan here, but I think that the team here has a notable advantage.
Well, at the end of the day.
Okay, but if Shocky wins, though, this is over. So now you have to start rooting for the team because.
Wait, do we have a 20? Oh, it's so close.
No, not quite. Not quite.
So close.
Not quite.
Okay, that is 7 lines of damage being sent there. 7 lines of garbage. We'll see how they go.
All right, and the players here working through their boards, finding a lot of speed here. And as a reminder, Cancer's attack is going to be these unstable pieces. These Minos that have this kind of fiery texture to them, if any of the players place them where 2 fiery Minos are adjacent, then it creates an explosion in the board. So you're going to see them start to avoid putting them next to each other. We see Nighting triggering an explosion. We see Fabi stalling. Now this goes into no hold twist.
Yeah, the twist is pretty powerful as well. Again, we're looking at board altering blitzes, which are the most impactful. And well, twist is one of them.
Yeah, I'll also say that unstable is a lot more detrimental with no hold, because holding actually gets you to kind of be able to work around your stack a lot more. We see Nighting just ignoring everything and just okay.
Yeah, he's having a good time. he's just here for a good time, you know.
Yeah, they're having a good time.
He's hanging out. It's working though. Like they've nearly got the meter filled, and if it works, it works.
Yeah, so I would assume that Shocky can defend against this zone, but I would predict that this is going to put Shocky up at the top of the board.
Yeah, there's not a lot of defense on his side. He's only defended 3 of the 7 lines out of existence here. He's got a pretty good defense on the way, but the team is already at 14, 15, 16. Maybe they'll make it 17 in a few moments.
This is a fast team. This is a fast team, and this is where the experience in the connected versus queues come to play.
This could be a 20.
They're going for a
20!
Yes! No! Okay.
Now I'm sad.
I'm sorry. I'm sad now. No, we're both sad. All right, but now this gets interesting.
Yes.
That
was an emotional moment for us.
It was. I really wanted to
cheered
see
with
it.
joy and then screamed in pain.
Fun fact, the first time I ever got an ulti and connected, it was because I didn't know IRS and SB literally put the piece in place for me and like predicted off of my queue for me. And made it so that we had no choice but to ulti. I like literally I wasn't even trying for it, and she just did everything around me. Like, these players are so good at watching each other's boards. You
look at each other's next queue as well. That's what's crazy.
Yes, they're looking at each other's next queue to see if each other has an ulti. And I'm sorry, but like, I just can't look in that many places at once. But these players,
you get that every game now, don't you?
Right. No. So 3/4 of the way through this meter here. No, that's important. That's a lot more than I thought it was going to be.
That is a lot more, yeah.
No, that's a lot more than I thought it was going to be. This team is going fast. That's because Cancer doesn't really have that invasive of attacks.
No, okay? Shocky's actually defending this board right now, which is what he should do. Spend the rest of the time defending and hopefully
I don't know if it's enough. No, it's not enough. I'm calling it right now. I think that this
could be enough. No, he's down halfway. Look how much she's gone down.
No, this is... Because look, Espeon is a 2 high. Fabi has a full well.
Yeah, but it's a lot of material to fill in, and Shocky is sprinting. Okay. I have faith in Shocky, and there is a plane going overhead. Can you not ruin the moment?
I can barely hear it. Okay. So one of the things that I think is like kind of relevant, but maybe not super relevant, is ping. I think that if the team is on 2 different continents, it is a detriment. Which this team is on 2 different continents. But that might be enough. Nope. Ooh. All right, this is close. He's trying to eye spin that underneath. Oh, no.
Oh my god, he spins this.
Wait. Oh my god. He's defending. Wait, Wait, okay, this is gonna take a lot more IRS than that, though.
Oh my god!
Okay. Yeah, that is the right move. Yeah, that's the correct way to handle this. Okay. Yeah, that works.
The team's already half filled up their meter.
Yeah, they're half filled their zone. They've half filled their zone here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Shocky gets another line back.
Yay! Yep. Look at him go.
They're like almost 3/4. Look at this, because these players know how to sprint.
Nah, he wins this. Trust me. You gotta trust me. You gotta trust me.
This is Jover.
Great try though. That was an incredible
try. No. Like, that was genuinely a nice try from Shocky there.
I like that. That was good.
No, that was good. And so now we're either going to see Fabi or Knighting on boss. And since SBN played Taurus, that means Capricorn is open.
Capricorn is in fact open.
Capricorn is open, along with Area 2, Area 3, and Tetramedian. But Shocky's the only one I believe we've seen so far choose anything that is in Area 1 or 4, and I'm just going to say that there's a reason for that.
Yeah. Interesting enough, we haven't seen a Area 3. I don't know if we need to explain why, but Area 3 is very... It takes a while to charge up the meter.
Yes.
And also, the blitzers aren't exactly that intrusive. There's not much board-wise besides invert.
I would argue that Area 3 has some of the most invasive. I mean, invert, no rotate. Excuse me?
I meant board-wise, like a board altering. There's just invert, and that's kind of it.
Spin and no spin? Spin isn't that bad because it only gets a couple rows. I understand what you're going for. I just want
piece-wise, it's detrimental. It's almost worse than Capricorn, except broken. So, if it wasn't for broken, it'd be Area 3 with all the piece altering stuff. Either way, there are reasons, because it's just like, it takes so long to send an attack. It takes so long to charge while they're strong. It takes a while to build up that meter. generally speaking, we see area 1 4, then occasional 2. That's kind of how the meta is right now. Now, if We Are Connected's boss wins this, we go to a tiebreaker scenario again, and it would be classic.
Classic. That'll be Espeon versus Yoshi. Okay. So, I don't know about that. I think
Let's see if they get there first.
Yeah, that might just be lights. I don't know. I think that Knighting winning score attack was wait, why are you gasping?
Because Fabi's on Capricorn.
Okay, I called that.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Okay, Wiley, you gotta understand I'm getting towards 1 a.m. I'm doing my best out here.
Oh, right, yeah, it's kind of late for you, eh?
Mm-hmm. All right.
And we have our team zone.
I'm excited to see this. I just might be slowing down a little bit. All right, so we do see that. So, okay. One of the odd things that can happen here in this connected zone is that if two players kind of pre-place pieces in the same spot, they do just merge.
They absorb each other.
Yeah, they absorb each other. It makes sense as a mechanic, but certain players are good enough at like using it intentionally.
Yeah. To like sort of change their Mino count for PCs, and there's so much depth in this game mode. It's never ending, and I love it for that. Beautiful.
Yeah. So Fabi is pretty high up on the board at the start here, but one of the advantages that Fabi has is since Espeon did not play Capricorn, although Fabi is a great boss, I would say that Espeon is a better Capricorn, and so Fabi is at an advantage of having a very good, arguably one of the best Capricorn players in his ear right now.
In their ear right now, yeah. I will point out that like they are doing a very good job right now.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen any brokens, which is something that you need to rely on as a Capricorn player.
Yeah, they did get pretty bad RNG in getting a Triminos after the first zone. That's pretty rare to see.
Yeah, that's very rare. It's early zone. It's not that influential.
I think that that's more common to see when you don't get an attack off before first zone.
Oh yeah. If you don't get an attack off first zone, then absolutely, it's almost guaranteed. But you have that small chance of getting a Pento. Like a Pento blitz.
Yeah.
And Fabi's defending here, which is probably the right thing to do while you have those brokens in play, clearing out a couple more lines. Yeah.
Those aren't brokens, those are Pentos, but those are one of the bad sets of Pentos.
Sorry, yes, my brain is also melting. But so far, it's really good. Look at the height on this on Yoshi's board. Even Super Shocky, not a great situation to be in here. And Fabi's going to keep up the pressure. Misdrops a square, but they can still send an attack before it becomes a problem.
A lot of misdrops from all four boards here. Not gonna lie, this has been quite the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable if they're all losing their stamina. It's been a big day.
Yes.
And yet Fabi is asked to play boss once again. And let's be real, we've been quite harsh on them. They've had a tough day. They had to face OSW. And
it's getting close to 7 a.m. Like, I'm not kidding when I said that the sun is
No,
rising.
like they are an absolute trooper. Fabi in my eyes is the MVP of not MVP, but like, you know, MVP. They've done more than what they've been asked to do. It's great. And their board is only two boards, not 2 boards. I'm dying. You take over, Lyra.
Yeah, so Fabi is very low on the board here, so we would expect this to not exactly push them towards the top. That misdrop is not great, but is definitely not going to be the end of the world here.
No, they are quite high up, but they're getting quite strong now. If they get a broken or two, they've got all the time in the world to defend back down. And that's why Capricorn is so prominent, because you have so much stalling time that you can just use to defend down.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say Capricorn... Oh, wait, that doesn't really work. I wouldn't call Capricorn an easy boss, but I would call it a very straightforward one.
I think, yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it, yeah. It's a case of, like, straightforward, but, you know, it is, like, straightforward,
difficult
but hard
to
to
execute.
master. Yeah,
yes.
Hard to master sort of energy.
Yes.
That is an interesting high stakes on OSW's board. In the meantime, the team is almost halfway. Fabi needs to ramp up this aggression.
Yeah, Fabi is being hindered a little bit by the board height that they're having to deal with, taking a couple of triples instead of Tetrises, which can be a very big deal. What is that? Is that an STSD? Oh,
Something.
you did not. Ha! That's what you get. That's what you get for trying to fin. Okay.
He's already dead. What are you doing?
Know, I'm sorry. So, okay,
it's so late for him.
That's a modern Tetris specific thing. It's kind of a flashy move. It's so insane. What is defined as a T-spin in like the game's code allows for an extremely odd edge case called a fin T-spin, and that is what Fabi just tried to execute right there.
And here we have a team zone. Fabi is about halfway up the board with defense. They need a flat board or a Tetris or something at the end of this to make it work.
Yeah.
The team isn't exactly fast and their board's a little wonky, but they're using those purple magic pieces there.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of cascade from the team there.
No, there's not. Fabi also misdrops. That could seal the deal.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
This might be it. I think this is it.
We might have winners being crowned in just a moment. Fabi's burning their board right down. They misdrop one more time. Oh, yeah. 173 attack was incoming. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty strong. So, with that being said, everyone, we now have your winners of the 3v3 Teams Mode Tournament, the TECWC. Yoshi, Super Shock, OSW, Team OSW have won! Yay! Good work, team. Good work. Yay! And they win those beautiful trophies.
Oh my god, those are so sick. You guys,
They're so cool.
Please send me a picture when you get those.
Yes, please send me your trophies when you get those.
No.
Please, I am the winner. Well done, guys. Well done. And of course, a second place team as well.
Yes, let's look at them again. Let's look at them. I'm going to point out, since I said it after they were taken off the screen last time, look at the bottoms. How there are 3 rings and how each one has a different ring lit up. So that is just so sick.
Cool.
So sick.
Also, we have trophies for Trifecta and the 1v1 tournaments of a similar format. Here, let me show you here's the 1v1 tournament trophies.
Oh!
How do they work?
They float.
Yes, they float just like that in your so see the middle, like the triangle? So there's a divot where you can place your trophy within it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm gonna believe in my head canon that they float.
I kind of did for a sec.
They're like magnetized. Oh,
I thought it was.
And then last but not least, the Trifecta trophies, which we'll be showing off tomorrow too.
Oh, they're so cool.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Those are so cool.
Actually, are those made of CMYK cubes? Wait, I have one
They
here.
are a custom material cube, yes.
They're so cool.
You got webcams. One of these. I've got one here. They're these things, so when you look through them they filter different like bits of light. These are sick. It's sharp my fingers though. They're cool. Ow. Well, congrats to Team OSW, and we're not connected for second place. You guys did really well. You made it right to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, a lot happened here. That 1-2 Knighting versus Super Shocky in score attack, not easy to do. The Among Us to 3, also not easy to do.
Yeah.
Some insane moments here.
Well done to everyone. You did not disappoint. This has been an amazing top 4. Credit to everyone who's been here, and also to everyone who's been watching. Thank you so much. There's the cube, by the way. Look at that.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, that's sick.
It's sharp. It's like sharp.
You need to put that down. All right.
I'm glad your ones are rounded.
Who won the giveaway? It was Demeti.
Demeti,
yes.
Demeti, reach out to Austin Enhance on Discord, or you can just DM Classic Tetris here, and we'll send you your Tetris Forever code if you missed that earlier. And hello, Kitty. Kitty, be sure to tune in to the final stream tomorrow, the Trifecta Grand Finale. The top 4 players will be going at it, and it is absolutely stacked. First off, so the bracket is being played as we speak. We are recording some of these games, but just to provide a hint of who may be involved, maybe I can list off some of our top 12 here. And every name should instill fear if you are a Tetris player. But let me bring this up real quick. So, All right, so our trifecta top 12.
Oh.
So yeah, Super Shocky, Ferox, Yoshi, Zen SS, Uyoshoda, Kirby 703, Siake Gohan, aka Kashi Robo, OSW, Nedlo, Sodium, Jaden, and Dormy are in the top 12.
That's a stacked top 12. That's like the best of the best.
Yes.
Wow.
Fun fact, Shen, Dormy joined because you called him out before the last connected version.
Dormy is a wild card from from being top 8 in the zone battle, and then also I believe they have one of the highest OSRs of all the registrants as well.
No, he is number 1 OSR total.
Yeah, they've been number 1 for like 2 years, like flat. They are insane. I think they're 200 above everyone else.
And it's worth noting, so we also accounted for average 1v1 SR. With that in mind, I believe it was actually Siake Gohan with the highest when he only did 1v1. But,
yeah, if you take out CVS.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, because Siake Gohan's like, they're near 10k in classic score attack as well. They're just good at everything. They're just a god.
Yeah, they got top 4 in Tetris Block Party for the classic score attacks.
Ah, yes. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, and if you thought Jaden versus OSW was a ridiculous zone battle matchup, what did they come in 3rd and 4th for the zone battle to qualify?
I think it was 2nd and 3rd. Well, there's Yui Shoda and Sake Gohan, like a Kashi Robo. That'll be the match.
They were top 2.
That'll be the match.
OSW and Jaden were top 4.
Hi, Darmy. Darmy, CVS's OSR inflation simulator. Good to see that
we've had a long stream, so we can do our final shout outs and let our commentators go here. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in. That was an awesome finals. Congratulations to our winner, Team OSW. And that was an awesome bracket. Let's actually take a look at the full bracket. I should have some more here. Yes.
Lovely.
So just to briefly recap, Team OSW taking out Gravity Maxers and also went down to a decider, which is part of the reason we're here so late. But we had some great matches. And that ended with OSW versus Jaden, which is as close as it gets, right? In a decider as well.
Yes.
So, awesome matchup
that was
there.
So sick.
And we are not connected, taking out unnamed team. And Nedlo showing off the classic prowess, but the team play of We Are Not Connected is up there, as we saw in our last matches as well. But in the end, Team OSW, with the help of the 1v1 prowess and taking a connected match, taking some connected games as well, is our grand champion, and will be receiving prize packages thanks to products from all of our sponsors, which let's do a final shout out of everyone that supports TECWC and makes it what it is today. So yes, AppMex, we showed the coins off multiple times throughout the stream. Investments you hold, you can get these Tetris coins. I'll share it here in the Twitch chat if you are interested. There's also a slew of other random Tetris products. You can get some Tetraminos. I believe there's like a not an arcade, but a full matrix you can get as well. So check that out at appmex.com/Tetris. Yes, once again, big thank you to Digital Clips as our main sponsor this year with Tetris Forever. We will be having a Tetris Time Warp multiplayer showcase tomorrow to kick off the stream, so stay tuned for that. We may feature some top players in the community, such as Blink, aka John Tran, and Miles, and some other classic players, so stay tuned, or tune in to the start of the Trifecta stream tomorrow to see that. And oh yeah, we never mentioned it so far on the stream, but the merch is available. If you head to tetriseffect.game/tournaments, you can find the new merch. So we have a new line of stickers, the mouse pads and tote bags, and also we have a higher quality printing product this year. So if you are looking for, it's kind of a heavier shirt in a way. So if you're looking for a nice heavy shirt with a direct-to-film printed logo, these are the shirts for you. So yeah, check that out at TECWC, or I'm sorry, tetriseffect.game/tournaments, and the merch will be available there if you scroll down. And yes, a big thanks to Hyperkin, which, by the way, the bundles just went live that have the Tetris Effect connected Steam game codes bundled with some of the products. So there's no better time to smash that buy button. Let's go with that. And yeah, support Hyperkin, who has been an awesome sponsor for not just TECWC, but they've pretty much supported CTWC and Classic Tetris since the beginning. So show them some love. Get yourself a Tetris Effect connected carrying case or a honestly, one of my favorite controllers. I use this in addition to my DualShock controller. It's pretty much always plugged into my computer. And I am not lying when I say that. That is 100% truthful. It's an awesome controller. The pixel art from Hyperkin. So definitely check that out. And let's see, last but not least, big thank you to Tetris, Power Bears, Gummies, and Red Bull, I suppose, our energy snacks and drinks for TECWC this year. Let me pull up my... here we go. There's my lovely display of Red Bull and Power Bears Tetris gummies, which are actually pretty good. So, yes, support those. I believe you can find Power Bears on. We'll drop it in the chat. There should be a link for that. But yes, big thank you for all of you tuning in as well. Lyra and Wiley on comms. That was awesome to have you, as you are very knowledgeable about Connected and pretty much every Tetris mode in TEC. So it's great having you two on.
Thanks for having us, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
One final thing. The Enhanced 10-year anniversary celebration. We have this awesome Sounds and Visions bundle, I suppose, with a book about the making of Enhanced games. Tetsuya Mizuguchi, our art director, Ishihara-san, and yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stories in this. If you're looking for a nice coffee table book about your favorite publisher / developer Enhance, that is the book for you. This is a CD featuring some of our music as well that comes with the book. And there's also the Lost in Cult vinyl collection. First time that Humanity's soundtrack was printed on vinyl as well. The Luminous remastered soundtrack, Tetris Effect Connected, and Res Infinite. I don't know if you two have played Res. If you haven't, the music in that game is just is awesome. You have a VR headset. It's one of the best VR games. It's my favorite VR game. Yeah. So some awesome products. I'm going to drop that in the chat as well if you're looking to support Enhance. But yes, I think that's it for us tonight. So thank you, Wiley and Lyra, for tonight's commentary. It's a pleasure to have you tonight and just throughout TECWC as well. So big thanks.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having us, and I hope to see everyone tomorrow, for the big finale.
Cannot wait for tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. I mean, we won't be here commentating, but we'll see you tomorrow
we'll
in
be
chat.
We'll be in chat.
We'll be in chat.
Say hi.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, all.